Rlcs SSA, a dream that's become the goal of every young Rocket League player in the region, and recently the target of teams from across the world. A swirling vortex of competition where every broadcast brings new life and new challenges. And yet, as much as everything changes, other things stay the same. Wherever you're watching from, welcome to Qualifier number 4, the first qualifier for the second major. I'm Altruism and joined on the desk by Romeo, Pyro J, and Macht. Boy, do we have a weekend for you. Thanks to Blast, we are the only regional broadcast in the world. And I promise you, we have a lot to show off here. All right, gents. So a month ago, Limitless was in Copenhagen as the first SSA team at a major. Now they have a new set of rivals looking to snatch a spot at major. And Bromeo, how things have changed in the last few years.
How things have changed indeed. So from humble beginnings years ago, we started small. But each main event, the competition is getting tougher. It used to be that a top 8 finish was expected. Now, making main event is the prize. We talk about things like that afterwards. Now, Limitless used to be untouchable. Mongolia took 2 games off them last split. We now have internationals in the SSA space. Strong teams, strong rosters, stronger every split. So you're looking at your Limitlesses, your 9 Lives, Genesix. It's crazy. So we are now seeing an incredibly competitive main event. Every game counts. Very strong rosters, incredible games. The growth has been incredible, and it's only up from here.
I mean, you talk about the growth, right? How we've got new rosters, and we're going to take a look at those just now. The fact that so much has changed right now, and it really is a very difficult thing. You guys are going to get to see a lot of new features to the broadcast here today, and I'm so excited to show them off. And predictions certainly going to be a big part of this weekend, and I am not feeling very confident considering the number of unknowns. But let's jump back to the major. A month ago, Limitless, they have been overseas before, but we've seen mixed results, and this time was the first time we got a shoe in straight into a major. Previously, we only had wildcard slots, and Macht, you are a connoisseur of international Rocket League. How do you think Limitless and SSA as a whole is starting to rank up in the big scenes?
It's always was an uphill struggle for SSA, right? Just because we are so isolated down here. Everywhere you have to play, you have to deal with horrible ping. You can't really perfect that gameplay. You can't really perfect your game style. But it has shown through trials and tribulation. Work ethic has shown through work ethic, especially from Snowy and from Limitless, who at the major, whilst they were going down 0-3 and have lost every single game, they looked at least in some games very competitive. They took OG to an overtime, let's not forget, and they almost even won that overtime. They had great chances in that. The reality of it is, though, that SSA is still one of the bottom regions. It's still one of the minor regions, but that's okay. We have something to work off of, and if anything proves that point, we had a show match at Worlds on low ping versus APAC versus Elevate, and that show match was a 4-0 resounding sweep for Limitless. So APAC are sort of like considered our bigger brothers. I think we may have surpassed them even already.
It's so nice to get to see that, right? The fact that we are making a name for ourselves, the fact that we are the youngest region, and yet we are growing at an exponential rate. There are moments that take our breath away. I mean, getting to watch something like a Greybeard team stream, to just see his excitement kind of like reflected what so much of this region is feeling. And what's really cool about that is we're also getting to see some of the big moments that are staying with us. You know, no longer are the clips just coming from the Justin kind of moments from the world stages. We're going to start getting a couple of our own. And Pyro, I want you to just talk about some of the moments that will stay with you as someone who's been here from the beginning.
I mean, I'm glad you mentioned that from the beginning. Yeah, I mean, fall split from 2 seasons ago. You and I, Altruism, and many of us were sitting here and getting excited about SSA RLCS. But since then, the clips, maybe they're not those Justin worthy, but to us, they are. Let's be real. This is SSA. And folks, I want to take you through last split's top clips. Let's go. Let's get this pre-show rolling. Production, give me the top 10 plays that'll leave you saying this is SSA. We're getting into it quick. Tipping off the top 10 is the shiny-headed, unretired, now Knicks' starter, skill steal. He's up, he's away for an air dribble past Mongolia for the Bonjour quarter-final sweep. Look at him go. And number 9, skill steal may have stole the show, but it is theft. On Astronic's backboard, the pop high from Energizer meets Twister as he barrels it down for the give and go. 77 blocks, stacking up success so high. Number 8, we take to the clip maker Byrachu. Did you know in 3v3 you have 2 teammates? Yeah, Byrachu could care less. Cross-court, air dribble, flip reset, musty flick. That's leadership from the beast of Astronic. Now number 7, an absolute angle as the bear bops this ball high, and catching it is Crypto. Double tap for the masses. Excellent. Fly on, kid. Number 6, this is Defunct with a doozy. Pre-flip pass to Galaxy. Did you miss it? Yeah, well, so did the defense. Top 5, it gets serious now. Bonjour are back this time against the top of the region. This is Weelu. Air dribble pass 1. Give it up to Cam, the man for the double. Oh, yeah. And listen, it ain't SSA with a top 10. Ford to die for. Come on now. Look at the kid. Sidewall flip reset. YMC. See you later. Or never. Outside of the major, this play takes the cake. Shaskibity won a turnover possession, but Mongolia, they have other ideas in mind. Pass high from Wordy. Flip reset. Set up from Guns. Oh, it's flawless. Woo. Double tap. So good, you gotta give it a double take. Run that replay. And coming up, top 2, we reserved it for the major. It's historic. SSA's first RLCS major. I don't care if Limitless didn't take it. Wouldn't give me the plays. Number 1 seed, we're just that, but check out the dive for after the kickoff. He places it under Vatira, past Ato. Give it up to Snowy, the flick. It rips apart the KC defense. It's a goal that says, yeah, we're down, but we're not out. Into the next round of Swiss. Limitless, they ran the NA Gambit. Coming up is the number 1 play. Game 1 versus OG. They go up 2, but in the final minute, Limitless, they score 1 with the ball. Snowy, he fakes 1. Gets past the next. And Nolly, oh, he's not keen to it. He can't read the play. Sweaty puts it in. It goes to a 3-minute overtime against OG that, yes, OG did take in the end. But those are the top 10 plays of the split that leave you saying this is SSA. And boys, I can't wait to see what we have in store for split number 2.
Yeah. If you guys are sitting in the chat, be hovering around that clip button, because I'm sure we're going to be adding to that. And I would love to see Pyro. That was a fantastic job. Some excellent clips in there. And especially the ones at the end. You can see what it means to the players on those cams. Even when they are 5-0 down against Carmen Corp, that 1 goal, the fact that they were able to find a way through, you could see the high five, Snowy leaning across to each of his teammates with the little fist bumps there. That's what makes us happy. And that's why we're back here for the second half of the year in RLCS. But we're not the only ones. Yeah, we got a great broadcast for you, but you're here to see the Rocket League players. But do you even know who to support anymore? This last couple of months has been roster mania. There's no other way to describe it. Things have changed all over the place. In fact, technically, there's only 1 team that's left unchanged out of the top teams that are left here in the competition, and that being Limitless. If it's not broken, don't fix it. You could kind of say Astronic is there and thereabouts as well, but they've made a last-minute sub in the last couple of minutes. There's 3 that we really want to focus on here today. 9 Lives, Snake Den, and Drift Queen. I'm going to hand it off to my co-panel here. And Romeo, 9 Lives is a team that we've kind of gotten to know, but by a new title.
Well, you know, this is a very interesting one, because you've got your up-and-comer Guns, and you've got Snoozy as well, both part of the Mongolia side that took 2 games off Limitless this very last regional. So, introducing Cams into the mix as an SSA veteran. He's the man from Bonjour last regional, and part of the Pirates roster the year before, and of course, don't forget about being part of the infamous Bravado roster prior to that. So I think this roster right here is going to be incredibly competitive. You've got a very aggressive player like Guns coming through. He loves to demo, he loves to score. And Cam, playing out of Bonjour last regional, he was incredible. So to see Guns and Cam link up with also a huge up-and-comer Snoozy, I think we're in for an absolute treat.
And let's not forget that the fact that they got themselves a European coach with them as well. They're trying to import a bit of that expertise coming from Europe with Spooks. And you know who else has done that? The second team that we are going to be focusing on is Snake Den with their coach Dijon out of the UK. But of course, the players much more important. Werty, Eli, and Ram. I mean, if you've ever watched SSA, Werty is a name that you, and Eli Kim are both names that you should be very, very familiar with at the very top of SSA for basically 2 years now. Werty going even so far as to represent SSA at the 2023 World Championship with Valiant. Eli Kim, never that big of a results man, but still considered to be one of the best players mechanically that SSA has to offer. And with last-minute roster shenanigans happening, Ram there to try and fill big shoes. He's the one that you need to be looking out for. He's the one that doesn't really have the big results yet, but is a very interesting prospect.
And I will say, I'm just so happy to see Ram back and competing, especially with how physical that player loves to compete with the demos and the bumps. That is going to be a very venomous team, if you will. But I want to take it over to the Drift Queens if we're not going to talk about roster mania, because we've got a big roster shift here. You see Crypto. We talked about him on the double tap with the top 10 clips. Lazy Bear's fantastic. But now we've got Reevesy as well. And this is a player that we've just got to talk about. He comes in from Fusion on the previous Drift Queens roster. Reevesy competing just outside of the top 32 from EU this season. So he's bringing that expertise here to SSA. And Drift Queens, they already have a top 4 showing on their own rankings here in SSA. They're top 4 in points. So I'm very curious to see how far Drift Queens can take their run.
3 teams. That's just 3 of the people that we have here to highlight for you guys over the weekend. But I think one of the coolest parts about that, especially like the Nine Lives team that we highlighted first, is how young a lot of these players are. It's not just the same names over and over again. We're going to chat about the fact that there are a lot of the old guard who didn't even make it to this event. But right now, we're seeing the new resurgence of the next generation, as Greybeard likes to call them. And it kind of puts my 30-year-old heart at ease to see that the future of Rlcs in SSA is looking so healthy. But we used to highlight people like To Die For or Cams who started their journeys at 16, 17 years old and are now starting to find the stride. And then you've got like the next couple of guys coming through here. In fact, we have just, in SSA, managed to crown the youngest person in the world to make it to a main event. And he's not alone. You know, we've got Declan, Zany, and Snoozy, who are all 16 years old playing here this weekend. And then, of course, Tashao, the one coming in at 13 years old. Still yet to be seen really what this future holds. But I mean, when this is your starting point, at 13 years old, I'm going, my computer had about a 16 gig hard drive. Hard drive, not RAM, hard drive. And so the difference in the 20 years that gaming has become means that the guys are starting so young. I mean, I'm sitting now, for those of you who've followed me for a bit, I'm a teacher and I run the esports at our school. One of our grade 8s has come in. He's also 13 years old and he's a grand champ. And I thought that, wow, how can a kid this young be this good? And then to go, wait, he's not alone. He's not even the best of the ones of this age group. Makes me ecstatic. I cannot believe that we have youngsters who have this much passion. And this is why I started today's broadcast with, this is the dream of Rocket League players in the region. They finally have something to fight for, something that they can see a path. They're starting to prove to parents that, hang on, this is a career. There are international spots. There are sponsorship opportunities. And the fact that we have such good talent at this age makes the world of difference. And it's not just that they're doing this alone. You know, SSA has been kind of neglected for a long time, but no longer. The world is taking notice. We're getting major spots. We're getting a lot of the big organizations starting to take an interest and actually invest in us. You know, we got Nine Lives coming through here, Snake's Den, Nixa, Genesix, and Vendetta Esports. All these big people coming through here. Of course, Nixa has been here before as well as Vendetta. But new blood wants to see what they can do, what they can spot out. and pull out that diamond in the rough.
Yeah, and that new blood is like so important to come in. We see new orgs, we see international orgs, and that just gives so much more professional, and that gives the players a great point and great support systems as well to improve, to only be able to focus on the game and leave management and everything else outside of that window, leave that elsewhere. That's why these orgs coming back in Nixa and Vendetta and the new orgs coming are so important. And I mean, speaking of Youngblood, you said it earlier, Alt, Tishao, he's 13 and he's from Reunion Island, meaning he's French. So we all know what that means in a Rocket League context. So we'll be having a very, very close eye on Tishao, I feel like, for the hopefully coming years.
Well, I gotta say, and I think, and this is very important to know, Teshao is playing with Zeph and Gold Ninja out of Team Bird. Just straight up Bird, no org. He's a fantastic player, and the team is fantastic. They've made main event. And I'm very, very interested to see how long it'll be until they are picked up by someone. We're seeing all of these great orgs joining us now, but with a player like Tesha showing his mettle at age 13, I think it's only a matter of time.
You talk about making main events, and previously we used to say that making a main event was pretty standard for a good Rocket League player. You know, a team that had been practicing for a while, if you got anything less than top 12, you were kind of disappointed in yourself. Top 8, we used to describe it as the top 1 or 2 or maybe 3 teams in the region who kind of set the bar, and then this chasm to what's left. And Pyro, I want to just chat to you for half a second, because right now it seems like that's completely gone. Main event is a massive accomplishment these days.
I feel like historically for SSA, it's always been this massive accomplishment because of those roots that were being set. But yes, we have flourished into something that is completely different now, which is this new era of SSA. And to make even a top 16 is something that's very impressive. We have big names that SSA will never forget. Names like Happy Meal, Weelu, Skillsteel, Arc, Mr. Low. I mean, Nixa themselves were number 4 in SSA last season. They're not here in main event for one reason or another. I'm not picking at you, Nixa. You know I ran your team streams last season. Okay, you know I was rooting for y'all. And we know that both games and quals were a full best of 5s. It went to game 5. We'll see you next regional. But the point is, as it remains, these are new teams, new blood. And we even have teams across different regions coming together. Trifecta. We haven't talked too much about them yet. We got Kexi from the UK, Akai from Algeria, that's North Africa, and then you got Friction, of course, from South Africa. You can't forget about Friction. Man was on the top 5 team from the last season, White Rabbit Gaming. So it's a new era. There's a whole new idea to what this top 16 is for SSA.
And you know, I like the fact that you brought up Trifecta. I was actually going to highlight them because one of the big controversies about having import teams allowed to be in the SSA region is it kind of had the stigma about they're just coming to farm the region. And Greybeard was like, no, everyone calm down. You know, he wasn't the only one saying it, but he was quite emphatic about that fact, is that this is an opportunity, and what we need to see it as is that this can be an opportunity for us to learn from the international exposure, to grow from them. And one of the big things he called for was not just to come here and play against us, but to join forces, to start linking up and start including 1 or 2 of those international names. The fact that we've got people from literally 3 different regions, I'm pretty sure that's also a first in RLCS history, means that this is the proving grounds, this is the testing grounds, and this is where we start to really show that growth together. The learning from different cultures and from different play styles that could give us a brand new, unique flavor to bring to a world stage. But getting to the world stage is not going to be easy. There's still the second major, and then of course the top team in the region gets to go to worlds at the end of it. Limitless has done a good job so far. If we take a look at the leaderboards, a massive lead for them. 28 points above 9 Lions there and Astronic Skill Quest. Those 2 teams technically have a non-zero chance of making it in there, but Limitless have set themselves up to a great point. Macht, do you want to go? How deep do you want to go into this non-zero chance, or just comment on Limitless's performance and chances.
I mean, I might as well take it as much as I think that Limitless will miss Worlds, which is about 5%. The 28-point gap is just so big. Limitless, it's basically guaranteed that they will make Worlds if they make every grand final. That's a bit of a prerequisite, but with how good SSA has become, especially at the top with the import teams, we spoke about Drift Queens earlier, and we're going to speak about their next opponent, Team Mobula, in a bit. It's not guaranteed that Limitless make every grand final now, and if they miss out, then there's an opening that will be able to be exploited, especially by Nine Lives Esport and Astronic Skill Quest. We can sort of discount Drift Queens at 77 blocks and the elites. That's not so realistic, even in math world. But overall, basically, if Limitless misses the major and they miss it by enough and miss a few grand finals in the way, that means that Nine Lives and Astronic still have everything to play for in the split to the road to Worlds.
All right, so talking about the long scheme of things, Limitless still a good chance, but there's not guaranteed to even get to this major. And Max says that that is such an important part of this journey for them. The road to the major, 3 weekends worth of action. This weekend and then every 2 weekends since. We go into today's schedule. The weekend as a whole starts today with, of course, the Swiss stage. If you guys don't know, 3 wins takes you through to the qualifier, 3 losses and you are out. And we're going to be starting off with some incredible games. The first one we're going to be highlighting for you there, top of the table, Limitless versus Mobula. That is going to be one that I think is going to surprise a couple of people if you don't know Mobula at all. And it's kind of split the opinions. We've had some discussions about this on the back of the desks. Anything else there, Bromeo, that you think could be a particularly interesting game, or the rest of them pretty much we'll just catch up with the scores afterwards?
Well, look, Trifecta came into the main event very strong. They were the ones who sent Happy Meal and Shadow into the Shadow Realm. So watch that Trifecta game. It's gonna be huge. As for a couple of others, I think Genesix and the Elites is gonna be good. And there's very few that are, straight result we know already. And I think that's what's so exciting. This is main event, and I'm less qualified to make a prediction than ever.
All right, so just to answer any questions about that leadership, there seems to be a couple of missing points. Because of all the roster swapping, a lot of the teams did have to forfeit their points. And, we even had that little bit of a surprise in the green room ourselves. But the point is, when you are that far behind Limitless, the extra couple of points don't matter. Losing 10 points is not going to make the difference between you making Worlds or not. Of course, these 3 qualifiers are the only things that count towards the next major, so it's still anyone up for grabs. So just to settle some nerves there, why did some teams lose it? That's the reason behind it. All right, let's look at today's action. We're going to be starting with our first game. I'm very interested to see what you guys think in the chat to go and get that chat vote going. Also, we want you to be part of the conversation long term. If you want to go out onto X, otherwise known as Twitter, we want to highlight some of your tweets over the weekend. To keep track of that conversation or to be featured on the stream over the weekend, make sure to use the hashtag #ThisIsSSA. We'll be highlighting some of the more controversial thoughts, some of the best insights, even just getting to cheer for your team. We want to hear all about it. All right, gents. Now, into the Rocket League. We are here, Limitless facing potentially a little bit of an upset from the new import squad from the Spanish Inquisition. Right now, I'm very interested to see the head-to-head, and then we're going to get into our predictions, because our predictions are also a big part of the weekend. To make it a little bit more fun, we are tracking not just who's on the desk, not just the games we're featuring. We're tracking all the predictions over the whole weekend to see who here on broadcast really knows this region, or maybe has a little bit of clairvoyance. But let's get into this. And we got a whole graphic, so you guys are going to be able to keep track of the scores. I'm also interested. You guys can throw in your opinions as well about who you think out of all of us. Guys, how are you feeling with your knowledge of the region? You feeling confident there? Yeah? Give me a nod, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Cautiously optimistic is what I'll say. I mean, did we not just go over roster mania, the entire shuffle? And then I also feel like people are underrating some of these teams that are quote unquote these import teams. We talk about Mobula. They're literally playing from Cape Town today. Like, they came down to South Africa to compete. So you can call them import teams. You can call them, is that one of the European teams again? Well, yeah, but also they're ready to play as ever. They couldn't be more prepared. So it's factors like that that really can help throw your predictions out the window.
I mean,
and Mark, what makes them so strong?
Mobula is just the fact that they're doing it the proper way. Let's quote-unquote proper way, right? They're flying down, they're playing with Loping, they're playing from the region to eventually and try to represent the region as well at the London Major. But what makes them so strong is, of course, their team composition. It's VK Salen. Yep, you heard that name correctly. If you have watched RLCS in the past 2 years in EU, that name will be familiar. Together with Rubix and Leoro, and of course VK Salen's old coach at Team Queso by Jesus. So it's a professional foundation that they got. They are not here to just compete. They are here to win. And moving down to South Africa is definitely increased their chances at least. I feel like Limitless, for the first time in basically 2 years, have an opponent that they have to take seriously, that they have to actually try and work on how to beat. This is where Limitless's coach Noxus really has to show his true colors.
Okay, well, Mark, we're going to stick with you then, because it's time for us to get our first set of predictions out there. Chat has obviously been weighing in on their side, but from your side, you seem to think that this Limitless side is something to worry about.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I mean, you don't often play against players that have that much pedigree behind them as VK Salen does. Leoro is currently in the top 50, I believe, as well in the twos leaderboards. So that's a very, very scary prospect for Limitless. It's so scary, in fact, that Mobula and Limitless, when they have scrimmed, they've scrimmed when Mobula was still in EU. So they don't know how Mobula play with Loping. This is a completely blind matchup. We don't know what's going on. The teams probably don't know what's going on. So I'm just going to go off of old results. And me, the European, surprisingly, is going to vote in favor of the Europeans. I think Mobula takes this one 3-1.
Oh, Pyro.
All right.
You are also...
Get out. We will see you tomorrow.
Okay, I'm throwing this to Bromeo. He seems to be wanting to chime in here and clap back. So, Pyro, we'll get back to you. Bromeo, what are you thinking?
Do you know what? There are many good points to make for Team Mobula, you know. We gotta do it here. We're in SSA. And look, VK Salen's a fantastic player, but I do know one thing though. Limitless have been consistently number one for the longest of times. They've picked the best talent that SSA has to offer time and time again. And call it blind faith. I don't have any stats to rate how good Team Mobula is. They're a new team here. But I do have a lot of stats about Limitless. And they've won a hell of a lot of times. And I can't remember too many times where they lost. So call it blind patriotism, call it support for the region. There is no world where I would predict against Limitless in the opening game of this split.
Okay, very quickly, we've got about 40 seconds to kick off. So, Pyro, in 10 seconds or less, who are you backing?
I'm joining the mob. I'm embracing the chaos. It'll be a great match, but for me, Mobula.
Whoa, and with 20 seconds left, now I get the final say. And I'm going to go with Bromeo here. It's surprising, you know, the Europeans, the foreigners want to go for the foreign imports, the South Africans backing the South African team. But Bromeo's right. They're on home soil. They have been tested, but never pushed over here in SSA. So give me Limitless, and we're going to be throwing away straight to our casters. Your boy Q and Pyro J.
less action than the two Americans. It's an NA takeover, baby. But before
I think that went well, hey?
Pyro, we got a bone to pick with you. We prayed on the downfall of Limitless. Didn't you
Whoa. Hey, listen, I'm praying to be proven wrong. Let Limitless hold their ground here in SSA. I'm ready to see it, but I think a lot of people are ready to see this matchup. This is not only the introduction to split number 2 of SSA with the returning major participants of Limitless, but this is potentially your top 2 teams of the region competing now. It's tough to make that prediction as we haven't nearly seen these teams together with all the roster mania and the shakeup, but this, by default, just by statistics, is a match that has everybody's eyes glued on.
I mean, let's be honest, what better way than to start off Qualifier 4 here in SSA? And you can even see in the opening 40 seconds, neither team really overextending on one side. We are seeing a little bit of the violence coming out. VK Salem trying to open up a little bit of space with the demo here as Rubik's could be moving this ball up, but Sweaty does do a good job at least sending it back towards the midfield. I feel like for Limitless, they've got to really, I feel like in this case, they're used to being the fastest team on the field. I think they're going to have to focus on their counterattacks, Pyro.
Oh, they're going to have to be quick. They're going to have to be fast, but they may not have to play defense. That was an open look for Team Mobula that they're going to let run a little bit dry, but hey, you got to work out the nerves when you're making your debut in the main event on SSA, right?
Gotta work out the nerves, work out the kinks, but you know what? They don't have to worry about that ping like y'all were saying here. They've been doing a pretty good job. They've been able to get themselves the first 2 shots. It feels like they're doing a good job of controlling the sky as well. And if you're able to move quick, fast, and in a hurry, and keep that control, that might be the opening they're looking for. But Sweaty getting the ball around the midfield line to dive for, also off that side wall. Unfortunately, no boost in the tank. Gonna just try and get a little flick, but not enough oomph on it. Sweaty trying to move up to get a little resistance, but caught with his hands in the cookie jar. Luckily, the shot gonna sail wide here for Team Mobula, and they're looking to try and keep the control down here on this Limitless side.
Oh man, the shot quality is still to be seen here for Team Mobula. A lot of these shots hitting the post, hitting the crossbar. And even for to die for, I think he wanted more juice or oomph, like you said, Q, on that musty flick. So again, game 1 is really teasing out the best plays that you can perform. Sweaty from the ceiling follows it up with a bump, and Snowy might just have the angle to get your first goal of split number 2 for SSA.
Might have taken him a little bit of time to get cooking in the kitchen, but it doesn't take long to find the back of the net. 2 shots, one of which is going to find their way onto the scoreboard. It took about a half here, but for some teams, that's all it takes to be able to start dissecting the opposition. Going to be able to win the kickoff here as well and move back up into this Team Mobula side of the pitch. Let's see if they can follow it up with the second goal.
They're already on to it. Snowy driving this straight towards the net, but Rubik's has that covered for the moment. Sweaty a long clear just to transfer possession. He'll grab some boost out of it to die for. That's certainly enough to pre-jump and to knock away that ball, bumping the heck out of the opposition to clear the lane for Snowy. Snowy wants the challenge on the ceiling, and I really love that Limitless are taking the challenge to the skies. The worst thing you can do is allow for Mobula to control that area, and the control, well, it's all done by Limitless. Sweaty from the elbow.
You know what? I think I'm seeing what you did here, Pyro. It's like the reverse caster's curse. You think that maybe Limitless fall, and they come out here looking to prove a point. Going to be up 2-0 here in the first 3 minutes. Remember how long it took for goal number 1? Goal number 2 doesn't take long. It feels like if they find a third, if there's one thing that we know about this Limitless squad, is once they smell blood in the water, they have no problem going in for the kill. But it's going to be K Salen on a counterattack here with the Oro as well, but they aren't going to be able to find up a dial-up, and now they've got to retreat back to the defensive end.
There's the juice on that musty flick. That's what the die for was looking for earlier. He's cooking up now. Oh, but couldn't cook on that challenge. That is 100 boost gone and eviscerated off the demolition. Leoro towards the net. Sweaty putting it in reverse for the clear, and Leoro, it's time to reset. Not many opportunities, not a whole lot of time to reset the attack. They're going to have to take risks. They're going to have to go for these demo plays that are currently targeting themselves. The turnaround begins now for Mobula.
Of course, you got to keep in mind with this being the Swiss, and it's only a best of 5, so this first game does hold a little bit more weight than, let's say, if they were to meet in that single elim bracket here. So for Limitless, already starting off with 2, and their defense doing a really good job of putting the clamps on this Team Obula offense. I mean, they started with the first 3 shots. They've only been able to register 1 more. This Limitless squad has turned it up on defense. They've turned it up on offense. They're looking like they're back in true form.
Totally right. It's trending Limitless no matter where you look to die for. Set up on the double tap. Knocked away by VK Salen. And VK, your teammates just can't guard that goal line. Sweaty places it away.
Yeah, when you have that biscuit sitting in front of the basket, that's good eating right there for Limitless, baby. 3-0, and they are really coming out here to prove a point in game number 1. And you can only imagine the faces on the fans of Team Obula who thought that maybe with the lower ping that it would be different. Things might change in the region, but for Limitless, they're protecting their turf.
To die for with the cutoff. To die for almost the double tap as well. But it's instead to Snowy into the corner. Roll out the red carpet for game 1. Bring out the paparazzi. Take some photos on your way to the goal line once again, Sweaty, because they're going to be celebrating this first win. Major number 2 in the Swiss format for Qualifier 4. It's off of the backboard. And scoreless. End up Mobula in the Limitless game number 1 victory.
The boys are back in town, man. Limitless able to finish off the clean sweep. And again, looking at how that game started, I think it was 3 shots were the first 3 shots from Team Obula. They only finished with 4. Limitless do such a great job. They turn things up, are able to record 8 shots on their side as well. I think the big thing for me, though, Pyro, is the fact that you have 100% goal participation as far as like the assists, right? Every shot is a team play. One thing that we sometimes see from Limitless is they like to set up for the solo plays. The team plays is what's working for them today.
And we can call out that strength of Limitless. I think it's less so for Limitless to keep working with that, and it's more so for Mobula to try and disrupt that, right? If that's the bread and butter, if that's what's working for Limitless, start to see out these passing plays, begin to intercept, but most importantly, Q. If game 2 begins anything like game number 1, and Mobula have those shots to take, you have to place them in the net.
Yeah.
They could have very easily been up 1 goal, 2 goals at the beginning of this game, but just were not firing on target. That has to be shaped up a little bit better. But you mentioned it, Q. Limitless were trending up as that game 1 went. The shots even nearly at target from Mobula were just not hitting. It was full possession from Limitless, and they continue that trend. We could see a quick series.
Stonks are on the rise, baby. It's all about this first 60 to 90 seconds. I do agree. I think if Mobula can come out here and if they are able to drill things home on those first couple of opportunities where they weren't able to do that in game number 1, all of a sudden the confidence starts to come back around, right? And you can start moving forward from there. But if Limitless can come out here and strike first and start getting that, oh boy, here we go again, feeling in the back of the heads of those players on the orange side of the pitch. Watch out.
Well, 5 minutes on the clock and a demolition on the line in Leoro. That is not on target once again. They are lobbing this ball downfield again and again. And this pass might just be the connection. No Rubik's. That's too nearsighted. DK Salen says, let's reset. I've got time in the air for this flip reset. But that time cut short. Limitless, they may be on the defensive end, but that threat hasn't been seen quite yet.
Not quite yet. Now they're going to do a good job of getting the control and getting out of their zone here for now. Rubik's makes sure that it's going to be a very quick visit down into the offensive end, and now they're going to try and come in with a counterattack of their own right. Rubik's in the sky looking for VK Salem, but Snowy says, not today, my friend. We're not going to be able to get the clear quite yet, so the ball's still sitting down here on this blue half of the pitch to die for, able to get past one, but not able to get past VK Salen, trying to get that control in the corner. Bigger, faster, stronger. No more boost in the tank, though, which allows Snowy to come up. And this is a counterattack that Limitless might be able to find something on, but VK Salen has other things in mind.
I think the important thing to note was that they got on the other side of the field. It was that first minute controlled by Mobula, but Sweaty really turned that around with the stuffed 50-50 in the corner, leaving it for Sweaty. Leaving it for Snowy, excuse me. They've got similar names out there. But now they've got to transition the other side to die for. No read on the backboard, and the shot doesn't come through either. Snowy is going to wipe the sweat off his brow because he never had to defend a shot in the first place. Sweaty with the 50-50. Leoro moving around this corner to die for. That's all the boost he had. Snowy went up for a 2. Sweaty's got no boost. It's a wide open net. You're joking. The in and out. Finally, a double tap. Leoro scores.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. No boost in the tank for anyone. You saw Sweaty try to go to that far side to hope the big boost pad was there. Not there. Tries to go up and over. Just not able to make a play on that whatsoever. Beautiful double tap here. And this was the type of response that for Team Mobila, they needed to come out here and strike first. Now for them, they're in the driver's seat. Can they stay there? That's going to be the next big question. BK Salem with a fake in the sky, which does allow the ball to drop down in the hands of Sweaty. Off the corner here where you'll see Snowy was trying to come up and keep the control, but that's a big whiff. It's Rubik's trying to move the ball upfield. BK Salem with the shot, and Team Mobila going to be up 2-0.
Too much space here provided on the counterattack. Rubik's, he picked up that mid boost and just had so many options. The dive on the ball was just too short-sighted for Limitless as they get dunked to a lead for Mobila.
Looks like they have potentially awakened the beast over there on that orange half of the pitch. Maybe that one loss, but Snowy doesn't need much time to be able to at least cut this lead in half. Nice little win off the kickoff here. All you need is a couple of boosts in the tank, dropping it under the defender, and it's going to be 1-2.
Every team, no matter whether you're domestic or import, learns the hard way of what kind of team Limitless is. And it's a team that loves to respond quickly. You'll get a lead, you'll have it, but it may be short-lived. That kickoff goal really turns the tides and gives some confidence for Limitless that they have more than half the game to score this next one. However, PK Salem off the ceiling, that's a double tap. Waterfall's off the ceiling, but the dive for prepared for it. On no boost, gets the bump. Out and on to Rubik's. Rubik's out of boost. Snowy clears this away. Leoro, no read on the play. They've got to reset here for Mobila. Oh, missing that ball to dive for us to peel off of it. Play this ball instead. Kicks it back to the logo. Rubik's will not surface it past Sweaty, so we're getting a little bit of midfield play here. Haven't seen a lot of this. Here in game number 2, it may transition to a goal from Snowy. No, double tap won't be seen. And to dive for, that's the wrong way. Sweaty has to reconvene.
Yeah, now going to have to double time this thing back to the defensive end. Rubik's, though, is going to be able to get them to dissipate into a puff of smoke. Nice save there from the dive for, sending it back towards the midfield line. Now past that as well, and is going to be able to get that big boost. Retreating back to the defensive side because of that big old booming clear. Leoro is trying to get the control for the side of Team Mobila. Not going to be able to do so. Now a counterattack from Rubik's. No one in the midfield. This should allow for that kind of that tussle, the back and forth that you and I have been seeing here, Pyro, continues in the middle of game number 2. But for Limitless, they've got to find a way to get down on that Team Mobila side and put some pressure on the net.
Yeah, but still they're going to be fine to hold this one goal differential. I mean, you're seeing all these passing plays that are linking up for Mobila, but the follow-up shot is still not on target. And it's allowing Limitless to really stay in this game, if I've got to be honest. Just over a minute here, and Sweaty, oh, he's too far in front of the play. Snowy just barely cuts that off to die for. Look at how clustered Limitless are. They're trying to space out, but it's really difficult, especially when everyone wants a piece of that corner boost. Shot here from Leoro off the backboard. Set up for Rubik's. He's trying to turn on it and cut off the rotation. BK Salem says, I'm playing third man. I'm making sure Limitless don't have an easy counter.
Yeah, one thing I'm also seeing, man, is how often Team Limitless is getting to the point where you're seeing 3 blank circles on the display, man. They're struggling on boosted time. Team Mobila is doing a really good job with the control. That's a little bit of extra passive pressure. The pass, the score, and now Team Mobila should be able to secure themselves a nice little lead with a now 3rd goal in game 2.
Yeah, you mentioned the boost suffocation, and that's been hitting Limitless hard. You see his Sweaty dives in for that ball. He's never going to get there. Not with 0 beans in the tank. So, 36 seconds and just a goal to the name of Limitless. It's a great read off the kickoff, actually, from Mobila off that cheating player. Plays a 50-50 right into BK. Oh, that's Rubik's hands. Save your medal, though, from Snowy. Rubik's finding the net and the turnaround. It's good. That's a secured win for Mobila.
Oh, this is a nice little play here. You get the pass up. Rubik's able to turn this thing around, and just not enough boost, as you had just been talking about there. Pyro, this Limitless squad, so used to being the fastest squad on the pitch, and right now, they just are not that.
Tough to be fast when you're getting hit hard on the boost management, but that's the case of game number 2. Mobila looking way more comfortable, especially in the second half of this game. They appeared timid, a bit shy, a bit hesitant on their attacks, but I wouldn't consider this team flat-footed any longer. Feeling confident, they're leaning into these shots, and they're connecting really well in the midfield. Mobula with a convincing Game 2 victory to tie up the series.
Yeah, for them, man, remember, they kind of got shut down on their offensive side towards the back half of game number 1. So to be able to really flip the script, you hold Limitless to just one shot. Now, maybe a little bit of copium, you could say, hey, efficiency, one shot, one goal if you're a Limitless fan, right? But when you look on the opposite side, 11 shots on target for Team Mobula. If they can continue putting that sort of pressure down, especially knowing that they're doing such a good job controlling the boost as well, Limitless could be in some trouble here.
Could be in some trouble. If you took a look at those stats, guys, we have one registered shot from Limitless, and that's the one goal that Snowy had. So while the shot pressure was very much in favor of Limitless in game number 1, we have flipped the script, Q. I feel like that is the most crazy and dramatic result that we could see, even aside from that goal differential of just 4-1 favoring Mobula. So this is a very different series that we're witnessing here. We mentioned the confidence, we mentioned the near arrogance from Mobula, the demolitions, the boost steals. Limitless, they've got to find their footing somehow, especially when it comes to just the boost management and maybe getting more than one shot registered.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get shots, though, when you are stuck with your back up against your goal line, man. Team Mobula did such a great job controlling the pitch, controlling the boost as well. You mentioned it, man. Limitless got to figure something out, and it's going to take a real big focus because it's something that they're not used to having to really focus on, right? They're just used to kind of being able to come and just play out here like it's a 3v3 ranked, and they've just been that good in SSA. They're meeting a challenge here from Team Mobula, and now you're going to see Leoro able to get it over one. I thought was going to be able to find Rubik for a nice shot, but dive for it. Does a good job meeting with resistance right around that midfield line.
It's funny, Limitless actually won the kickoff, but then on the passing plays, VK Salen completely cut it off. It's what I was talking about at the end of game number 1. Limitless, they're linking up really well on these passing plays. It's something they love to look for to get that chemistry working. But when they're intercepted, when they're read too well, it goes against them all too quickly.
Man, look at this team play, man. The back pass into the bump from Leoro, which means Sweaty has to try and step up and get there. Not going to be able to get there in time, which just leaves a wide open net. All you got to do is tap it in. And for the boys in blue, all they can do is sit there and look at it. They're now in the deficit. And now off this kickoff, Leoro going the opposite way. A pass to VK Salen, shut down by Sweaty. They're not going to be able to get the clear here, though. Not quite yet, but the dive force should be able to get it as for now.
Still stuck on that last goal because that was Leoro with the near air dribble bump, and I've been keeping an eye on the ranked list, the top 100s, and Leoro and VK Salen were kind of hand-holding each other near the top 50 of it. Once you see Leoro or even VK in those 2v2 situations on the counterattack, look for them to conjure goals in the best ways possible. That was really well constructed. Now on the other end though, Limitless. This is 3v3, so that's the style they want to play. They're rotating nicely, Sweaty off the ceiling, a bit too slow to get it past Leoro.
They are still moving the ball forward here for Team Mobula, though. That's going to be towards the net. Rubik's off the backboard, catches that thing, slams it home. And now Limitless going to be down by 2. Now, of course, there have only been 90 seconds that have expired here in game number 3. But you can't allow a third goal before you score your first.
And for it to die for that bump on the backboard, that might shake him loose. That might wake him up to say, hey, we've got to have eyes in the back of our head, in the front, to the sides. That swivel speed on the right stick has to be pretty high up there because Team Mobula are headhunting the bumps, the demos, the boost steals. So far, it is just too much to contain for Limitless.
It has been really tough for them here. We've been talking about it all game long, but now it is Sweaty looking for maybe a potential strike down on the opposite side, left for to die for, and they cut this lead in half. It doesn't take them but 26 seconds for them to cut it in half, which is big for them. A big response, maybe enough for them to kind of turn things around here in game number 3.
And notice where Leoro was positioned there, very far in the near post. That was actually because he was being headhunted. He had to avoid the demolition and ended up jumping right there. How about the flip reset from Snowy? Sweaty wants to follow this already. Air dribble to the backboard to die for, lurking in front of this play, and a near triple commit for Mobula. They are looking very uncoordinated on defense at times, but the in and out save helps them out. quite tremendously.
Ooh, Sweaty's going to get demoed, which means now it's just going to be a slower attack from 2 players, but Snowy in the sky, able to get a bump as well as to die for, which bought him at least a little space to slow down the counter attack pretty well. Gives them that soul control coming out of their corner here as Sweaty in the sky, looking for Snowy off the pass. Snowy going to leave it off the backboard, looking for to die for, but Leoro does a good job of stepping up into that passing lane. Slows things down, and now it's T-Mobile with the counterattack. VK Salen tries to stuff it home, but Snowy with the save.
And Snowy still posted on the backboard. I feel like that's really important. The positioning prowess from Limitless right now. To die for position in the same manner, but having a hard time holding this ball. Almost lofted it right to Leoro, who nearly placed it in the net. We're in a very similar situation to last game, Q, with Limitless down 1 goal and trying to find that equalizer. Ended up giving up 2 more to Mobula, so this is a really important tone setter for them to turn things around.
I mean, the good news for them is they've got more than 1 shot, and you still got 1 minute and 40 seconds here to play. To die for, looking for Sweaty off the dial-up, not going to connect, but Snow does a good job of moving up to at least keep this ball alive. It's all up to Rubix, who gets enough, but maybe not, as he got to die for with the shot, but it gets sent just enough to go towards the corner. And now a potential counterattack comes into play here for T-Mobile, especially off the whiff that comes across here for Sweaty. A little bit of resistance in the corner will slow things down, but I think for now, Limitless back in control.
And I think To Die For wants to get back in the batting cage and take that shot again. If it was placed far post and fast enough, might have beaten the defense, but Snowy might beat the defense here. Passing play right in front of the net. Sweaty wants to lean into it, but Mobula quicker to the moment. Leoro, long clear. Oh, VK scary here, but Sweaty gets right in front of it. 1 minute remaining. Limitless, they've had their chances in at least the second to last minute. Can they turn them into goals in this final one? To Die For on the stretch, cross court, gets it to the backboard. Sweaty there for the shot. It hits near side. Off of the backboard, stuck in a 2v1. VK Salen up on this, double tap off the backboard. Oh, and the setup for Leoro, it's gold! Baits out Limitless.
And this is just beautiful control here. One to get over Snowy, and then for VK Salen doing just enough to make it so it still stays over top where To Die For was trying to play that thing off the backboard. The ball left in front of the net, and that's going to be a very easy 3rd goal for T-Mobile. Now, I mean, obviously enough time here for you to get 2 goals for Limitless. Sure, you haven't shown it yet, but we got to see it now unless you want T-Mobile to be on series point.
We'll see the midfield pass over to Snowy. He may have even abandoned it because VK Salen had him beat anyway. He ended up with the backflip. Sweaty from the sidewall up high, setting up for the double tap, but 2 from Mobula. Able to contest that. To Die For, shot against Rubix. Follow up from Snowy is beaten by VK, and that should quell the final attack of Limitless. Mobula, it was 4-1 last game. It's 3-1 this time, and they've done a great job of taking Limitless and their fangs out of this match. They'll lead in the series 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for you if you're Limitless heading into this game number 4 here is you do look like your offense was able to turn things around a little bit. You got 6 shots as opposed to the just lone 1 in the last game, but you are still getting outshot by an extra, 50% essentially, right? 9 shots over on the side of T-Mobile. You got to find some way to stop their pressure in the offensive zone. There's been so many times that we see them, even if they're not getting like heavy strikes towards the net, they're just peppering the net and they're keeping the boost away from the Limitless players, which makes it hard for them to try and get anything set up on the offensive side.
And the reason they need that setup is because the way they actually turn goals in is because they put Mobula in bad situations. Frankly, on defense, Mobula have not looked that coordinated, if I have to be completely honest. They've double committed quite a bit. They get caught in awkward positions, rotating near side on post because of the bump attempts. Limitless have done a great job in terms of disruption. The problem is they're just not getting as much chances or time on possession that they need. What I want to talk about, Q, is especially because we haven't seen Mobula play that much, we're still constructing talking points about this team and where their strengths lie. And while I don't think it's defense, I do think it's counterattacks on offense. They look so deadly in that manner. Leoro set it up at the start of the game with the air dribble bump set aside for his teammate. VK Salen on the last counterattack had that double tap setup that left To Die For stranded on the goal line trying to read the ball. That's the most dangerous right now that Mobula are. Limitless have to make sure their transition defense is set well.
Yeah, and that's something that they're not used to over on that Limitless side, right? They're used to just being able to control the pace, and the fact that this Mobula squad has such a good job of efficiency, turning and flipping the pitch, flipping the script, and all of a sudden, you've got to go screaming back. With the fact that they're always doing such a good job on the boost control, it makes it that much tougher. You are going to be seeing an early save here from Zadai Ford, trying to get this ball out of the zone here for Limitless, but Leoro looking for a pass. Sweaty gets a big clear. It's going to be all left to Rubix as the last player back, but pretty easy for them to field it here. A couple of demos means it's technically a 2v2 in the zone. Rubix with a nice little pass. Leoro, though, not going to be able to get enough to send that towards the net with any sort of oomph.
And that's a smart play from To Die For. No boost and no reinforcements on the goal line either, so you've got to slow play it. And Sweaty, of course, has to make a save on the play there. Maybe another save needed to be coming, but BK Salen splits the defense from bottom to top and sets it middle.
And our viewers are really getting to see the Limitless experience right now. Look at the boost every time they're down here on the defensive side. The bars are just empty. They don't have much to be able to make a play. You can't close the gap. It's hard to worry about even making a jump all the way up to the sky, where Team Mobula's been so good at really establishing their dominance here. But it's Rubix going to move this ball forward. Team Mobula now going to be in the lead. Limitless, we talked about it. They need to find an answer. And now with the fact that you're in a deficit, it has to happen now.
Especially a match point, that deficit could grow larger. It's a team bump. Pure chaos on the line for Limitless as they set themselves away from the defensive block.
That is tough. Here you can see screaming across was Sweaty, but bumping into Snowy, which just sends both of them off of their trajectory for the save here. We're about a minute into game number 4, and Team Mobula already have themselves their first 2 goals. And for Limitless, they've still got to find some way out of their defensive end. 5 shots on the orange half of the pitch, whereas Limitless still sitting on a big old goose egg.
It's okay, there's time on the clock here, but you know what? That finish line is starting to really be in sight for Mobula. And this would send a shockwave in SSA, the major representing team of Limitless, having to be taken out in their very first match of Swiss. They can still work against that. There is still time. They really got to change the trend here. There is a pass already up to Rubix. So he's able to contend that away to Die For. Slow approach on this ball, and he's got to beat at least 1 here, but BK Salen, he beats him 2, and BK Salen, another beat, and Rubix, it's open, wide for him to lay in.
Yeah, you can see here BK Salen says, "I'll take that, please," and then leaves it all for Rubix. A wide open net here, and it's 3-0 here for Team Mobula. Now, of course, it's only 2 minutes gone. There's plenty of time for a turnaround, but unfortunately for the boys in blue, they haven't really shown much as far as for their fans to be really encouraged that way might be seeing that here. Team Mobula doing such a good job of keeping the clamps down. BK Salen choosing violence, the demo, the kablamo, slowing down the attack time and time again.
Yeah, but not afraid to slow it down is Rubix on the goal line. He's almost baiting Limitless in. He's saying, go ahead. I dare you to try to attack this ball. To Die For says, I'll take that there any day of the week. Power shot to the net that Leoro gets a save on Snowy up high here. BK Salen does find a teammate on the counterattack. Leoro sets it long standing across the court, and this is really all Mobula need to do is keep batting this ball away into enemy territory and make them have to reset because their defense is shaping up better and better as the series goes. Snowy sets it up high and maybe under this ball to set it in front of the backboard. No, it's to Die For. Right back to him. Lovely setup from Snowy.
And then again, as the team plays all the way around, that really worked. A nice second touch for Snowy to leave that for To Die For. Punches it home and gets them their first goal in game number 4. They are still down by 2 though, Pyro. For Limitless, they've got to find some way to allow that to just simply be the starting point. For Team Mobula, they've still got a lead that they can feel comfortable with.
This one and only goal has been the starting point and the ending point for every game after game number 1. There's 1 point scored in games 2, 3. They've got to break the trend. In game number 4, Snowy beats them on the dunk. Crossing the way to the net to Die For. Still controlling this ball, full boost. So he says, let me take this a bit closer to the net. Rubix, no doink on the play. Snowy gets the better of it, full boost, and steals it as well into that corner on that end. They're trying to control the boost management, but in the meantime, Mobula, they're the ones with the ball.
And for them, they can just simply play keep away. For the last 90 seconds, the more time that you spend on this blue half of the pitch, the less opportunities Limitless is going to get, especially when you just hit a little flick of a wrist like that. And Team Mobula now going to be up by 3.
Oh no, Snowy turning into this, too far forward on the play, tries putting it in reverse and just ends up looking lost on the play. Lost in the sauce or Limitless, Mobula. It's another game where they've kept Limitless's attack at bay. And at this point, it seems to be smooth sailing far from a victory chance. This is just over a minute remaining and maybe a counterattack percolating here to die for. Sets it in front of the net. Sweaty is there to take the shot, but no, it is saved by Mobula, and Sweaty still recovering off of that demo.
Yeah, you can see you had 2 players there for the save. I mean, they had no problem setting up for that thing there. And now for Team Mobula, they just got to get the clear. Leoro's actually to go with a nice back pass to VK Salin, who's got a big old full tank of gas in the sky. Leaves it off for Rubix, who was looking to try and send that thing home towards the net. It ends up being a pass towards Leoro. To die for says, hey, watch your rear there, buddy, as he sends one player into a puff of smoke. That actually allows for Limitless to get the possession, but only temporarily, as now VK Salin looks for the counterattack.
As this series has gone on, Mobula have found their rhythm, nearly their flow state in this match. The first one, their debut of SSA. But maybe they have other things to worry about. Could this be a shining glimmer of hope for Limitless?
I mean, you know, the 10-second rule still tells me that it's possible. Holding on to hope here for SSA, but 21 seconds is definitely not much time, especially when Team Mobula gonna be able to win the kickoff here. You got a full tank of gas here for to die for. You gotta make something happen. A pass ain't gonna cut it there, Chief. And essentially, when it gets intercepted by the defense for Team Mobula, talk about a debut on the mainstream coming in against the Titans of SSA as Limitless fall in 4 games.
The call out, put on postage that there's a new sheriff in town. Team Mobula put away the major representing team of SSA of Limitless and started out with a win. No better debut, Q, than you could ask for.
Oh man, I mean, they just showed so much dominance throughout the course of the entire series, didn't they? I mean, that first game was close when you looked at the stats, but the rest of them kind of looked like this one here on the screen there, chat, with most of these bars very much in favor of the squad of Team Mobula. But I mean, for them, if this is how things start, I'd be excited to see how things end, because this is just the beginning.
Well, that's the comment that I feel like is really important, Q, is that this is, in a way, just the beginning. It's even the beginning of Team Mobula playing in Cape Town instead of Europe. And historically, Limitless isn't a team that really loves to scrim those teams across the seas. Now they really have no choice. I know they've gotten some scrims in, but there will be many more in the future. There will be a learning process and even an improvement cycle, I think, between both teams as they continue to play each other. But starting out the chapter very strong. Altruism is Mobula.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great showing from them in the beginning. You know, we don't typically see Limitless, and this is something that Snowy has said in interviews before, is that how do we keep improving? Or, you know, we've asked him the question, how do you keep improving when you're the one setting the bar? And that's kind of one of the big problems about when they go to the internationals, when they go to the majors, is they're starting to play at a new level. It's kind of nice that there is this opportunity now. But from an SSA aspect, you know, I said when I made my prediction, I was like, no one's really challenged them, not consistently, not to the point where Limitless has had to be worried about something like this. And they've always been able to adapt when there has been a little bit of pressure. Now there's a lot. Now there's something to think about. And I mean, when you talk about the Spanish, they have their own smack them as hard as you can, as many times as you can play style that is very reminiscent of that region. And it's something that's a completely new ball game in every way for Limitless to adapt. It's the beginning of a long weekend here, and so I'm very interested to see how Limitless shake this off. Mentally, they're not used to being in this position. They have never started a weekend off on a loss like this. But credit has to go to Mobula right now. They did a phenomenal job there. Q, any moments that really shone out from the series for you?
I mean, I think for me was just the bounce back between games 1 and 2, right? Because it looked like Limitless kind of did a good job of turning things around at the end of game 1, and you wondered if maybe that might shake the confidence a little bit of a team that came over maybe expecting things to be a little free, you know what I'm saying? But we did see that in the end of the day, they turned things around, and they just looked amazing in games 2, 3, and 4, just controlling the pitch from start to finish.
You know, Pyro, something that I was interested to watch was that game 1. You know, the difference between that, like Q says, and the rest of the series. In game 1, Limitless seemed to be their wonderful, polished selves, whereas Mobula was definitely still feeling like they were warming up. And then the script reversed. Mobula started to hit the shots. They started to link together really well, where Limitless was showing cracks that we don't normally see. There was the team bump that actually led to a goal. There were a couple of overcommits there, and you know, a little bit of physicality between the players. That's not something that we're used to seeing. Where's all this coming from?
A few different things. I mean, the first thing that you could see in game number 1 to tell you that Mobula was not in their rhythm were the missed shots. I mean, I couldn't believe it. All these sharpshooters, all these top 100ers in the 2v2 rankings are missing clear open looks, and going the long route sometimes for open nets was really surprising to see. That was just the start of it. I mean, they worked up from that standpoint, and then they really disrupted Limitless so well. I mean, time after time, we saw this team on low boost, trying to rotate around on defense, not being able to dive into the ball at times. As you said, team bumping on moments, and it's just really impressive, that pressure that could be worked up. It seems like if these two teams continue to match up against each other, the story is going to be about that pressure, because both teams will break on defense. It depends on who can set that up and get the advantage.
Getting the advantage, a big start for the weekend, an important one for so many teams. Of course, being Swiss 3 takes you through to tomorrow's action. Dropping 3 games, though, is going to take you out. We can see a couple of teams already taking their first knocks. Astronic coming in incredibly fast against STM. Bird and Nine Lives, a bit of a link up there, a locked horns battle there in where Nine Lives sitting currently seeded second in the region. Reverse Oreo showing off a great showing against their import counterparts of Drift Queens. And then a couple of games starting to really clinch one way or the other. Elites and Unknown Goats both managing to pick up one. The last 2 games still yet to be decided. So we will update you though on those when we come back. We are going to carry on with the Swiss action going forward. So we're going to have to just see what the next round looks like and how seeding goes out. Of course, Limitless having dropped this game means that someone's got to play them. Mobula, of course, looking to continue with that dominating streak. You guys, don't forget, we always have a driver of the day vote. This is open on acgl.gg/vote. You guys can go and give some credits to who you think is making the biggest impact. Obviously, we don't see everyone in every one of the games. So if you know someone and you're just here to support them in the background, you're welcome to do that. Otherwise, if it was someone from this game that really shone, make sure to go and give them. You get a couple of nice ACGL embers that you can cash in as well. So make sure to have your say. And again, pushing out on X, on Twitter, using that hashtag #ThisIsSSA. We want you to be part of the conversation. So it gives you something to do in the meantime, in the break. We're going to be right back with round number 2 of the Swiss stage.
Get your first goal of split number 2 for SSA.
Might have taken him a little bit of time to get cooking in the kitchen, but it doesn't take long to find the back.
The action continues here in the first qualifier for the second major, so fourth qualifier overall. But everything being reset from the rosters to the status quo, with Limitless going down in that last game. We got all the results there, but I want to just jump in here. Muzz, you didn't really... Oh, sorry, Bromir. You and I sat there. We both predicted Limitless. How are you feeling with that sort of new mentality that's coming out? And what does SSA have to worry about?
Well, Team Mobula definitely didn't pull any punches with that one, and I'm gonna say it first up, I'm hurting. I'm sure there's a lot of people in chat hurting as well. I predicted Limitless to take it. Maybe that was naive of me. The quality of Team Mobula was immense, but I think, this is a learning point here. Limitless doesn't lose often, so losing for them, this is copium. Make no mistake. Losing for them is a lesson that they sometimes need to learn, and I'm glad that they're making that lesson earlier rather than later when it really counts.
I mean, it really does have that long-term impact now where you've got time to fix it. If the first time you go up against an unknown opponent like this is in the grand finals, then you don't want to be making the mistakes that you can learn from. You don't want to wait until the next entire qualifier for that. But let's take a look at everyone else who's been learning lessons along the way. Round one officially done. A couple of surprises here or there, but in general, I'm interested, Q, as to the general feelings of this. Of course, we saw the top game over there. Second one was Astronic managing to take down STM in the 3-0. 9 Lives pushed to their utmost. I mean, they are sitting ranked number 2, and they had to go to game 5 with Bird. And Bird is, of course, the home of Tashao, that 13-year-old prodigy who's coming through there. Drift Queens taking also a game 5 there against Revo. And pretty much everything else. A tight fight the whole way down the rosters.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest surprise for me is just the amount of game 5s, right? I feel like often in the early rounds, we see a lot of sweeps, maybe a couple of 3-1s. And I think that gets me really excited for the upcoming rounds. Let's know that gap should be continuing to close, which means we should be in for some great matches. But also worth noticing, man, I don't know what's in the water, but the Spanish seem to really know how to play some Rocket League. I'll tell you what.
It does have an interesting point that you make there. The Spanish seem to be the weakness of the SSA teams. And I kind of was chatting to Macht when we were watching that game, and he was talking about that brawly style of Rocket League, the ability to hit your opponents constantly. And it's a stark contrast, Bromir, to the fact that SSA is a slower paced game. It sometimes feels like, relying on the pressure, sometimes going for the individual mechanics that turn into a pass or a nice aerial play. How do you think that's going to match up? And is it something that just is going to take some time where we can keep our own flavor, or is this going to have to force a change in the way we approach games?
Look, I think with every introduction of new teams from abroad, it doesn't matter where they come from. When they introduce a new style of play, it gives all of us the opportunity to learn. And as we get experienced with this new style of play that we encounter, we adapt. Because you'll see that the lower ranked teams will start picking up results as well. South Africa is a very aggressive Rocket League playing nation, right? SSA is an aggressive region. You see the demo stats being highlighted very often. So when there is somebody who simply just plays higher intensity faster, sometimes it's a little bit rough to catch. But make no mistake, it is a learning experience, and I've said that a lot already, but I truly stand behind it. I think this is good.
I gotta say, I've always been a big fan of like that brawler sort of style, right? To be able to really kind of put a disruption in what the opposition is used to, especially in a case like Limitless, who's so used to being able to control the pace, right? I even said at the top of that last matchup, I thought that they were going to have to focus on the counterattacks, and that's just because they're not used to having to be matching the kind of the speed that we saw in that last match. So definitely a lot of adjustments for them to make. But if there's anything that we know about this squad, is that they've got the talent to be able to push towards the top. They just got to be able to have the right student mentality and be able to eat a little bit of humble pie now that they've taken that first L.
That's the big thing about like a really good team. You always seem to have something else kind of tucked in the back pocket a little bit, and maybe Limitless has just not been forced to dig down there, so it's kind of dusty and a couple of cobwebs to shake off it, but we'll have to see how that goes in the future. They are, of course, down in the lower one. They're going to be playing against Bird, which is going to be an interesting match. I would love to see the result of that, and we'll have to catch up with that later. But we're heading now into round number 2. And the game we've decided to highlight for you guys is 2 of the teams that we actually highlighted at the beginning. Snake's Den going to be taking on Drift Queen. Snake's Den, arguably one of those really nice condensed South African or SSA outfits that's coming together of Werty, Eliakim, and Ram. And then Drift Queen's on the other side. You guys can take a look at the schedule for all the other ones and put in your own little things. We've, again, got our predictions running in the background. We'll update you on the scores of everyone, but my first round was not looking great, so we'll have to see how I do afterwards there. Snake's Den versus Drift Queens, a local team versus an import team. And Q, let's stick with you. You guys, of course, chat vote is open there. Have your say in the Twitch chat if you're watching this live. Otherwise, if you're watching this afterwards, or you want to have a little bit more of a personal say, head over to Twitter, to X, and use the hashtag #ThisIsSSA and say what you need to, and we might get to feature you tomorrow and on Sunday during the broadcast. Q, let's chat about this match. Snake's Den versus Drift Queens. What are you thinking?
I think this is going to be a banger of a matchup for one. I mean, you'll see as far as the team comparison here, relatively close on a lot of our stats. And you mentioned as far as like having that whole, import versus local scene here. I also like on the side of Snake Den, it's kind of got, the talent of Werty, Eliakim, Ram kind of coming together. I feel like we often talk about it's more about how teams can kind of like gel together. You kind of see that a little bit over on that Drift Queen side as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing go 5 if we're being perfectly honest.
Romeo, big separating factors, the goals and the demos, like that aggression that you talk about. What are you thinking? You're our numbers, man.
Well, I was having a look at the individual stats beforehand. So to add to this, Ram is an incredibly aggressive player. Throughout the entire previous major, he averaged almost 2.5 demos a game, right? So that, for me, speaks volumes. Now that you're pairing with Eliakim and Werty, that is going to be absolutely juicy. Eliakim with his very aerial plays and Werty as a very strong all-rounder. Look, I think we're in for an absolute cracker, and I think you know who my prediction is going to be. But honestly, I am so excited to see that lineup together, and it's going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, I mean, we will get into our official predictions on the desk here, but we have a running tally in the background. And I got to tell you guys, this is very split. Pretty much 50-50 between this roster that's going to be here this weekend. So certainly the reason why we decided to pick this one. Q, what is going to be the difference maker? I mean, this is kind of a mixed bag of the international squad, but the South Africans or the SSA players still not really all that experienced in playing together. Individually has shown their mettle over the years, but they might not have had that cohesion or that time to get it all together.
Yeah, I feel like the big thing is they're going to have to put that extra stress there and really focus on the team play here today. It has to be that way, because we know if there's one thing about when we see the import squads come in, they have no problem working their way around that, right? They have no problem coming in and playing fast and jumping as far as onto like a single individual, like mechanical sort of play. They've got to bring the team play. It's you've got to make sure you've got your runs. And also the big thing for them is they've got to make sure that back end is kept nice and tight as well. You got to make sure that those defensive rotations, otherwise the chance for a counterattack, this is going to be a team from Drift Queens who will make you pay if you leave it open.
All right, you guys have had your chance to get your say in there. The vote is still open, so make sure you're cashing in there. Get some channel points in behind it. But Bromeo, we're going to start with you. You were very venomous in the last one. Confident in your prediction, and who's it going to be?
I'm not confident, because this is the reason why we're casting it, because it is going to be an absolute banger, but I've got Snake's Den to take it.
Snake's Den. And with the score?
Let's say 3-2.
3-2. All right, Q. Who are we waiting for? Who are we backing in this game?
You know what? I think I got to also roll with Snake's Den. I think I'm going to have to roll with them taking it in 4 here. I do feel like the longer it goes, the more of a chance that Drift Queens is able to bounce back. Give me Snake's Den at 4.
Snake's Den in 4. And Q, I'm with you on that one. 100%. Even though we said that the casters will give the actual casters a chance to weigh in with their prediction, but for this panel, it's going to be the way of Snake's Den. Maybe it's just the patriotism behind it, but we seem to all believe that it is there. You guys in chat seem to believe otherwise, though. at this stage, we're sitting with a 62% towards Drift Queens. And so going to be a very interesting showing. Is it going to be the chats or the experts? I don't want to say that right now because right now, Twitch chat, always, you guys seem to be the ones who have it. But we're going to be jumping into our game in just a second right now. I'm very excited to see this match. We're going into Swiss stage number 2. Bromeo, final thoughts. Wait, no, never mind. Hype Chamber's up. This game is ready to go. Swiss stage number 2 here in the 4th qualifier of RLCS SSA. Drift Queens versus Snake's Den. It's all up for grabs here for these two teams, undefeated as yet. We hand over to our casters for this match. And that is going to be, of course, Muzz and Machtfish.
Undefeated as of yet, 1-0 in their first fixtures. The Drift Queens from Europe against the local favorites from Snakes and everything served up right for an epic battle, one perhaps even for the ages.
No, we're all good. We can chat.
Do they take voice from Discord or from video?
Video, I believe.
All right, so I'm just assuming
you
click
guys.
on the draw.
Yeah, we're safe down
This
there.
is the battle of the Titans because one of these teams now have to end 1-1.
I think you can.
One of these teams in the scary parts of the Swiss bracket afterwards, but that's just going to be a bit away for now. It's just going to be about who can start cleaner. And it seems like Snakeston coming out firing hot. Eliakim with the opening goal of just 6 seconds.
Oh, and the perfect pinch pass there coming out from Witty in that corner there finds Eliakim second man running in hot and fast to open up the scoring here in game 1 of this potential best of 5 between Snakeston and Drift Queen there. Perfect shot though there. Machtfish coming out from Eliakim.
Perfect shot coming through underneath Revzi, and now it's for Drift Queens. Just slow everything down, get settled into a groove. Both Crypto and Revzi want to get on the end of that one. In the end, Crypto does make contact. Revzi's still there just to bully the defense a little bit. Now game slowing down. We're just getting into calmer waters. Everything going down the path of control rather than trying to outspeed and outflank your opponent.
Yeah, and Werty there, just passing on that ball here. Revzi wants to maybe, take that play from the Snakes Den book of plays and try to get that corner shot there. But Eliakim, he's going to find a second and a double here. Machtfish, the beautiful play, a long way downfield from Werty, finding Eliakim the perfect pass, the perfect play.
It's a quick little cut there from Werty back to Eli, and he's just going to supply what he always does, a bit of aerial wizardry. It's a perfect touch from Eliakim underneath the crossbar and unsavable for the defense. And apropos of nowhere, it's 2 goals in favor of Snakes, then who, after a bit of a difficult first series against Vendetta Esports, certainly are warmed up now.
Yeah, it's so good to see Vendetta Esports just push Snakes Den all the way, then have such a good time. Their Technic Eagle, Jeff, Potato with a gun, pushing this team here. 2 to the good right now. Snakes Den holding on to game number 1. Yeah, Eliakim almost looking for that hat trick as well. Werty can't win on the near post there. Revzi having to push this one out. A Ram looking to bully them out and defense just a bit. Able to get that ball as well though. So good little bullying against Revzi there, just holding down there in that active defense of Snakes Den, and a bit of a loose ball here in the middle of the pitch.
Bit of a loose ball, but it seems like Snakes then are more than willing and more than able to just take control of it. Crypto doing his hardest down that right flank of his, trying to even double it in. Crypto doing all the work by himself. Who even needs teammates? He certainly doesn't.
Gets himself that small little pinch though onto the wall right and just drives that ball upfield. And as you said, a bit of a solo mission all the way downfield. Makes it 1 goal difference against Snakes Den, and that's Crypto opening up the scoring there for the Drift Queens. And Revzi, Crypto want to beat out Ram. Not really able to do so. A bit of a bump there onto Ram as well, so that physical play getting turned now against Snakes Den here. Can that beat out Revzi? Ram pushing it. Eliakim, does he have Werty jumping after this ball? Maybe get the dunk, double touch. Someone coming in field there. Ram taking out Revzi, and Snakes Den on can extend their lead by 3. Lazy Bear maybe just wide as well. Shots here both sides.
Lazy Bear a little bit too wide, but still the attack from Drift Queens is going to persist to Revzi, who's easily beaten by Werty. And I mean, Revzi is a player that has caused so much trouble in the SSA offseason, roster mania, it was pretty much ensued because of him. Supposed to join 77 blocks in the beginning, and then switching last second to Lazy Bear and Crypto, which then trickled a whole other affair of rosters that needed to be changed just because of Revzy coming into the fray. So he's certainly one that we have a lot of eyes on, causing chaos off the pitch, but now also trying to cause chaos on it against Snakesden.
Oh, Crypto. Not gonna find anyone in the mid then. Again, Revzy hanging in the wings as well, just waiting. Lazy Bear, Revzy going up ramp, getting that demo once again. Crypto looking for that shot. He like him, has to get up with the save as well. Does well to do so. Crypto though, holding on to that full tank boost. Revzy, Lazy Bear all on the same corner there as well, bunched up. Maybe trying to find something here against Snakesden. Pushing it out is Worty. Wants to find Elikem, has Ram underfoot as well. Snakesden just got to clear that ball and get out of their own defensive third. Long ball from Worty here, actually shot on there, but Revzy with the save.
Revzy with the save, now tries to musty it over, can't get it quite to net or to Lazy Bear, but Demosov coming flying in, Crypto the beneficiary, and so are the Drift Queens. Equalizer after a bit of chaos and a bit of carnage in the box of Snakesden.
Yeah, and just those demos are not able to see through the thick of that smoke though. And Crypto off of Lazy Bear getting that goal. We got the equalizer here, Markfish in game 1. Oh boy, it might go the distance. You know, inching closer to that OT territory here. You like him with the aerial prowess going up. Once you get that dunk, Revzy has to push it out though. So close there for Snakesden to extend their lead. And now Lazy Bear with the rebuttal. It's good!
On the counter, the Portuguese will strike past one, and then Ram doesn't quite know whether to challenge or to back off. He backs off, but he doesn't back off in time. Lazy Bear over everyone, and suddenly, out of nowhere, an 0-2 lead overturned into a 3-2 lead in favor of the Drift Queens, who are now suddenly looking like they are in the driver's seat, and Crypto trying to even prolong that one. No bump found though by Lazy Bear on the ground.
Greybeard would say the big moments, they swing on small hinges. Oh, okay, you like him, we see you. We see you. Gets the hat trick there off of 5 shots. Snakesden, they're not out of game 1 just yet.
Snakesden not out, certainly still fighting, biting and scrapping away at the back, but you can see Ram opening up the way to the goal with that demolition, just giving Eli that little bit of time and space he needed for the equalizer. And suddenly, about 50 seconds left on the clock, we are all squared. Even Stevens on game number 1.
And Crypto wanting to flex his aerial muscles. Lazy Bear. There's a Revzy there at the back in case things go a little bit pear-shaped. Lazy Bear wanted to take that shot, but Worty able to put it into the corner there. Like him with a nice pickup. Out to Ram at the back. Wants to try get that pinch corner shot that they seem to be doing well with. No pass though, making it this time, and Worty fighting out Lazy Bear. Nice little pop up there as well here. Someone wanting to get this buzzer beater goal. Who's it going to come from? Snakesden or Drift Queens? Ram and Lazy Bear fighting down that mid mark, but to no avail.
No avail, but the ball still sent, and Crypto, that's a missed jump. He did not quite have the read, and if he only did, he might have been the hero. But on the other end, it's Elikem, hero for Snakesden at the dying seconds of game number 1.
Well, Eli, at least yeah, taking game 1 for Snakesden, unless this kickoff goal here from Drift Queen is going to happen quickly. Might not just happen there, ball's going to go down, there it is. It's down, Markfish, it's down, and that's game 1 Snakesden.
Game 1. It's a hard-fought battle, but in the end, Snakesden able to assert, not dominance necessarily, but assert themselves onto the series with a 1-0 lead. But it all pretty much hung in the balance until Eli decided to shine.
Yeah, you know, Eli, just the casual 4 goals there for those 6 shots, right, as well. Just really strapped up Ram and Worty there into the backpack and carried them. Close game, of course, 1 goal difference here, Markfish. But Snakesden off to a good start here with this 1-0 in round 2.
Yeah, that's a great start indeed. And, I mean, 4 goals from 6 shots on the other hand. Ram and Worty a little bit quiet, maybe a little bit too quiet for Snakesden. You can't try to win series of a strong performance from one player. All 3 of them have to be firing. And right now, Eli is trying his hardest, but will it be enough for the remainder of the series? That is the question.
Yeah, that is the question, right? And we talk about these import teams coming out here as well. And so, you know, a little bit of high ping, but that's okay, right? They play often in EU with all that deep player base and how good everyone is. And so Drift Queen is not out of it just yet. You're heading toward Forbidden Temple, right? So Machfish, you know, do we see the kind of the equalizer here in the series? Do Snakes then extend that lead?
It's all very much in the balance here, Muzz, isn't it? With how close game one has been. Snakes then certainly looking for another strong and quick start into the second game after the kickoff, but they might be on the receiving end of it. Rivesy with the shot, but Werty is wise to it, rotated back in time. I like him with that Psycho touch, just elongating the clearance.
And almost the opener there, coming out from Drift Queens. Now Rivesy again, wanted to flex his muscles, get pushed up by like him. Werty going up for Lazy Bear as well. Meets the challenge, but Crypto underfoot though. And Lazy Bear actually going for the bump as well. Does get the demo onto Ram, so almost Drift Queens again. Bumping out the last defender, looking for that shot. You like him. Wants to get 4 again here and repeat that game 1 though. Doesn't get anything of it though. Ram. Oh, and Crypto with the save.
Crypto with the save and Crypto with the continuation even. Out of his own half, prolonged and helped by Lazy Bear. Revsy, no boost on the tank, misses that one. Or rather, a tactical leave to Crypto, who's got all the mechanics in the world. He's got his teammate as well. Lazy Bear's shot, though, easy defended by a pre-jumping Ram in the Snakes Den defense, who are now scrambling out of their own half and have successfully got it away from danger.
And actually, everyone here on the Drift Queen side all registered in 1 shot there as well. Crypto make it 2 though. So the 4 shots here to 1 of Snake's Den. Okay, Crypto, there it is. Well, they've turned all that firepower into a goal.
He's not a member of the Pulse clan for nothing. That's a beautiful scoop from Crypto, and the second touch over Ram as well. That is just utter and brilliant beauty on display by Crypto.
Yeah, that last kind of bump there onto Ram as well, though. So just Crypto doing incredibly well there to solo that goal in here for the Drift Queens. Maybe they're looking to make it 2. Oh, it is! Oh, Rivesy makes it 2 so quick as well.
There's the Chaos Boy. Rivesy quicker than Werty, above the South African and into the back of the net with a bit of help, of course, from the crossband. Suddenly, the flip of the script has been successful. Drift Queens go down in game 1, 0-2. They go up 2-0 in game number 2.
Yeah, the story just writes itself here, Machfish. You know, we don't even have to do too much here. It's just a beautiful tale. You have 2 teams, Werty fighting off Drift Queens as well. Crypto looking for a little bit more here, and double commit there coming up from Snakes Den. Want to try get rid of this blue offense. Rivesy takes a shot there. Oh, close there as well. No second man coming in as Lycom has to quickly save that one for Snakes Den. Pushing this one long and hard. Rivesy with the clear. They did have Lazy Bear as well, just in case. And so Drift Queen's going to be able to hold on to this beautiful lead for the time being. Maybe make it a 3. No.
No boost in the tank for Lazy Bear to like him. More than ready to deal with it. Werty now though to shoot opportunity. Crypto catches that one out of his own top corner. But he has to do more work to do yet in his own corner. Flicks it high. Werty just aborts that mission. Goes back to his own backboard. Maybe a wiser man for it as he's now in a position for the clear. It only clears it as far as Rivesy. The offense still going on. Rivesy, Musty Flick attempted, but Musty Flick denied by Ram.
Oh, and just so kind of many shots have been taken by the Drift Queens, and just this defense, you know, so rock solid here from Snakes Den. 2 saves keeping out Drift Queen at the moment as well. Just opportunities here for Drift Queens, just peppering this goal box here of Snakes Den as well. Lazy Bear once again wants to get in on that action. Word to keep it out. Now I like him. Can he beat out Crypto? Nice ceiling shot there down for Werty. He's going to clear this ball. We just need a long clear here coming out from Snakes Den. Not able to get rid of this Drift Queen's offense.
Snakes Den not able to meaningfully clear that ball into the blue half. Now Eli has got boost in his tank and 2 people already pre-jumping him though. Rivesy only going to get as far as Werty, who still tries to dunk his way through. Lazy Bear, 0 boost, awkward on the backboard. Crypto to take over from him, but the clearance is not good in the slightest. Shot, though, from Eli. Needs to be on target. A prime opportunity wasted by Snakes Den.
Yeah, and we saw Eli come just completely hot off the trot there in game 1, scoring those 4 goals. Now having a bit of a quieter time in game 2 as well. Just has to get back on defense as well, waiting for Werty to get that corner shot. Ram as well, good respawn in that corner. Lazy, Revsy, everyone just not grabbing onto that ball at the moment. Jack Crypto coming in as well. They do sit with this very decent cushion here, Machfish, and so Drift Queens. But we don't have to stress too much about scoring a third, not at the moment.
Certainly no need to be stressing about that, just keeping control of the ball, keeping control of the field. That's what they're trying to do, and that's what they're excelling at, honestly. Very well controlled game 2 here from the Drift Queens. They didn't give Snakes then any sort of opportunities until now. I like him with a trying with the angle, but still with that surprise shot. No coming through, no beating the defense of the Drift Queens. Crypto once more getting it to the side and now taking control into the sky. He goes. Ram is wise to his antics though. Keeps it out, gets it to the side, and still the Drift Queens are not going down. They're not been scored on here on Forbidden Temple.
Oh, Werty very quickly on defense, just go straight for the backboard and make sure that the read's not going to be good for Drift Queens as well. Pushes this one out though, and unfortunately Snakes Den won't be able to keep that ball up anyway. So 2-0 there. Drift Queens take game number 2 as well. We tie up the series.
We tie up the series, and at the end of game 1, I asked you, Maz, do you think a Eli solo show will be enough for the entire series? I said no, and it seems like Eli alone will not be able to defeat Drift Queens. It has to be a full team effort from Snakes then.
Yeah, of course, full team effort there as well. And just I think for big moments of play there, Machfish, we saw Drift Queens just completely smothering Snakes Den in their own half and in their own defensive third as well. And I just think if you can't alleviate that pressure, and we saw a lot of clears just not really being convincing from Snakes Den and not getting rid of that ball, it's going to really hurt.
Yeah, and the problem coming down to it at the end was just speed. Game speed, decision speed. Drift Queens showing that they are just in the driver's seat right now. They are trying to speed up, and they're trying to speed up to such a degree and to such an extent where Snakes then are really struggling to keep up with it and to make anything meaningful happen. So Snakes then just, gotta speed up.
It's not over just... Yeah, not over just yet. The fat lady hasn't sung just yet.
Yeah, the fat lady certainly. I don't hear anything. I'm just checking if I can hear someone outside singing, but
nothing.
No one singing outside. I can't hear anything. It's 1-0 after 2 games being played. Everything's in the balance. We move to an effective best of 3.
Game 3. And now round 2, 1-0 here. So Snakes Den and Drift Queens as well. We need to see if we like him. He's going to be able to pull things back here again from that fantastic game 1 that he had. Yeah, already Crypto with the ball. He liked him. Good catch. Oh, Crypto fighting for that ball as well. Then Werty wants to send it all the way long downfield though. Pick up by Crypto. Lazy Bear here waiting in the wings though, however. And Drift Queens maybe looking to open up the scoring just again. Yeah, a bit of a long and hard ball there from Lazy Bear, taken all the way into that corner.
Taking it into the corner, but not taking it out of their own half. Now a bit of a scramble in midfield. Ram, clairvoyance paying off, seeing through all the flying cars and flipping cars. Finally able to give some respite to Snakes then. But still, no dangerous shot registered on target. Though this opening minute of game number 3, it has to be said, it's already looking a lot better from Snakes than the entirety of the 5 minutes prior.
Yeah, and Werty just almost slammed that one home. The Lazy Bear having to stretch out to get a save from that one as well. And Snakes then almost opening up that scoring here as well. Werty and Reevesy fighting there on that wall as well. And Lycom wants to take a crack at it, but Lazy Bear keeps him out on the crossbar there as well. Oh, Ram almost sneaked the one home. And just this active defense here coming out from Drift Queens, keeping Snakes then at bay there. Lycom fighting again. Reevesy on the wall there. Looking maybe for the ground pinch as well. Doesn't find anything to push that one and hopefully get a second man. And now this counter. Cut out there by Ram as well as close. Maybe. Oh, decent pass from that Ram though. But that defense keeping it like him out.
Keeping them out as Werty is trying to delay a bit of offense here from the Drift Queens. Eli, does he have the read? It's going bouncing high. He does have the read. Gets it to Ram. That touch on the back, but will just give away and gift away possession to the Drift Queens. Crypto now trying, but nothing really working out in the second game. Loft stop-start. No clear chances just yet by that one-shot attempt out of Snakes then. Reevesy trying to prolong the stay in that orange half. That's a bad clear, and a bad clear really shows. Lazy Bear on the end of that one. Reevesy to steal it home. It's 1-0 for the Drift Queens.
Yeah, and Reevesy off of that wall play there as well. The poor clear coming down. Lazy Bear getting an awesome shot down. I think Reevesy does get the finish there as well. And so decent 1-2 play there, but coming at the hands of Snakes Den's clear. And maybe, I don't know if that's going to be the story of the evening here. Markfish, just Snakes Den, not often able to get a good clear and a good kind of push away from their own goal box.
Yeah, that's the main problem here for Snakes. They're getting meaningful contact out of their own half and using each other, perhaps even to Crypto. 1v3's everything. It's not in. Reevesy will poke it through. But what on earth is Crypto doing on that left ball? That man is feeling himself.
Oh, just has no business being there as well with such a cheeky shot as well. Doesn't fully get the ball over there, and so Reeves has got to finish it up. But, you know, it's a team sport, and so Drift Queens up here by 2. That seems to be, you know, what we saw in game number 2 as well, coming out from this outfit. Oh, Lazy Bear. All right, well, they're opening up the floodgates right now here, Machfish, it seems.
Seal seemingly broken, and unfortunate strikes a Snakes then. The snake that bites, well, it gets bitten itself by the Drift Queens. Unfortunate 50-50 with Ram in the end own goaling that one. It might become even worse. He had Reevesy airborne over 1. Does he get a second dent? Did he get the dunk? He tries, but he will not succeed to get that dunk on target.
Yeah, great to see those aerial mechanics coming out as well from the Drift Queens as well. Crypto over everyone, over the heads with that cheeky bounce. 2 defenders here in the box for Snakes Den. And Crypto says, you know what, I'll just get a nice little cheeky bounce over both of you.
Why shoot fast when you can shoot slow and methodical? Crypto picking his point in time perfectly for that little dunk under Werty and over Eli. 4-0 now, the lead of the Drift Queens. They are certainly running away with Game 3. Pretty much ever since their Game 1 loss here, Muzz, they've not looked back. They don't have a back mirror.
Nope. Oh, well, there it is. Reevesy not looking back whatsoever at all. Through the Crypto assist, I think. I want to see if it was a Lycom or Ram stuck in the box there. Just waiting for the shot. There's Ram. All right. Yeah, but exactly that, right? Haven't looked back as well. No rear view mirror from the Drift Queens here as well. Just, yeah, making short work of this one as well, because they want to go 2 and zip in Swiss as well. They want to find themselves in that kind of a, you know, top 4 position here, Machfish. Oh, almost there.
Ooh, that was very, very close indeed here for the Drift Queens defense, but in the end, I mean, if you're leading 5-0 or 5-1, it doesn't really matter. Obviously, you still don't want to give your opponent a psychological way back into the series. You want to keep them as small as you can. Ram's shot, though, is going to be redirected by a Lycom from the backboard. It may not be much in the way of Game 3, but it will be a huge goal for the mentality.
Yeah, just good positioning there from Ram, right? Just waiting to get that shot on and just finding the Lycom. And so Snakes Den, you still got 4 to go, right? So 1 minute 17 here of regulation. It's a tall order, but, you know, not impossible as well when you get those kickoff goals like that.
And suddenly, we are back within 3 because something happened to Crypto's car that he probably doesn't know about, we don't know about. But in the end, Eli, he simply doesn't care. Second goal here for Snakes, and a quick one. And suddenly,
Oh, maybe more.
you have to be on your toes here if you're the Drift Queens.
Well, you don't just gingerly enter the Snakes Den, Markfish. And so with 3 to go, yeah, they might be able to try pull off an upset.
They're certainly tried, but will they succeed? A minute only left for 3 goals. It's a huge order. Rambo will put one past. And suddenly, we're back within 2.
Oh boy, I can imagine Twitch chat absolutely go crazy right now. Just a beautiful pass there upfield to find Ram Ranch. And so there we go, Markfish. We are within 2. So this is it. Is this destiny? Is Snakes Den about to bring things back here in this Game 3? It's looking pretty good.
Looking pretty good, but still trailing by 2 and needing 1 goal to come sooner rather than later. They need 1 right now with this attack. Ram trying to 50 his way through, so does Verti. They get it to the backboard. Ram is there, second shot taken away. Crypto quickest to it as Reevesy beats out Eli. Once more, speed on the side of the Drift Queens.
Yeah, speed seems to be the name of the game. Oh, close there. Reevesy almost getting onto the right-hand side as well. They like him with the counter. Maybe he's going to be able to throw a few things together here as well. Takes it solo! Takes it by himself! He finds a fourth for Snakes Den. We've got a ball game on our hands.
Got a ball game, 17 seconds remain, and Eli literally nothing left in his tank at the end of that aerial, but he will get it into the back of the net. 17 seconds left, and only 1 goal the deficit. Can they actually do this momentous comeback? Eli up high on the backboard. Lazy Bear, big whiff, Wetty. Beaten by Reevesy. Eli still lurking though on the right flank. Reevesy, that's just going to be a touch inward. Crypto keeps it airborne, but still in a dangerous position. Wetty is there, bounce underneath. Can he keep it up? Ram, the crossbar denies.
Oh my goodness, Ram and that crossbar defense there, Machfish. Oh, Snakes Den, they were doing so incredibly well, but just bringing it back in that game was looking good, right? A 5-4 finish here, the 1 goal separating them. Oh, just not enough time to try force that OT.
Oh, Drift Queens, they are clenching every single muscle that they possess right now.
Oh,
they are
tell me about
thanking
it.
the crossbar. They can't stop thanking it because it just saved them from the comeback. It would have been overtime, and of course we don't know what would happen in that overtime, but still, from 5-1 up, Drift Queens nearly throw it in 1.5 minutes.
Well, what I can tell you is I do like the fight coming at you from Snakes Den as well. They're not lying down to die just yet. Machfish as well. Such a decent showing from them. Would have gone to that OT if Ram had sunk that 1. But here we go. We head in to game 4, Machfish. Everything's still on the line.
Everything on the line, but Drift Queens are a bit more, I think, psychologically still thanking their lucky stars, but psychologically that return from Snakes Den, I think, very, very important for them. Coming into it, you're 5-0 up, you're 5-1 up, you think, yeah, okay, a bit laissez-faire going into the next one, but no, Snakes Den keep you honest, and now they're fully back into it. They don't have that laissez-faire attitude anymore.
Yep.
Snakes Den, on the other hand, they must be kicking themselves that ball didn't go in, instead go against the crossbar.
Yeah, so incredibly close there. And here we are, game 4. Snakes Den, they've got all the morale and all the confidence in the world right now to take on the Drift Queens. Drift Queens just need to be able to close it out here to get the series win as well. Lazybrain with that decent stop from Ram. Eli comes up with this one. He's going to try dribble it the whole way as well. Don't think Werty was there for the few bumps onto Reevesy. Lazybrain with the stop as well. Like him got that shot on, but kept out and kept at bay. Ram almost coming in thick and fast to get that opener.
Ram always getting the opener. Eli, on the other hand, tries to pre-flip into that on Reevesy. His wise to it has been caught on there by one of his teammates and now flicks it over. Werty 0 boost in the tank, though. No continuation possible for the Drift Queens. Ram with Eli looking for the bump, finding the demo, but Reevesy off the line.
Oh, jeez. Snakes Den, they're so close to these opportunities, and something doesn't go quite their way as well. Like him, he's cooking. Oh, just kept out there as well. Not able to go all the way as well. Ram and Lazybear with a little bit of a fight. Cut out there by Crypto as well. And Crypto just in defense, doing such decent work here for Drift Queen. Just keeping out all the shots there from Snakes Den. Crypto, oh, cut out by Lycum. So they like him. Pushing this one forward here. That 4-goal scorer from game number 1. Can he do a bit more here in a very crucial game here for them? Reevesy, Lazybear. Did have Crypto coming in from the wings as well. They like him to push this one out as well. Onto the floor. Caught there by Crypto. Lazybear with the bump. Bit of a physical game this.
Few bumps coming in, but none really effective as of yet. The demo decimates the back half of Snakes Den. Crypto underneath one, still has boosted the tank. Like him off the backboard is going to have to contest Lazybear, but does so beautifully. And the demo as well from Eli. Him open net between himself and Ram, and Eli does all the work in defense. gets a crucial demo, and then is just continuing his way down the pitch. 1-0 for Snakes Den.
Yeah, fabulous demo there, just allowing Snakes Den to score the one. Mugfish, 3 minutes of regulation as well. They're clawing their way slowly back here into the series as well. We haven't seen them take a lead here for some time, so if they can just get a second now as well, it's going to be... Okay, there it is, a second. I don't know, caster curse that actually goes the way of the caster. That's beautiful.
The reverse curse, Eli, again, a sublime touch off the backboard, keeping it just close enough where Werty has the beat. And the second goal, just the logical consequence of that. And now the Drift Queens, who are seeming a bit downtrodden at the moment, having to fight some fight back in themselves as Ram nearly putting in the third.
Yeah, Ram looking for a bit of action then. Drift Queens having to fight off of their backboard as well. Crypto, Lazy Bear, both getting touches onto that one as well. Dropping down. This is a bit of an awkward one here that Drift Queens don't seem to take full advantage of as well. And the slowest shot that would have been as well. Ram with the demo. Lazy Bear with that cut out of the transitional play. Then Werty. Reevesy, Ram fighting again to the nail for this ball here as well. Snakes Den up by 2 though, and so things cozy for them at the moment here. Ram taking this all the way around the bend. There it is, that shot that they love to make, Mugfish.
Oh, and Ram has been eating good, hasn't he? Look at that 50-50. Look how wide he is. There's no coming through him on the backboard. And the ball just drops beautifully as well. 3-0 the lead of the Snakes Den. And that's now the 7th consecutive goal that Drift Queens have conceded without scoring one themselves.
Oh, Ram leaving no crumbs behind here. Just looking for the possession game as he grabs that 100 as well. Reevesy wanting to cause a bit of a problem there in the corner. Lazy Bear as well. They like him going up there quick with the read. Going all the way. Can he get the dunk here? Crypto has to cut that one out as well. And Drift Queens trailing by 3. Not the position you see them in often. Oh, Ram almost scoring in that bottom left corner as well. But Crypto keeping that one out along with the woodwork. And Drift Queens, they need to find something quick and fast here if they want to come back in this game.
They certainly need to find something, but at the moment they don't find anything. Maybe this one trickles through. It does! Reevesy finds a perfect little dunk on his opponent. Or Ram left speechless. And Drift Queens suddenly have something to hope for in this game for. Maybe the comeback is still on.
Yeah, still on. We did see it there in Game 3 where Snakes Den were inches from taking that victory. And so Drift Queens may be able to do the same here as well. This Crypto going up for the ball though, but maybe kept out by Like him having a superb series here of Open Regionals number 4. Crypto, Ram, nice little win there as well. Ram, and you find the second man again from their very decent passing plays from that corner. Seems, I don't know, are they 100% out of that corner? They might be.
Not quite out of the woods yet. Swerty tries to put on more pressure on Lazy Bear, who's been very silent thus far this series. This game with 3 saves though. Been a bit of a difference maker. Not enough though on defense for the Drift Queens. Werty though, taking control, trying to bait in Crypto, gets it over his own teammate. Still passing opportunity to Reevesy, persists. But the pass will not be found. Reevesy comes in. Oh, that's a brilliant fake. Can Lazy Bear find the angle? No, he cannot. Werty dives in between himself and the goal.
We actually only have the 2 saves registered here for the side of Snakes Den, but it seems to be doing them justice. Nice long ball as well. Someone going to go for the double touch there, and Elikom able to put in the 4th. Is that the proverbial nail in the coffin? Yeah.
That is certainly one nail that sticks in deep into the coffin of game number 4. Snakes Den taking a goal lead by 3 and 20 seconds left. It would have to be a miraculous effort here from Lazy Bear, Reevesy, and Crypto, but that effort will simply not come. There's not enough time. Once more, Eliakim fires on all cylinders on offense, and once more, his team does brilliantly well as Snakes Den will take game number 4 against Drift Queens, forcing us onto Champions Field.
Well, round 1 had quite a lot of series they go to game 5 here, Mugfish, and so why not send us to game 5 here in round number 2 as well, where it matters the most. And oh, look at those demos coming out there from Snakes Den. 4-1 there. Just that physicality. We know that Elikem loves to get those demos out here, Markfish. So here we go. Game 5. Drift Queens. They want to try bring it back, but I don't know. Are the stocks hot here of Snakes Den?
Well, the problem with Snakes Den at the moment is that they seem to rise and fall in tandem with Eliakim's personal performance. When Eli is firing on offense, Snakes Den are eating well. When he's not, they are having problems. Right here, Snakes Den able to get Eli online, but it's just a puzzle piece. It's one piece of the puzzle that Snakes Den needs to continuously put in here into this game. Otherwise, we've seen what Drift Queens, what sort of damage they can do to the Snakes Den defense.
I want to say that Ram definitely rose to the occasion, right, Markfish, as well.
Yeah,
so I kind of hear you. Is that kind of
there's a couple of
what's the
words
personal game looking like?
Mark
We like him, but
that
I
gives
think
away his
Ram
German-ness.
really stepped there as well, and when it counted the most, did incredibly well
And he goes
for Snakes Den.
damage, you know, like,
And
you
so
know,
I think
on-
just maybe
on-
Drift Queens, kind of maybe resting on their laurels, not expecting Snakes Den to come out this hot. And so heading toward game 5 here, I think Drift Queens need to get back to what we saw from Crypto and Reevesy.
Yeah, certainly Crypto has been very much the difference maker here for the team of Drift Queens. But again, as with Eliakim, so much of the performance of the team hinges on himself. Whereas when he's bumped out of the way, when he's made useless in defense, that's when Snakes Den can strike Werty with the opening goal of game 5.
Yeah, and I think what we're going to kind of speak about here, Markfish, is just that Rams doing so much of that small integral, work that kind of sometimes goes unnoticed, right? Looks for the bump plates, gets rid of defenders as well, makes such clean passes as well to either Werty or Elikem. And I think that's definitely what seems to be the difference maker here at the moment for Snakes Den.
And that difference maker is showing just beautifully here in game 5. And Eli once more airborne, gets a second touch, gets for the bump on Lazy Bear. Unfortunately, the bump was not connecting, and so the defense of Drift Queen sighs a breath of relief. But will it last longer? Lazy Bear leaving it for Reevesy. No way coming past Eli, who's just had an exceptional series for the most part, as Ram tries to bully his way through. Lazy Bear somehow keeps it out.
Oh, and Ram, he's looking for those shots. He wants those goals. He needs to try go unbeaten here and Swiss at the moment as well, and Werty. Just gonna be able to catch that ball, get in over Reeves. You can't get past Lazy Bear, and Lazy Bear wants to try get that corner pass as well for his own team, make it one apiece, but they can't do so at the moment. Reevesy with the catch there. Werty, Ram, someone's looking here for the double as well with that drop down and just being kept out. Crypto, Werty though, with the quick follow-up. Now Crypto keeping it out there. Can they try get this ball upfield? No counter-attacks here though, being thrown together by the Drift Queens, and now Reevesy. Can he get it for Crypto as well with the touch here? Maybe it's something coming off this backboard. Oh my goodness, and Elikem keeping that one out.
Eli keeping it up, but the second wave has come in. Crypto onto the backboard. No way past Eli, gets a good clear. That one fact that we were lamenting after the opening games. Snakes then able to find clears with intent, clears into free space as well. But the ball coming straight back. Lazy Bear drop down. Eli doesn't have it, but Ram makes sure that ball goes to the side. Again, though, it comes back from whence it came. Crypto against Eli, the battle of the sky, the battle of area supremacy. This time around, time and time again, in fact, here on Champions Field, won by Snakes Den.
Oh, Reevesy and Elikem there as well, just the 50 battle. So good to see here at the moment, and Elikem pushing that one. Reevesy having to jump once again off of that back wall. Try and muster something here together for Drift Queens as well. Ram keeping that one out, and Ram. Oof, yeah, it's so close, right? It's on a knife's edge here, Markfish.
Really is in the balance. It hangs, but Snakes Den are being continuously pushed back. Now finally they break out. Eli zero boost in the tank. Crypto latching onto the loose ball. Ram again, just long clearances left, right, and center. That's a big demo from Elikem, giving himself some space after the crossbar. Werty is there to poach it in, and put it in. He does. Werty finds a crucial second goal here for Snakes Den.
Well, don't mess around with Werty. Hey, he has gone to Worlds. He's been there with Valiant. He's played in the Commonwealth Games as well. He understands how this game's supposed to work. And Snakeskin up, Snakesden, I must say, up by 2. Yeah, Mark Fish as well. They're leaving no skin on the field, that's for sure.
They're leaving everything on the pitch. Snakesden being prime, efficient Real Madrid when it comes to the Champions League, but so Lazy Bear has something to say about it. This is not out of the woods yet. They are still out and about. Lazy Bear finds a great shot into the net.
Yeah, and Reevesy, just that pass out of the corner as well. Bully, and I think it was like him as well. So just nice little kind of bump and play, making sure there's not too much interference and getting that pass out to Lazy Bear there as well. Working wonders here for Ramrod. It was working wonders for Drift Queen, and now Snakes Den through Ram. Beautiful kickoff goal, yeah, working in their favor.
Beautiful kickoff goal indeed. It's a perfectly executed one. And immediately lead back by 2 for Snakes. That's going to give them a lot of confidence moving into the last 2 minutes of this game. And maybe they can even do some more damage here. Worthy of that loose ball. Lazy Bear to make sure it stays alive. Gets it over 1, but Ram slows it down sufficiently for Eli. He's in the air. He's got boost. Eli Kim double tap miss, and Worthy not able to perfect it this time around.
Yeah, almost had perfect drop down for Worthy there as well. But second assault, Ram, Lazy Bear, he's going to want to push this one out here for the Drift Queens as well. Can he muster something when you've got this 90 seconds remain? He has to still get 2. Worthy makes that crucial save as well. Reevesy from the corner. Crypto with the stop and trying to beat out Ram on that near post as well. Ram makes a save. Lazy Bear as well. Drift Queen, they're looking to find something here, but they just can't put the puzzle pieces together. Eliakim's going to push this one out. Finds Ram as well. Nice little pop-up. Lazy Bear. Bring this one down over to Ram, though. Crypto doesn't find that crucial bump maybe onto Ram there as well, and so Drift Queen's keeping out of that goal box. Reevesy downfield. Want to try chase this one as well. Worthy stops him on the corner. Lazy Bear fighting Eliakim. Ram once again kept in the box there as well, making the crucial punt out.
Time and time again, Ram just finds the clearances, has the position, he has the speed over the Drift Queens, where he's honestly, where he is just their kryptonite. Reevesy looking for Crypto on the right flank. Eli, this time quickest to that one. A little bit too dangerous, a little bit too fancy perhaps, tried by the Drift Queens, and that fanciness is costing them dearly. Crypto tries for a pinch. That pinch, though, is only burning time off the clock, and that time is not something that they have to spare.
Yeah, Lazy Bear and Ram both with 4 saves apiece here. And so shows you the work they've been doing at the back for their teams respectively as well here. But Snakes Den should be able to take the series win here. Mark Fish is going to go down as soon as it does. Worthy looking for more action, but there it is. Snakes Den. They take the dub here, and they go through.
Snakesden take the lead after a bit of a blip in the middle of that series. They show a lot of resolve. They show a lot of strength coming back into it, winning the last 2 on the trot against a Drift Queen side that seemed to be a little bit lethargic come the end of the series here, Maz.
I think just also such amazingly tight defense there from Snakesden as well. Ram, are they, you know, I'm going to end up being speechless here, Mark Fish, because Ram did so incredibly well in that active defense to push out ball that was coming down from Drift Queens as well. And it wasn't like saves necessarily when you say he just saved a blatant goal. It's that active defense in the defensive third where he was pushing out any of those sky balls, right? A lot of aerial plays coming down from the Drift Queens that Ram was keeping out and at bay. And so that's the defense that saved Snakesden at the end of the day.
To such a tight game 3. I mean, the 5-0 was incredible. I mean, we were like heartbroken at that stage, and then suddenly the revitalization, the fight back, the fact that, like you say, Ram put on a stellar show from that second half. And it seemed like Drift Queens in the beginning had the aerial game under wraps. They were taking all the boost. No one was able to contest them. And then suddenly the weight was lifted from the side of Snakes then. And whew, really to the last moments there. Mark, at what point did you actually start believing Snakes then could bring this back?
To be honest, their fight back in game 3 gave a lot
Yeah.
of hope for Snakes. Then I feel like even though that Ram got very, very harshly denied by the crossbar, I still feel like that fight bit, the fact that they scored 4 in the trot, the fact that they almost rode it into overtime, really revitalized them, gave them a lot of hunger to come back to the latter half or into the latter stages of that series. And yeah, as you talked about, we've been talking a lot of like him on during the series, but Ram really stepping it up, his positioning and his quickness of thought and his quickness of action, especially shutting down aerial plays in the box from Drift Queens, absolutely vital and elementary for the Snakes Den defense and for the ability to win the series.
You know, Muzz, you've been here with me. I mean, we've been casting together in SSA for a long time. And in the Twitch chat there, it was probably the most wholesome Twitch chat that I've ever seen for an RLCS game. But that Snakes Den account was there and actually telling a little bit of the story about this team. The team then is actually named after Denny, their own personal pet snake. And the whole Twitch chat went, "Aw," collectively. It was adorable.
Nice.
But one of the really nice, there we go, "Aw." But one of the really cool things to hear about was why Snakes Den took an interest in SSA in the first place. And it comes down to Limitless, weirdly enough. When they went across to the majors, they made the connections. Big Sin, of course, was working alongside them, running the Limitless account, and got hold of the Snakes Den side, this organization from NA, and got them involved here, helped them select the team, and really has brought a new flavor here. And how cool is that to see for our region?
Yeah, you just need one person, right, to open up the door here, Ultrism, and everyone else, comes in and sees, oh, let's have a peek. What's going on down in SSA, right? Jenna 6, 9 Lives, and now Snakes Den. And so everyone just wants to see exactly how we play ball out here in Sub-Saharan Africa. And, well, if you ask Drift Queens, yeah, we can play ball.
Yeah. I mean, they played ball, and they played ball hard, considering this was the winner's bracket, effectively, for round number 2 of the Swiss stage. Now we are sitting with Snakes Den, yet undefeated, just one game away from qualifying for day number 2 and qualifying with a great seeding. What a way for this newly formed side to really revitalize and show off what they can do. Excited to see what the future of this organization holds. We have, of course, still got to finish off a couple of these matches here in round number 2. So we're going to go to a very quick break. We'll sum up all that action when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Still 3 full series left on our broadcast for the day. It's going to be, it's been great already. It's going to get even better, I'm sure. We'll see you now. Nearly halfway through the day, and the action has not stopped yet. We've just finished round number 2 of the Swiss stages, and what a tense game there to finish that off. Romeo, we don't get to see your reactions during the games, but I mean, there was certainly a tipping point that came in that series.
Bertie and Eli link up just the way they were supposed to. And Ram, how impressive was he? All those demos that bump in the net to get through that goal. Oh my gosh, I could watch that game over and over.
I don't know if our hearts would do it. Muzz there, you certainly seem to be a little bit worried in the beginning, and then suddenly this resurgence of energy as Snakes Den picked up their game and seemed like a different squad.
Yeah, I mean, they had a cracky game number 1, right? Elikem scores 4 goals, but then they lose the next 2. And then in that game 3, as Machfish was telling us, we see that resurgence, they're bringing it back, but there's not enough time yet. And then I think Ram shoots onto the crossbar as well, keeps him out, right? Game 4 and 5, they right themselves, right? Absolute resurgence from this team. They have that grit and BMT. Ram Ranch, I think definitely the MVP for me, just did so much that quiet work that often isn't on the scoreline, right? You know, it's not in assists, it's not goals, right? Just whether it's the physicality, the bumps and the demos, and those active saves that was all keep out Drift Queens, they're definitely MVP status. Yeah, you know, like him scoring all the fancy goals, right? But at the end of the day, it's a bit of teamwork that helps us Snakes Den get through that.
Well, they were not the only game that we got to see in that last one, the only one that was on stream, but the action continued in the background. So let's take a very quick look at some of those results that we saw from round number 2. Of course, this was still a chance where people were waiting to see. There was no knockouts just yet. Now we're headed towards the knockouts, though. And a couple of interesting players there. Astronic going up 3-0 there. The Unknown Goats managing to take a good victory there over ELI. ELI, of course, being the elites, one of our import teams. And then across the board, pretty much one-way traffic. On the bottom half of it, though, Vendetta struggling a little bit, going down 3-2 to the reverse Oreo squad. Otherwise, everyone going about in a 3-1. So that leaves just 4 teams now in that upper bracket, with Astronics going to be taking on the Snakes, Mobula taking on the Unknown Ghosts for their chance to promote through. On the bottom half, though, we've got 2 knockout matches, Vendetta versus STM and WRG versus Bird. And that's the game we're going to be covering here in round number 3. So there's just a little bit of a general overlook. The guys in the middle, 1 apiece there. So they've still got a way up and a way down. Half the team's going to be knocked out at the end of today. Romeo, any big interesting titles there that you're interested in?
Oh, there's so many, but I think obviously the one that we're going to be looking at is going to be fantastic, but we'll talk more about that now. Reverse Oreo versus the Elites should be fantastic. And look, the 2 elimination ones are always interesting because they do or die. And I think Astronic versus Snakes Den is going to be a banger because we just watched Snakes Den on, and Astronic have also been imperious so far. So those would be my picks to watch because truly they're playing some great Rocket League at the moment.
And that Astronic side, of course, sitting at the 2nd place right now. The only ones besides 9 Lives that is still technically in contention for the world spot. So we're going to be keeping an eye on them just after this. But let's look at this game. WRG versus Bird. WRG, obviously a household name when it comes to Rocket League in SSA. And Bird, one of these fun teams that seems to stick around, but with a really new revitalization. Tashao, the 13-year-old prodigy, now looking to make their debut. And it hasn't been an easy day, Bromeo, to start off.
No, it has not indeed, but very impressive. They went to game 5 against 9 Lives and narrowly going down 3-2. And unfortunately, with that seeding, they got placed up against Limitless very next round. So I don't think that seeing them in the elimination bracket right now is completely fair because those are some tough teams to go against straight away. But I suppose if you want to go far in this competition, you got to beat the best. And honestly, like you said, Teshao is proving magic for this roster. He is very, very impressive. But I cannot say that Gold Ninja and Zeph have been slacking either. They're also playing incredibly well. So expect a close game today because both of these teams have provided a couple of results that we didn't see.
Yeah, I think Bird's going to be very happy that it's not double elim when that's your seeding into this. Literally the top two teams, and by seeding coming into this, going in. Now they've got another one with, again, some experience behind it. And Muzz, you've had your eye especially on one player here from this WRG side. Weecasp and Olympic, obviously well-known names, but Zany, a new introduction to the squad.
Yeah, and I think, it might become the Zany versus T'Chao story, right? Two youngsters that have stepped up here on SSA and are fighting, to try and make a name for themselves, right? And of course, the addition with Weecasper, as you mentioned, to that roster of WRG, Olympic, everyone knows old Olympic. He makes things spicy for us. And then, of course, Zany joining here. And I think hopefully Zany is going to be that linchpin that helps WRG, do the things they need to here, Ultrism, against Bird. So I think we're going to be looking out, closely between T'Chao and Zany to see who really kind of pushes their team forward and who the new addition is anyway that is able to kind of help the both these teams go the distance, right? Unfortunately, both of these teams though, he has 0 and 2, and someone ends up being eliminated, Bromeo. And I think that's sad to see, right? Because on stream, in Swiss now, it's an elimination. Someone goes home. Do you break a 13-year-old's heart? Do you break a 16-year-old's heart? That's kind of a horrible question, but it's going to be the truth.
Well, the truth of the matter is they both at main event and they both belong here because they are truly good at their craft, and whichever way this one goes, we are still in luck for another game because we get to see somebody go through, and that for me is the win out of all of this.
I like that, Bromeo. That's so wholesome. But yeah, you're 100% right. Even just getting to main event, we said it at the beginning of the day, is a massive accomplishment. The fact that a 13-year-old setting historical standards right now, I'm pretty sure very happy that Psyonix did change that entire ruling to allow them to play this. What a start to your career. Even Zany at 16 years old has done themselves proud. I mean, you got to go to school on Monday. I mean, you've just had a whole day of school today and you're still coming out onto the main stage. This is certainly our highlight. We do, of course, also have a chat vote. You guys are welcome to chime in for yourself. Hashtag WRG if you think White Rabbit's got this in the bag. Otherwise, hashtag Bird if you're here and friends with anyone on there. You want to see the revitalization of a team that has had a hard journey thus far. And of course, remember, Twitter, also a place to have your voice heard. Hashtag This Is SSA. We've added, it's one of our new features to the stream. I hope you enjoyed Pyro's top 10 list earlier because, we're trying to change a couple of things up. And of course, that's thanks to Blast making this the only regional broadcast in the world. What a showing that we've got here for you guys. So if you want to, go jump on Twitter, have your shout outs, give your little opinions. We're going to be highlighting a couple of those tomorrow. I'm excited for that. So, gents, we are going to be going into our predictions right now. Muzz, you started off the day with a good streak of predictions, and
yeah.
Are you feeling a little bit better now? Are you starting to get the hang of this roster rumble that we've been having?
Oh my goodness! I think myself and Pyro J, we absolutely cooked through round one there as well, doing superbly well. So a little bit of brag in there, but yeah, thanks for that. But yeah, I think it's definitely difficult during Swiss to try get this right because we've seen so many game 5s as well, Ultrism, come out of it. So it's incredibly tough to get it right, but I did put down WRG to beat out Bird. I think just a little more experience here, coming from the WRG outfit, and maybe isn't going to be Bird's series.
So you're going WRG then on your prediction?
Yeah, I did.
With a score?
3-2. It would be tight, I'd imagine.
Loose game. I
it would be
appreciate
tight.
it. I want to see this.
Yeah.
I want to see this go to game 5. Bromeo, what's your thoughts?
Oh, my thoughts are that Muzz is unfortunately going to be hella wrong. It is Bird over WRG 3-2 because Teshao has proved the catalyst for this team, and I can't see any other result.
Okay, I appreciate that. Give the youngster a chance into this. Hasn't had a good day so far. And I think I'm with Bromeo on this. Sorry, Muzz. You have been a valiant opponent up until this point, but Bird is a team that I would like to see start their career well. I don't want them to lose out on that experience that they can gain from playing as much on this championship weekend as they can. WRG has been a team that has been a little bit up and down. No matter what roster they've had, they've always been hanging on those fringes. And we, Casper, Olympic, and Zany, again, individually good players. But I don't know if the attitudes are going to mesh super well right now. So we're going to have to see how that goes. So give me a Bird prediction there. In terms of you guys are in the chat vote, currently we're sitting at 60% towards that WRG side. So Muzz, that's going to make you feel a little bit comfortable.
Yeah, it makes me feel comfy, definitely. You know, I must say here, Ultras, for both of these teams, though, to get to this point, they both had to get through the lower bracket, right? And so tough time for Bird, tough time for WRG. You know, WRG had to beat Gold Moon and HCL Gaming just to get through in that last spot there of the lower bracket as well. So yeah, tough time through the open calls. They did make main event. So, you know, that's okay. They're both here. But now, unfortunately, 0 and 2 for elimination. I just don't think that's it. You know, someone like Wee Casper has played a lot of Rocket League here, has had a lot of different teammates and rosters and had various success. You know, open calls 4 of major number 2, you know, first time back after a month, and you're already in this position. Yeah, it's not where you want to find yourself.
Well, Bromeo, before we get into the game, I want to think we are dealing with some new players. This is the first debut for both Zany and Tashao. What do you think is, when you look at the leadership of each of these teams? I mean, they both do have some great experienced players. You know, WeCasp and Olympic have seen their side on WRG of big tournament games. Arguably a little bit more than Gold Ninja and Zeph, who have been around Rlcs, but never really made a big foray into the finals weekend, the major weekends. Where do you think that sort of coaching, that sort of comfort of your teammates or the pep talk is coming from? And how do you think you make sure that that person can hold their nerve in the biggest tournament they've ever played?
Well, I think, honestly, that both teams are in a pressure situation right now. It's do or die for both of them. However, Bird currently don't have an org by choice. And that is something that's going to pay close spot on it. Like, I mean, Gold Ninja and Zeph have been around the longest of times, and they're no strangers to this event. They've been here. So
I like how you say by choice, because they did turn down an offer. You know, people have been speaking to them, obviously, as you are starting to make a name for yourself. And that's a very interesting psychological thing, because it kind of alludes to me. The only reason I can think of a team turning down an org is because you're going, wait, we want to prove ourselves and get the biggest offer we can after this weekend. So certainly coming in with confidence there. WRG coming in with the Olympic, shall we say, is a confident player in his own way. He certainly knows how to talk to people. But we are going to be going into the game very shortly. So let's take a final look at that chat prediction. Nope, still sitting pretty solidly at 60% towards this WRG. So
WRG take on Bird, unsigned by choice, 0-2 in the Swiss stage for both. And now one series for survival, and a series that may even end up with
Romeo,
one player having to fight for survival in Wee Casper here for Q.
Well. You've passed the waffle test. Oh,
Most valuable post indeed here for WRG, and as Olympic tries to swoop in, but Bird are ready for any sort of area shenanigans as 2 have taken flight to Chow. Has he got one player with him? Zeph, he goes for the Doomsy, he tries! But Doomsy denied by Casper.
For now, it's going to be WRG. You can see Olympic going forward, keeping the control. Tries to get the flick on in, but unfortunately isn't able to maintain the control. An open net on the backside. If Bird would have been able to flip that script quickly, but unfortunately, Zanny already rotated back, able to get the save there, but Zeph still keeping the pressure on here for the side of Bird. They've been able to get themselves a couple of shots. Both teams looking towards the net early.
Both teams trying to assert the dominance early, and I mean, you can't really blame them with a difficult start onto that first game. Both 0-2 after 2, but it must be said, Bird with the incredibly more difficult run in the Swiss stage thus far, having to face 9 lies in round number 1 and then Limitless in round 2. I mean, if you're playing 2 of the top dogs of SSA, you're sort of automatically down in the trenches.
Casper here going to be able to punch one home for WRG. It only takes 2 minutes here, Max, for them to be able to strike first, and they are going to be playing from the front.
Casper, the man whose house has been struck by lightning, is going to strike into that heart of the flying bird. Maybe redirecting its lightning a little bit like a firebender would in Avatar. But I don't know if he is he really a firebender? Does he have that skill unlocked? Is he that good?
Only time will tell. He looks pretty good thus far. Has the one, and right now WRG going to be able to keep this pressure in the zones, and he's going to get a shot. That's going to sail wide, however, and you can see Gold Ninja gets the big boost. Isn't going to be able to get there before Casper has the pass. The shot over from Zanny, and it's going to be WRG now up by 2.
WRG up by 2. Gold Ninja simply whiffs that ball on the side. Well, doesn't get the carry out of it, and then they smartly place shot by Zaney to the back post. 2-0. I mean, we've talked a lot about Zaney coming in. It's his first RLCS main event. He's another youngster, 16 years of age. And he's certainly trying to make his impact. But Zeph, on the other hand, got to find one. Crossbar down. The bird takes flight.
It's not a bird or a plane. That's just Zeph here. Says, thank you for your cookies. I'll take those. Bar down even. Get a little bit of help from the post. And Bird cuts this lead in half. And with 2:17 still left on the clock, plenty of time for them to still be able to tie things up. But it does feel like if we see WRG find themselves a third relatively quickly, that little bit of momentum they're trying to start going to diminish.
That little bit of momentum is indeed, well, at least that's what Bird is hoping, is they're trying to diminish that. Techao, the young prodigy, moving that ball down the length of the pitch. Casper taking over, only to get demoed for his troubles. Zeph misreads. Gold Ninja just tries to make sure with a simple back pass that ball stays in the orange possession. He made it a little bit difficult there for Techao to take it on. A long clear almost results in an open net.
Casper here trying to go coast to coast. Was looking for a bump to maybe leave that ball still in the front of the net. But now it's Olympic up in the sky. Does stop this counter from Bird. Able to keep the ball down here on this orange half of the pitch as well. Casper gets a bump. I thought was going to leave the space for Zaney. Instead, with the back pass to Zaney, Olympic tries to follow things up. Isn't able to get a touch of it. It's Chow able to get the save as that ball was dropping just below the bar. Casper looking over for Zaney for a pass. Now going to be a little bit more of that fight around the midfield, as it does look like WRG trying to keep the pressure down for this final 60 seconds.
WRG certainly tries to keep the ball away from harm. Casper is going to be quick as no. Gold Ninja gets his nose into that one. Deflects it crucially to the side. Still 45 seconds remain. Techao has got boost. Olympic on the back, but can he get it over him? No, he tries to 50-50. 50-50 goes into the favor of WRG. Fighting to get out of their own half. It's a fake from Zeph, opening up the space. Gold Ninja there. Flick up high Olympic to clear it away.
Right now, low on boost. All 3 players on the side of WRG. Bird doing a good job of starving them here, controlling that thing and keeping the pressure down on this offensive side. Casper sends it towards the side. It's a pass to Gold Ninja, but that's going to sail wide. And with just 12 seconds on the clock, a clear here would be so huge for WRG.
Big chances and big opportunities missed here by Bird. Olympic taking his sweet time, burning time off that clock. Zeph once more putting into the dangerous corridor. Gold Ninja not able to get it on target. Techao with a catch. Zaney is being harassed, but it does not matter in the end. The ball deep in the blue half, but crucially on the ground. WRG survived that ending to game 1.
WRG coming out on top, and it's who else but we Casper getting hit by lightning and then coming in hot into game number 1. Goals, one of them things, assists, one of them as well. 100% goal participation, but the big thing, the defensive side, 4 saves, really shutting down a couple of big threatening shots from Bird.
Yeah, Bird tried, and especially in the end there, you could see them trying, but they never really got anything that was either powerful enough or accurate enough on the target of WRG, where we Casper could just farm the saves, get it into the corner, get into relative safety, and then Bird really got scrambled up in there, just unsure of where to exactly position themselves in relation to the ball.
I think the big thing worth noting here too was for WRG, it's not just the offense that was able to obviously come out on top, having 2 goals versus the 1, but technically getting outshot by the opposition by a shot as well. So, I mean, your defense stepping up, your offense stepping up. It's a good start to things here, but for WRG, we've kind of seen a trend in these first couple of matchups. You win match number 1, all of a sudden in game 2, things kind of flip around. So for them, they've got to keep that pedal down in the metal and see if they can prevent Bird from taking flight.
Yeah, that's certainly their objective, their primary one for now as we head into game number 2 on Forbidden Temple. Can they do it again? WRG coming out with good defensive structure in the end, but now the demo comes through off the kickoff, and Tichao does it! The youngest player to make an RLCS main event, the youngest player to score in an RLCS main event.
And it only takes 4 seconds for our squad from Bird to come out and take flight, put themselves up on the scoreboard, and put themselves firmly into this driver's seat. Zany's going to be able to get a redirect towards the goal off of that kickoff. As you can see, we Casper trying to follow it up off the rebound. At least keeps things down here on this Bird half of the field, trying to play patient on the sidewall. 2 players over here. No boost in the tank for Gold Ninja, but is able to leave it off to Zeph. Zeph, the bump onto weak Casper, but not enough to get him away from the save.
Second goal opportunity here for Tichao, but unfortunately not able to rise to the skies quickly enough. Good opportunity, still ball possession though for Bird. Zeph, double tap, triple tap attempted, leaves it for Gold Ninja. This time to the bottom left corner is going to hit the post, and once more the defense of WG holds. But it doesn't hold long enough, does it, Q?
Not like this. We've all been there, haven't we, Mox? You can see Gold Ninja with the shot. Olympic turns around and just tries to pump the brakes before the ball bumps off of their hood and into your own goal, and now going to be down by 2. There is still plenty of time, of course, with it only taking 44 seconds to find the back of the net twice. We Casper looking to try and make something shake. Olympic off the backboard, but Zeph going to send him to the bench.
Zeph taking to the bench, and Tichao quickly rises up to the skies and gets it into safety on his own backboard. Brilliantly played down the field as well from Tichao, giving Bird a lot of time, a lot of space that Zany's now trying to exploit, though, in the hands of WRG. We Casper's there against the post, and in out of nowhere, we Casper scores 1.
And who else to be able to bring this thing back to a 1-goal game for WRG than we Casper, with the MVP performance in game number 1 sitting at the top of the scoreboard. He's going to try and inject a little bit of life into this WRG squad right around that minute and 15-second marker, cutting this lead in half and giving them more fight in their system.
Giving them more fight is certainly what WRG will be needing in this series. Off the pitch, of course, they've got all the fight in the world, with Olympic being a Twitter main and trying to arrest every single orc that is in the RCS right here. But it doesn't matter that he's trying to rile them up. He's not riling them up on the pitch right now, as well, somehow WRG do not end up equalizing this game right here. Another shot against the woodwork.
That's tough here when you're having to play 4v3 because the goalpost is working against you every single time. Zany with the pass over here to weak Casper, moving the ball down here onto this Bird side of the field. Olympic tries to move forward, but it's the kablamo from Gold Ninja potentially open things up. There's a fake. Zeph's still in the corner. It's going to be Zany, though, that says not today, leaving him in a puff of smoke. And now it's going to be up to WRG to try and relieve some of this pressure with a big clear.
And that back clear not really coming out just yet. Zany again beaten on the flank by T'Chao. Double demo in the center is going to cause a bit of chaos for the defense. Zeph lacks the boost, still has 7. Still flies onto it and gets a shot on target. Credit to him. That bird offense is still forthcoming. That's a wayward touch though from WeCasper. Still the defense is scrambling here for WRG.
Yeah, WRG's been kept up on this back line for quite a bit of time, allowing Bird to play downfield in their offensive third. Olympic sends it to the side. Gold Ninja says, nah, this thing is getting pushed into the back of the net, and Bird re-extends their lead to 2.
The Dab has held on time and time again until there's just one brick that was missing. One crack in the armor is all that Gold Ninja and Bird needed. 3-1 now, their lead here on Forbidden Temple. And it just seems the way, doesn't it, Q, that... And you said it earlier, that whenever you win game 1, game 2, it's just not going to go your way.
It does not seem to be in the cards today here, Mock. That's kind of wild how we've seen a similar story across, well, now our first 3 matchups here in the Swiss stage. Seth able to put up a little bit of resistance, keeping the ball down here for Bird in the offensive third. Olympic looking for the clear, but no boost in the tank, and ends up boosting Gold Ninja into the big pad. Allows him to push this ball back forward for Bird. Zany, nothing left, tries to get the clear, but T'Chao able to step in here for Bird and keeps the pressure.
Still, that's pretty much the sentence of the entire game. Bird keeping the pressure in that blue half. Again, Gold Ninja, this time he whiffs though, baits in Olympic with it. As Zeph gets it to the side, Olympic into the center. It's going to be dangerous for T'Chao to latch onto that one, but luckily he just gets one little block into it. A lot of long clears from Bird, trying to get the ball away from their own back line. Seems like that's the primary way out of defense. T'Chao with a good little bounce off the corner of the ceiling, but doesn't quite have the boost to follow that ball up.
Only problem, though, is WRG still struggling to get this ball clear. That's more time that continues to tick. Zany's going to be able to get past the midfield line, but nothing left to be able to continue with the control. Zeph only has WeCasper to beat, but WeCasper takes the cookies, trying to make something work from one side of the goal towards the other, but unfortunately to no avail. And with a big clear from Bird, that should pretty well seal the deal.
The cookie jar has been fumbled with, but the jar keeps its lid on. The jar is closed. No cookies here for WRG, but maybe a little bit of dessert anyway. So WeCasper tried with a double tap, but denied in the end by the Bird defense. Olympic goes to the skies once more, but that ball only waiting to hit the ground. Bird will equalize this series.
You know, Mox, the good news with the way that the story seems to be going today, with the team that wins the first game dropping the second, we're at least guaranteed a little bit more Rocket League. No sweeps over here on the broadcast today. We appreciate you. But for Bird, you can see on the stat sheets there, all those bars pretty well in favor of them. And even with when you look at the shot counter, I mean, pretty well able to not double up, but 50% more shots on the target. You shoot more, you're eventually going to make more.
I mean, yeah, if you spent more time with the opponents off the field, you're more likely to score. You're more likely to just run away with it, right? That's how this works. But no, Bird actually doing like an amazing job, not just to have the ball on offense and keep possession a lot of the time, but to deny WRG those long booming clears, to deny WRG any sort of respite on their own back line, right?
Yeah, I think the big thing, right, is anytime that they do look for the clear, they get met with that resistance at midfield, which just makes that last half of the field moving the ball up the pitch so much tougher. And I mean, we're seeing WRG trying to get some like kind of team play in. They're going on some runs, able to hit the players on those passes, but right now, especially the rotations from Bird in game number 2 allowed them to play downfield so much and just keep the pressure in the offensive half.
And that pressure certainly the main reason why Bird looked so good, why Bird deservedly won that game number 2. And that pressure is something that Olympic and co from WRG need to break. Maybe an opening goal here for them after the kickoff. No. Olympic tries to be fancy with the ground pinch, but his fanciness is met by the effective defense of Gold Ninja.
I mean, the good news for WRG, they've got the control here early. More pressure as they move the ball upfield. Olympic going to go for the pinch to try and send it cross pitch, but isn't quite able to dial things up. It's Chow looking for a pass down to Gold Ninja to move the ball forward, but Casper does a good job of meeting it right around that corner area. Going to be able to follow up is Zany pushing it over, and you see where Olympic's at. If you get a good pass across, he's got a good look at the net, but the defense for Bird standing tall.
Defense standing tall, but still double commit coming up between Zef and young gun Tichao. Tichao is back. The shot will not trouble him thus far. Nothing though from Bird. It's only been WRG, but Tichao gets good reset. Olympic wise to it and ready, waiting, falling back onto it. Another double commit from Bird on offense. They tried to be so quick. They tried to re-establish that pressure that they had for so long in the earlier game. But that's leading them to panic a little bit. They just need to calm down at the moment. Take a step back. Don't double commit on every possible opportunity.
Loving to see the aggression we're seeing from Bird as well. We've seen a couple of demos. We've also seen a couple of attempts when they're down the offensive zone where maybe they don't get the demo, but it does cause a little bit of discomfort, whether it's the defender having to avoid the demo or the bump or just having to make a different sort of read here. For Bird, it's a way for them to keep that control down. 90 seconds in through the game number 3 here, where the series is all tied up at 1, and we've only seen 2 shots, letting you know that both of these teams really trying to tighten things up.
Yeah, really tightening it up, and also not a lot of possession being forced here by either side. It's always a long booming clear after long booming clear. It's almost like tennis, what the teams are providing us with here on DFH Stadium. Another long shot, no problems for Casper, and a double commit as a result. Tichao though avoids the demo, gets a pass Olympic, second touch up high. It's not going to trouble Zany. He does get a demo of himself though, so maybe Bird can get into another pressure phase. Gold Ninja needs to latch onto it, but has low boost now as a result.
Chow was looking for a bump. I think it was onto Olympic, who was able to fight through it and get the save there. Another opportunity where Bird was like inches away from being able to get enough contact to be able to get that defender away. Chow though says, could Chow puff into a smoke, as we do see another player having to sit on the bench for just a couple of seconds. Zef going to be able to slow down this offensive attack from WRG, and you even see Chow does a good job of making sure they don't get past the midfield line.
That midfield holder locked by Tichao, but if I could speak to Zef right now, in particular on offense for Bird, I'd say stop cutting off. Tichao was like twice or thrice now even that he took the ball away laterally in a very promising situation for his French youngster teammate. Just need to be a little bit more aware of each other, Bird, because I think just from the way they want to approach this offensive spell, the way they want to attack, they've got a more structured approach in comparison to WRG.
I love that pass from Tichao. Unfortunately, Gold Ninja a little too central on the pitch, but Gold Ninja turns things around and says, I got you, big dog. Able to flip it up over the defenders, and Bird going to be on the board first.
And what a 50-50 there from Zef. If you don't cut away your teammate and you can actually do something with the ball, hello, it just work wonders for you. A late goal to open up scoring in game number 3, a game that's been very much dominated by long booming clears and solid defensive stands.
Here's a chance for WRG. Zany with the shot, but it's going to hit the upper post. Olympic able to chase down one. Tichao trying to lead the way like a lead blocker with a demo, but unable to make the connection. The ball, though, still down on this WRG side. Gold Ninja, another demo here, trying to buy the space for this Bird offense to be able to find themselves a second with 75 seconds. You feel if they find the lace once more, that would be a wrap to game 3.
With how this game has persisted, definitely would seem that way. But Olympic and Zany may have something to say about it. Zany trying for a reason, God bless him. It might just work out in the end. Out of the whiff of the century, Zef gets the worst first touch he could possibly think of. And Casper just says, cheers, mate. I'll take that.
And at the risk of sounding like a broken record mock, who else for WRG?
Right.
Casper here to tie things up with just a minute left to play. That's going to keep the pressure down here on this side. Olympic's going to try and close things across, but it's Casper playing back as the third to keep things in the zone as for now. And it's going to be Zany moving it back up. Olympic might be able to look for a pass, but unfortunately isn't able to make a connection.
Tichao, 0 boost in the tank, still tries to get Gold Ninja involved in the play. Overall, Bird struggling for boost at the moment, and Zany trying to exploit that with a high touch to the backboard, but Tichao moved back in time and moved back quickly to get it off the backboard. Now Bird try with it for their own right. Zef No boost. If he had just 20 or 30 there, I think he could have completed the Doomsday.
Oh, Zany with a couple of fakes allows for Weak Casper to push up forward and at least win the 50. And 12 seconds here left. Bird gets one last crack at it in the offensive zone. To Chow up off the backboard. Gold Ninja, but it's Zany off the tip of the tire, sending it towards the side. Zeros on the clock, but Zany has it in the air. Weak Casper tries to get it up out of the zone, and we're going to overtime.
And what is, I believe, our first overtime in our 12th game of the evening here on the main stream. Who will come out victorious? Will it be Bird or will it be WRG? Who will take a match point? Techa trying for Bird. Can he be that jewel in the crown? Can he be that young prodigy here for his teammates? Olympic in defense with a lateral touch. Zeph getting Techa involved. Off to the backboard. Zany is there, and Zany gets a good clear.
Yeah, I think someone was able to actually get a bump on a Weak Casper in that goal as well, so that really needed to be a stop there. Otherwise, a wide open net would have been on the backside of the defense for WRG. Weak Casper leaves that thing in front of the net. Unfortunately, no one able to follow it up, but they do still have the control. Down here on this orange half of the pitch, Weak Casper, one touch, a second, but again, the post coming into play.
Post coming in to be the MVP for Bird once more. Weak Casper taking control. Great pass one. Pass the second as well. Still got 50 boost in his tank. Goes to the ceiling. Weak Casper's got Olympic in support. But Tishao quickly. Great awareness from the youngster to cut in and deny that passing opportunity. Weak Casper still floating about. Double commit now from WRG on offense. But I don't think Bird will be able to exploit any such double commits to their own benefit.
A big ball going the opposite way. Olympic in the sky, gets it up overpass to Chow. The biscuits in front of the basket, but Zeph sends it towards the sidewall. And now a counterattack. That's going to be a Kablooey, a Kablamo, looking for the last demo on the Weak Casper, but Weak Casper a little bit too quick for him. Able to get to the sky. Now looking to try and flip the script, flip the pitch. Zany off the touch. This is going towards the net, but Gold Ninja with the save.
Well, Ninja gets it out, and now maybe Techa to move to steer the ship into clearer and calmer waters. WRG not interested in any such nonsense. They want to keep the chaos factor high with those demolitions in the midfield. Techa misses that one, but Gold Ninja ready for it. Olympic. Oh, that's a great demo from Weak Casper. Olympic still landing there in the danger zone. It's still scrambling in defense. Zany with an attempt of a double touch. Backflip. Weak Casper and Gold Ninja off the line. What are we seeing?
How much of that ball was across and in the shadows, talking about a save at the last second to keep things alive. Literally swooping in for the save, but it's White Rabbit Gaming still in control. Weak Casper has to rise up and at least slow down this attack. And now you can even see pick the pockets. It's to Chow, the over left, a pass to Olympic, and that's going to go into the back of the net as WRG takes the lead in the series 2-1.
And look at that 50 though from Weak Casper. He knew Olympic was in the backfield lurking. He tried to get it to him perfectly, and that is exactly what happened there in the end. WRG take the OT win over Bird, but my god, was it a hard-fought battle.
Woo, man, I'm sweating over here just watching that thing. I can't even imagine the players out there gripping the controllers, and you can see just how close it was here on the scoreboard. I think the big thing you can see for WRG is the offensive prowess, able to come out and really set the tone. 10 shots on a target, 5 of which were by Weak Casper, who was really leading the charge, doing a little bit of everything.
Yeah, Weak Casper is just that player that just swiveling all around the pitch, that is just trying to be the talisman, both in offense and also then in defense. They're trying to do everything as that first aggressor. And most of the time, Weak Casper, whenever danger ensues, it has to do something with him, whether he finds a bump, whether he finds a pass onto his teammate, or whether he just finds the shot himself, right? So Bird really needing to try to shut down Weak Casper at the moment.
I just saw on the replay that save from Zany that sent it essentially to overtime by the tip of the tire, man. Just imagine those two plays, and even the big save that we just saw there from Bird, man. We had so many highlights in that last play. I'm hoping this thing goes to 5 because this has been a banger of a series through the first 3.
Yeah, that series would certainly deserve a 5th one, wouldn't it? Just for those 2 saves alone, Zany in regulation, and then Gold Ninja. I've saved the replay myself because I want to screenshot how close that ball was from going in, because that looked like 95% over the line at least. That's not something that WRG needs to concern themselves with. They won the game in the end anyway, and now they've got match point here on Utopia.
They got themselves a chance to secure things away. It feels like now when you talk about the big scary word momentum, it's either now or never. Because if you give the control back to Birds, I don't think they're going to hand it back over to you one more time. Casper tries to come in for the shot. Zeph with a very easy block, but unable to follow it up towards the corner. It's actually Casper keeps this thing alive. A touch towards the net. That's off the top post as it's not able to drop down enough.
Unable to drop it down, but now Zeph in a 1v1-0 boost against Casper tries to get a 50-50, but that just goes wayward into the opening hands and the waiting hands of a WRG player who sort of fumbled it a bit. The catch not really clean. It's a bit of a back and forth. Both teams tug of war for control still going on, and Gold Ninja getting a crucial touch there.
And then another one there to be able to clear things out, at least towards the midfield line, where Casper is able to meet it. Sends it up towards Olympic, who at least gets a touch to slow down the counterattack coming out of the zone here from Bird. Casper should be able to field this with ease off the back wall, a full tank of gas to try and keep it up in the sky, but the Chow has other things in mind, trying to chase it down in the corner, left off for Gold Ninja, a big shot. Olympic almost able to get there, but not able to get there quick enough as Bird go up 1-0.
Almost, but not quite for Olympic, who I believe was bumped down the backboard as well, by the youngster, by T'Chao. One little bump to displace Olympic, and that's the few milliseconds that were needed for that shot of Gold Ninjas to go through, and he tries again with the ground pinch. Ground pinch, though, lacking both power and direction. Still, a 1-0 lead in favor of Bird. Let's see if they can solidify it. Gold Ninja, it's a great flick over. One Olympic not able to get back in time. Gold Ninja gets 2 goals on the trot.
Oh man, and Bird coming out with the response that they needed in game number 4. You can see Olympic trying to close that gap, see if he can get just enough to send it off the backboard, but not able to get there quite in time. And now with Bird having a 2-goal lead, they have the ability, if they want to, start playing just a little bit more safe, a little bit more conservative, and start burning some of this clock.
A 2-goal lead, a bit of a dangerous one though, especially in Rocket League, where you sort of get lured into a false sense of security. True. 1 goal and then a kickoff, that's all it technically needs to be for it to get a 2-goal lead to just evaporate right in front of your eyes. And Casper trying to put in the first little piece of the puzzle. No luck yet for WRG on offense here in game 4, but what hasn't come yet might be coming down the line.
Zany gonna have to come across and at least send this thing towards the side, slow down the attack from Bird, and actually gathers the control and sends things back into the offensive zone. But it is T'Chao off that backboard pass over to Gold Ninja, but another big booming touch makes it very easy to field here for WRG. But just when it looks like they were able to get the control, it's the back and forth once more. A touch towards the middle of the field. Casper sending it forward, but who else but T'Chao on the backboard trying to flip the script and turn defense into offense.
And I've been so impressed by T'Chao, especially when he's played as a relatively passive deep third man. He's been exerting so much control over the pitch. Whenever Bird have those long pressure phases, it's because T'Chao is always there to just keep possession, get a smart little touch, grab his teammates enough time to get some boost. That's the value that T'Chao brings, and that's a very unexpected playstyle out of a 13-year-old playing with so much maturity, finding his spots, finding his openings, and finding a third for Bird.
Let the young man shine here. Bird now gonna go up by 3 here in this very big game number 4, trying to extend this series to the 5th and decider game. There is still a little bit of time though. You can't let your foot off the gas just quite yet. You got Casper here trying to go coast to coast with it. Seems like they would be the one that WRG would look for a big response in a moment like this.
But that response still waiting. The latter not really leaving the mail station. At the moment, it's still being handled, but it's being handled poorly. It's almost been lost in the transition.
having a hard time getting out of their zone here now for WRG. It's Chow moving up, looking for a second touch, but we Casper with the save. 70 seconds here. And now for WRG, I don't think you worry so much about winning game 4. You just have to start getting some semblance of offense that you can build on going into this elimination game, because as of late, you've been held to just the 4 shots, and I feel like a lot of those came early.
A lot of those shots did indeed come early, and I feel like we've seen it with Drift Queens earlier against Snakes. Then that sort of comeback is something that you can latch yourself onto. That's something that can give you hope. And that's something that we Casper's trying to channel for WRG. No one from Birdry trying to make a save. Gold Ninja 0 boost to Chow turning away. But still, it's 1 goal, and it's 1 goal for the mentality.
It's 1 goal for the mentality, but if you look at the clock, I mean, math tells me that it is possible. You don't even necessarily need to win the kickoff here. The last thing that you can allow, though, is for Bird to come down here into this defensive side and spend too much time. 35 seconds. It is still plausible. Even not even worry about that 10-second rule, but you got to get into the offensive end. You got Zeph, though, able to send it up to the sky. A second touch, a big booming clear, and that should just about seal the deal.
That should, in theory, be it, with the ball being airborne in the midfield away from danger, but we Casper's going to make sure that danger's about to come. Perfect aerial. We Casper down at the goal line as well. Olympic opening the way, but we Casper just a slightly bit too high on his car, and with that, Bird will survive, and Bird will force us into yet another Game 5.
I mean, basically, if you look at the last 2 minutes, things were tied. You just unfortunately allowed for that big lead early over on the side. Well, a decent-sized lead early over on the side from Bird. I mean, you look at the shot counter, both teams recording 6 shots. This is probably one of our closest games here as far as a lot of those statistics-wise, even when you're looking as far as on your side of ball touches and things and keeping that, like, control of the pitch. A lot of a big back and forth. So, yeah, Bird does keep this series going into a game number 5, but I don't think this is anything for WRG to really hang their heads at.
No, certainly not, but it is a warning sign for WRG, I feel
For
like,
sure.
where they, they try to finish a TN game 4, but they simply weren't successful, right? They simply had too much trouble with getting it over the line, and now Bird suddenly have an opportunity to come back here. WRG and Bird both today not victorious or unsuccessful in victory attempts on Champions Field. WRG against Unknown Goats and Bird against 9 Lies. One of them is going to break the curse.
This is tough. I think the one thing that was concerning for me, kind of looking back at that like stat sheet from game number 4, we talked through the first 3 games. Who else but we Casper every time WRG needed an answer? But in that last game, nobody but we Casper was able to get themselves a shot onto target. So that tells me that the support crew from WRG needs to step up in a huge way in game number 5.
Yeah, that support certainly needs to come here for WRG, and maybe it will. Zany having a clear shot opportunity, and Zany absolutely barreling it down the center. Perfect placement underneath the crossbar, 130 kph, and with that, an early goal for WRG.
Ask and you shall receive. The pass and the shot, neither of which coming from we Casper, the support crew, needing 9 seconds here to step up to the challenge and take the lead for WRG. It's an Olympic, moving the ball forward just a little bit more. Zany's going to follow it up and send a shot towards the net, but it is going to be just a little bit wide. To Chow now tries to turn the defense into offense like we have seen them do time and time again over the course of this series. The second touch leaves things in front of the net, but Zany comes in with a big clear.
Zany comes in with a big clear long Gold Ninja. When he gets it up high, so a lot of work defensively to be done here by Bird. Zeph beaten by Olympic. A Gold Ninja low boost for him. McGilly get back to it. He cannot in any sort of meaningful capacity. The crossbar certainly helps WRG, who double their lead in the opening minute of Game 5.
And as the pressure here from Olympic does make a threatening play towards the net, the save comes across, and then we Casper, that's going to be a nice, easy tap in, and it's now a 2-goal lead for WRG. Good news for Bird, though, not even 60 seconds has expired off the clock. So yeah, you're playing from the deficit, but you've got time, and 1 goal simply cuts this lead in half, and you just need 1 more to at least be tied.
One goal cuts the lead in half, but first you have to get onto offense and not concede anymore. Gold Ninja doing well with that second department of not conceding anymore. Now let's see how they can do it on offense. Tichao has an opportunity, has an opening, but Casper is ready for that shot. Not threatening enough on that blue net. And right now, WG once more swarming out of their own half, trying to find pressure in their opponents.
And we've been seeing so far through the first 90 seconds that WRG has kind of adopted the theory of a good offense makes a great defense. They've had 6 shots on the goal, and they've been able to limit the Bird squad to just 1, and even able to limit the trips down in the offensive zone for Bird to be relatively quickly. As I say that, though, they don't need much time. Pass from Zeph to Gold Ninja, and this lead has been cut in half.
It's a perfect pass down from Zeph to Gold, who just gets that slightest of touches past Olympic near the post and into the goal. 2-1 lead cut in half by Bird, and maybe after the kickoff, even completely disregarded. Tichao gets a good touch past one, but unfortunately Casper there to collect that ball from the backboard.
Gold Ninja here can at least send it back to the back corner, but unfortunately all 3 players there for the side of Bird, which means no one in net, and that's a very easy strike here for Olympic. He's going to make you pay every day of the week and twice on Friday when there's no one back on goal.
Friendly fire from Zeph onto Tichao in his own corner, gets bumped off the play. Gold Ninja's touch wasn't the best either, and accumulation of mistakes leading to that third goal of WRG, who once more have reinstated their 2-goal lead. Gold Ninja tries something, doesn't quite work out, but in the end, still Burt with possession.
Birds still have the ball, then moving the ball upfield here as well, but again, another visit into the offensive zone. Hold on, I was going to say restricted to be relatively quick, but they've been able to flip the script, able to play downfield here now, and it's Gold Ninja up in that front right corner, pops it up over Olympic, tries to follow it up with a little bit of extra pressure to allow Zeph to push up and get a touch on it. They're trying to see, with extra people up, see if they can keep this squad from WRG back on their heels until an opening happens to present itself. But right now, it's been airtight defense.
That opening simply not presenting itself. Maybe it does here. Tichao denied on the backboard by Zany, who gets another long clear out. Gold Ninja looking for a teammate, but no teammate is there. One has been demoed, and the other one just too deep back. Casper over Zeph, but Zeph crucially gets a bump in there for the defensive efforts of that Bird squad, who just have about 100 seconds left to score 2 goals. And Gold Ninja will supply a wealthy off one.
Oh, this was nice here. You see Zep just a touch off the sidewall, and Gold Ninja here, just a little bit of the redirect. Zany almost, and I mean almost got there, but almost doesn't count in Rocket League. This lead has been cut to 1, and with 1 minute and 42 seconds left on the clock, WRG probably started to feel the pressure a little bit.
WRG certainly will do that. But Tichao try and get it on target once more. Casper forced into the air, wasting a little bit of boost, but that's not a problem for the WRG defense at the moment. Zany into the corner. Gold Ninja just looks for the angle, but the shot lacks power. Zeph has to collect on his own back line.
Tichao going to be trying to move this thing forward. Zany able to take the cookies, looking for the second touch off the corner, but Gold Ninja sends it upfield, able to get that second 50 with Olympic, waits for the help from Zeph. And it's Tichao now playing in from the backfield, moving forward, able to keep it up in the sky with a defense for WRG. Still stands tall. Both players whiffing here. The Biscuit's sitting in front of the basket, but no one there to bang it home.
No one there to bring it out, and now Gold Ninja has a free backboard to play with. Zany darting up from his own goal line, up to the skies. 0 boost now to his name. Tichao moving in. Does he get the second touch in the center? No. Still boosts a scarce resource on the side of WRG until Casper found that 100, found that big pass and big pad, and immediately the seal has been broken. The offense has been broken.
Zeph here now trying to find the clear. They've got 20 seconds for Bird, And right now, they're back in their own third. Bars, didn't even mean that. It's going to be Gold Ninja, though, moving it forward. Zep follows it up in the sky, but we Casper, who else, I'm going to say it, to be able to rise up and slow down the attack. Zany up in the sky to slow this one down from Gold Ninja. 3 seconds on the clock. Last second desperation plays. Zeph still up in the sky. Leaves it forward here for Bird, but we Casper does send it towards the side where that ball eventually finds the ground, and WRG and a banger of a series comes out on top.
What a nail biter this has proved to be. WRG survive that game number 5 and take down Bird, with the youngest player, with T'Chau, having to say goodbye to his first RLCS main event. But it was a cracking fight.
It was a heck of a fight. You know what? I mean, not a bad way to go out either. Going out swinging, going out with 5, but eventually I feel like just a little bit of that experience really showing through when it mattered the most there in game 5s, when the nerves were starting to get felt, as WRG keeps their Swiss stage alive.
WRG Swiss stage is still alive. 1 and 2 now heading into round 4, but unfortunately, yeah, that's the end for Bird. And Alt, I don't think Bird is the only team that we're going to have to say goodbye to here.
I don't know if he hears us.
Oh no, it's not loading in. Oh no, we lost an Ultras. We see him. He looks confused, but it doesn't matter.
I do gotta agree though, man. It was such a great matchup there. I'm glad we finally got to see us a game 5, and it delivered all the way until the end, Mons.
Yeah, man, it was so clean. It was genuinely like the fact that WRG never given up, but the fact that Bird was also there for a scrap, right? It's a mental thing. We keep saying it time and time again. Rocket League is a game at this level where we're talking about it. It's a game of mentality. It's a game of, do you really want it? And I saw 2 teams that in very different play styles, they both really desperately wanted to win. Granted, it didn't work out for Bird, but that's the mentality that you have to be in. That's the headspace that you really need for those fixtures.
And I think the big thing to keep in mind, you mentioned a lot of young talent over on that Bird side. This is just this is the first chapter, right? This is the starting point. So to be able to come in and kind of, show your teeth a little bit, this is just where you start to be able to move forward from here. Hey, you made Swiss stage at your age, man. Just get back in the lab before Qualifier 5 and see if we might even be able to push into that top 8,
Yeah, exactly. That's the plan for Bird. That's the plan for T'Chau, Gold Ninja, and Zeph, but they are out for now, and so we must go on further into the Swiss bracket. We're going to collect our thoughts, we're going to collect every single result that's been happening, and we'll see you on the other side of the break for another matchup. 2 more rounds to go in the RLCS SSA Open Qualifier 4, and 2 matches with huge implications to follow after the break.
Well, did I not promise you guys a little bit of consternation and chaos? And what have we had today here? Absolute pandemonium between this. The roster shuffles have changed the entire dynamic of what SSA looks like. But that just makes it a little bit more exciting for us to get to watch it. Welcome back here. We've just finished round number 3 of Swiss Stage, qualifier number 4 in Rlcs SSA. Welcome back to the panel here. As we head into game number 4, we've lost our first 2 teams, and we've got 2 teams going through to the finals. Both Mabula and Astronics making a clear run 3-0 and managing to equal up that scoreline against their respective opponents there, the Unknown Goats and Snake's Den. On the other hand, though, we do see Vendetta picking up their first win, a clean 3-0 there against STM, and sending STM as well as Bird down and out of this competition. But I mean, wow, the fights that we saw there from Bird all the way through to the end. Bromeo, that was exciting to watch in the green room.
No, definitely. I was, look, I predicted a Bird 3-2. It was a game 5 nonetheless. And commiserations must go out to a weak Casper Olympic and Zany because they played until the final whistle. So very, very impressed by how they managed to pull that one out, because Gold Ninja and Zeph were looking very convincing. And not to forget Teshao, who, despite all that pressure, was looking cool as a cucumber. So, you know, White Rabbit ultimately coming out on top as deserved victors. And ultimately, I think they deserve that one.
Yeah. And I mean, Pyro, we were chatting about it. We've kind of focused a lot on Teshao for the whole day, but Zeph had some brilliant moments himself, right?
He's good for not just 1 touch, but 2 and sometimes 3, whether it's a double tap on the backboard or the sidewall. And what he's been doing, and what Bromeo clearly illustrated, is that the duo between Zeph and Gold Ninja is something to be really inspired by. So I've been inspired. I'm looking forward to seeing more out of them in split number 2. And again, I do want to speak a little bit, Alt, about what you mentioned earlier on, those teams that do make it through Swiss. Those are your 6 Spaniard starters in SSA, the only 6. And they're all through 3-0, opposite sides of that playoff bracket. What gets really interesting now is how teams finish in Swiss and where they end up on the bracket for how strong Mobula look. Especially, I think people are thinking, oh boy, I don't want to be on that side of the bracket.
Yeah, no bueno if you have to go up against one of them. Definitely not. In the middle of our pack, though, it was pretty much a one-sided affair for each of our squads that managed to take it. You know, Genesix managing a clean 3-1 versus Drift Queens. The Elites taking down Revo in also a 3-1. And then 9 Lines taking out Skibbity. I knew that there was a tough tongue twister in there. And then Limitless, a obvious victory there over Trifecta. Again, 3-0. So we've got all 4 of those teams managing to now move through and have their last chance, or another chance, to get into the qualifiers, each of them only needing 1 point left. And unfortunately, Drift Queens, Revo, and Straskibidi and Trifecta all now sitting and facing that elimination, along with, of course, WRG and Vendetta Esports. So 6 teams left at the bottom, 3 of them going home. 6 teams left at the top, ready to make their push all the way through. And we have chosen one of those promotion games here for us right now. And that is going to be the Unknown Goats versus Genesix. And again, a fight that I personally don't know, Bromeo, which way this is going to go.
Look, this is going to be a tough one. I think it's going to go game 5. That's how close it is. So, honestly, looking at both of these 2 teams and the run that they've had in Swiss so far, Unknown Goats unfortunately getting a round 3 up against Mobula. So Mobula is turning into the boogeyman, it seems. No team wants to go against them, but unfortunately Unknown Goats had to go there. So I don't think we've fully seen what this team is capable of. Both teams are incredibly good quality, and Chrono, Glyphty, and Velocity looking really, really good. And on the opposite side, Daps, Lackstar, and Declan, honestly, just as good. Both have seen game 5s this season, this Swiss so far. So either way, they are both looking good, and both are, looking to keep it up.
I mean, Genesis, like you say, that big South African roster, the people that we know and love, Daps, Declan, Lackstar. If you guys have been watching any of the RSC throughout the week, these are names that came up time and time again. But on the other side, Unknown Goats kind of living up to their name. And Pyro, I want to know what makes this team, because, Chrono, Gifty, Velocity, these are players that we've kind of seen here and around. What's changed for them this season?
What's changed is their third, Velocity. And you know what? They look good doing it. Their one win against Elites is that one loss that Genesis have. So maybe they do, just by the transitive property, have that leg up on Genesis. But I'm kind of smelling what Bromeo is stepping in right now. Genesis are looking better and better as this day goes on. And that win against Drift Queens in round 3, it's looking pretty good. Rebsy can take it down again on that squad, so I'm with him. This goes to game 5. It's a tough one to toe the line on.
I mean, Drift Queens was that team from the beginning that we were we kind of went, wow, this is actually a very potent team. We were going, this could be one of those top 4 teams that we're going, and they've slowly slid backwards. So, Bromeo, that's certainly a mark for this Genesis side, that they can go, okay, we've done this well. I think the common denominator here is how the two teams matched up against WRG. We just saw that WRG side, they managed to win their game against Bird. Unknown Goats managed to take that 3-2. Genesis took that 3-1. Is that maybe an indicator of the matchup here, or is that just another one of the stats that we have to consider?
Look, there are statistics that can support any perspective. Just depends on how hard you look. And I think what we'd find is that you're going to see statistics supporting to and against. I can say that just because Genesis, pulled a 3-1 off Drift Queens, it was later on. Maybe they were just more into their groove. You can say so many things about these teams, but both of them are now on the high side of round 4. They're both looking good. And if we're going to make true comparisons, I think we'll have to wait until later once we've seen a true Swiss result here. But both are looking great. I won't be drawn either way just yet because you haven't asked, but I know that it's going to be close.
Well, let's get into that then. Let's go towards these predictions. You guys, of course, can be voting in the chat right now. Also, don't forget, there is another vote, Driver of the Day at acgl.gg/vote. But let's jump into that. And Bromeo, you didn't want to weigh in. I'm going to force it on you. Who is going to take this?
Look, it is going to be game 5 no matter what, but I just think the way that I've seen these Unknown Goats, especially previously, I'm going to push them for a 3-2 victory over Genesis here. Not for any other reason but history, and just I haven't seen enough from them yet, and I think they're going to hit their stride with this one after a tough result against Popular.
All right, and Pyro, very quickly, who are we going with?
I've been quick on my predictions all day. I'm only averaging 1 loss per round out of all of them. Give me Genesis, though, this time around. Again, I'm riding on that hype.
Yep, I'm with you on that one. Genesis, especially after that victory over the Drift Queens, is a team to be favored. And, a little bit of patriotism coming in there as well. So put me up for Genesis. As for the chat vote, you guys think it's going to be the Unknown Goats by quite a margin, 78% to 22%. But that brings us to round number 4 here in the Swiss stage for the Rlcs SSA. We're going to be jumping into this match. It is, of course, going to be Muzz and Q going to be taking us away on this. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy game number 4, Unknown Goats versus Genesis.
And 2 teams here have secured their spot for Saturday. Now, one of these 2 teams in this match is going to be joining them. The other gets sent down to the 5th and final round. If the results of their common opponents thus far in Swiss show anything, it's going to be that Declan and company from Genesis are going to have to pull up the upset, and we see them early going to be able to get themselves the first goal on the board.
Yeah, just that long-standing duo here between Dabs and Declan here already. Your boy Q opening up our scoring here. Genesix taking on Unknown Goats. Long best of 5 ahead of us here. Unknown Goats, of course, got quite a power team there in Chrono and Velocity, as Pirate J was alluding to. And so Genesix going to have to work incredibly harder to get the WQ. But, of course, Dabs already making that nice early save.
Himself an early one here. That early lead here for Genesix. It's going to be up to them now to see if they can find a way to keep the pressure down in the offensive side. As far as for the Goats, they've got to find a way to get a response here early. It starts with getting this pressure relieved out of their offensive half. It's Laxstar looking for a pass off the cross. Declan was there, but just a step too slow, and Dabs now rising up to the sky here, getting the control with the dribble. Everyone able to get the save.
Yeah, and just a little bit of pressure have been applied here from our Genesix side, at least trying to get rid of Unknown Goats as well. And Dabs and Declan again fighting for that ball. Oh, bit of a long one there from, oh, nice Laxstar. Almost a drop down for Declan as well. Unfortunately, their Q, but Genesix not able to extend that lead there by 2. And we want to see if Unknown Goats are able to fight for this one. Glyph the Moon trying to clear this one from their backboard.
Worth noting here, in the first 75 seconds here, Genesix have been able to get themselves 5 shots onto target. Meanwhile, the Goats have been held to a whopping goose egg here. They've got to find some way to get things going on the offensive side. You can see for now, Velocity moving for a pass. Dabs able to get one touch off the backboard, back and forth, the give and the go, and that should allow Genesix to flip this pitch.
Yeah, still down by 1. Yeah, Chrono looking for the flick over Declan. Can't get it. Declan has to make that save as well. Velocity just following up on that one quickly. No second man here from the Unknown Goats. Able just to follow the one up here, Q. And still down by 1 there. I think Chrono really the only one making too much of a dent there at the moment. Here, pressure. Glyph the Moon. Again, Declan. That duo strong at the back here for Genesix as they keep out the Unknown Goats there. But just as this pressure have been laid down thick by the Unknown Goats as well. The Chrono trying to beat out one. Kept out in again with that defense here from Genesix as well. Oh, close there, but Laxstar now making the save here, keeping them out.
Yeah, Laxstar able to avoid the play. That was pretty well right, and they're all up in their Kool-Aid there. Still able to get the save as well, but the side of the Goats, they're trying to apply the pressure. Kablamo says Chrono on the Laxstar, but Genesix still going to be able to get the clear. Velocity going to try and send it towards midfield where Dabs is lying in wait. It's a pass off the backboard here, but now a big booming clear coming across from the Goats. Declan there to be able to field it to the sky, and you can see now it's a tussle around the midfield.
And that tussle seems like it's been won here by Genesix at the moment. Dabs looking for the near post. Almost there. Glyph the Moon pushing that one out. And so we need to see what can this EU full import team be able to do here. Your boy Q. Seems like the locals, Genesix, just holding them at bay at the moment. Of course, long best of 5 though. So game 1 would be a great place to start, but of course the 90 seconds remain. Maybe a long one into the corner there, doesn't find Chrono, almost pick up that equalizer there, and Genesix still holding onto the slim lead.
And the story's kind of been changed here as of late. The Goats have been able to keep the pressure down here in the offensive third. They've been launching a barrage of shots towards the net. However, Genesix have been able to send each and every one of them towards the wayward side here. Laxstar up, looking for a pass to Declan. Declan a second touch, looking towards the center of the field. The only problem though, Dabs had already committed back to the rotation of defense, and for good reason. You can see able to play downfield, and now Dabs upfield, receiving the pass from Declan. The 1-2 combo connecting for a second goal of the game, and with 70 seconds left, Genesix well in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Declan and Dabs, they make it look easy. They play a lot of Rocket League together, got tons of hours together here, your boy Q, and they're showing Unknown Goats what it means to come down to this region, Sub-Saharan Africa. So with the final minutes remaining here of regulation in game 1, Genesix holding on to this lead now at the moment. They're pushing for a little bit more here. Maybe they're going to go for it though. Velocity has to keep them out. I already see Dabs cycling back on defense. Good rotations here from Genesix as well. And so Unknown Goats not able to apply the pressure maybe they wanted to.
Not quite able to apply the pressure that they were looking to, but they've got to find a way to kind of tighten things down just a little bit. Velocity looking for the second touch to put that thing in the upper corner. It's going to be Lifty Moon off the rebound, and the Goats, with 37 seconds left on the clock, have been able to cut this lead in half. The question is, can they follow it up with a similar sort of pressure and get a second?
Now, when it does take you 4.5 minutes to score here, your boy Q, I mean, do they have enough time to try, get the equalizer and pick up the OT? I would have started with that kickoff here, and unfortunately, Genesix holding their own here at the moment. Ball going a bit awry, though. Oh, Lackstar almost taking that opportunity there, but yeah, Unknown Goats not in a favorable position here in this remaining 20 seconds.
They do still have the ball, though. They were able to kind of send things aside off that scary look down the defensive half. They need to make sure this ball doesn't get cleared. Of course, as I say that, nice play by Declan, sending it deep into the territory for the Goats. Daps does a good job rising to the sky, able to take the cookies from one, pass the second, and for Daps, you just got to find a way to get this ball on the ground, my guy. Declan might be trying to do that here, as now it's going to be Gen 6 walking away with game number 1.
Game 1. There it is, your boy Q, Genesix. They get that dub 2-1 here against Unknown Goats. And I think, big for me, saw Declan and Daps, right? Just stringing that kind of hammer and anvil story together here as they're doing. With the addition here of Lackstar from White Rapper Gaming. Things looking pretty good for them. They want to try get to day 2 Saturday. They want to make that top 8 here within Swiss. And Unknown Goats, I was asking everyone here in the green room, how good are these guys? Chrono, Velocity, what do they have to offer? Pretty good players, but, just seem to have a very lackluster start here in game 1.
Yeah, they were a little slow out of the gates, but it did feel like they started to figure things out towards the back half of the game. Of course, the problem with Swiss is it's best of 5 versus the best of 7 that we'll start seeing tomorrow. So they don't have as much time to be able to waste and make those, I shouldn't say waste, but to kind of allow to dwindle away to make those adjustments. Hopefully they've been able to tighten those things up. If there's been anything that we've seen through the first 3 series, though, thus far, Muzz, is the fact that if Genesix wins game 1, there's a pretty good chance that the Goats are going to win game 2.
Yeah, we saw both these teams beat out White Rapper Gaming there as well, right? And so heading here to Forbidden Temple, Q, is it kind of a, Genesix, are they on a good run of form? Or, maybe the Goats have got something up their sleeve?
I feel like for right now, if you happen to see Genesix come out here and especially really flex themselves in the first 60 to 90 seconds, that might be all they need to wrap up the rest of this series. They've coming into this game or into this series off the back of back-to-back wins. Not so much the case over on the side of the Goats here. So if you can kind of get the Goats to start feeling the woes of playing from behind once more and feeling that pressure, that could be the recipe for success.
Yeah, a little bit more urgency here from the Goats team as well. We saw that goal coming in so late, the remaining 30 seconds in previous game number 1. Declan. Oh, opportunities again here for Genesix as well. Doesn't get it this time around, but we've seen the pass have worked out well just for them. And Lackstar has to make a superb save.
Able to get the save, but the pressure still being put on by the Goats. A shot onto target from Velocity, and the Goats are going to be on the board first. A big goal coming across here, and they only needed 31 seconds.
All right, there it is. So just the opposite of what they cooked up here in game 1, or at least what Unknown Ghost cooked up there in game 1 as well. So I can see what happens here off of this kickoff. Daps in the Declan show. Is he going to be able to go in as well? Cliff the Moon has to make that 7, get back quick. Almost finding that equalizer, Genesix. And close here on Forbidden Temple, but Unknown Ghost still holding them at bay just for now.
Oh, you see Velocity tries to hit the quick bicycle to send that thing into that lower corner. Not going to be able to draw it up. Declan with a pass off that back wall in the corner side, looking for a center. And Lackstar had a good look at it, but an even better save to be able to slow things down. Glifty Moon off the pass from Velocity, and the Goats are now up by 2.
And Pyro J was mentioning here, Velocity, the addition to the Unknown Goats team, making that superb layout there to Lift the Moon. And so Unknown Goats are up by 2 against Genesix. Genesix now finally starting to sweat in the series.
Starting to feel it a little bit here. There is time, though. There's only been a minute as it's expired thus far. So if you're on the side of Genesix, you can get cooking here. If you get yourself 1, that's only 1 more to go until the tie. Your defense, of course, has to make sure that it can withstand the test of time, but it's been the pressure from the Goats that continues to be the story in game number 2. They've gotten themselves 6 shots in the first minute and a half. Meanwhile, they've been able to hold Genesix to just 2 of them things. Velocity almost gets 1, but Declan with the save.
And we see Unknown Goats just shooting here, left, right, and center, your boy Q. And all Genesis can do is be on defense at the moment, here, keeping out the balls that are raining down upon their goal box at the moment. Their Daps trying to string a little bit of an aerial show together. They didn't go too far, however, cut up by Chrono. Now Cliff to Moon for Chrono. Can they shoot you, make it 3? Looks like they're having a fun time here in Forbidden Temple at the moment. Definitely a switch up we saw from game 1, but they had a nice open net there from Lackstar.
That is a beautiful shot here from Lackstar. Opens up from a nice pass from Declan over, and Lackstar drills it home. Cuts this lead in half, and still with plenty of time on the clock. Not only is there time for Genesis to tie things up, but they could even still take the lead as well.
Yeah, that could definitely do so well. We've seen how quickly they're able to do it there from that game 1 showing, and now Daps has to hold down the fort for his team. Gets it over the halfway line as well. He's dribbling the whole way through, though. Velocity has to make sure he deals with that threat and does so incredibly well. Runs out of boost, though, getting off that right-hand wall. Declan now to try to do the same as well. Everyone's up in the air. Everyone wants to show off their skills. Declan, it's close, though. Dapster was close to him as well, so Lag starts to be back on D, though. Oh, it's close to Cliff to Moon. Almost ran it the whole way coast to coast. That would have made it a 3rd. Your boy Q. It's just this back-and-forth action between both his teams.
Oh, a back-and-forth game it is. I thought Declan was going to be able to close that gap and pinch that thing into the upper left-hand corner. But the defense for now continues to stand tall. And now the Goats looking to flip the pitch. Clifty Moon with the goal. And the Goats now up by 2.
Just that loose ball there earlier for Genesis. They should have made it 2 for them as well. They just allowed this to go all the way to the wrong side. And Cliff the Moon picks up that goal. Yeah, 2-goal difference in our round 4 matchup. And this is, of course, you know, your boy Q, the business end of Swiss, right? You want to win here, you have to win here, or else you're going to be going packing.
Yeah, I mean, right here is where it matters the most. This in the next round. I mean, we've already got teams locking in their spot for Saturday and Sunday, and it looks like we've got the Goats wanting to be one of the next squads that locks in their chance as well. I mean, beautiful shot here from Chrono, and with now a 3-goal lead, they've got to be feeling a little bit of concern with just 1 minute and 59 seconds left.
Yeah, the double challenge, they're coming up from Depths and Declan as well. Not able to cut out Chrono, and of course Lackstar not back there either. So 3-goal difference. Unknown Goats having a fun time here of game 2 as well. Depths makes a clean save there from Cliff to Moon as well. But they need to start turning that defensive opportunities and pressure into offense as well. Lackstar wants to do something with this Depths. Declan. Oh my goodness, nice bottom right-hand corner shot.
I love this too. Watch this replay back when Declan gets this pass over, or when Dab sends it over, because Lackstar is sitting there. You almost wonder if Velocity is waiting for that, and instead it's Declan from the side of the field, closes the gap, punches things home, and now all of a sudden we got ourselves a game. Plenty of time here for Genesis to still complete the comeback.
Yeah, and Daps and Declan able to string those beautiful passes together, and Daps almost looking for a 3rd there as well, and a quick counter attack here coming out from the Unknown Goats as well. Velocity almost getting that pip over 1 though. Declan having to fight them back and keep them out of bay from his own corner. Daps from the wall, yeah. Oh, Cliff the Moon already challenging that one high up on the wall there as well. Velocity, Declan, Chrono as well. Physical game this as they're trying to keep out Genesis here and try not to concede anymore here. And you know, they want to douse the hopes of Genesis here as well. You know, and they seem to be doing a good job of it.
Yeah, they're also doing a really good job as far as controlling their...
Alright, so Cliff the Moon here, Daps as well, clock ticking down under our minute of regulation as well. Daps here, Velocity, Chrono, Daps actually got the shot and then Chrono had to keep it out, so almost finding the 3rd for Genesis there. Lackstock, Cliff the Moon. Just a back and forth action here, but I think maybe we find Unknown Goats pick up game number 2 here as well. Chrono looking to go around the mountain there. Almost. Cliff the Moon, 30 seconds. Lackstar. Daps is waiting in the wings. They want to make that save. Velocity has to get back quickly now. Maybe Daps gets it over 1. Can he beat out Chrono? Doesn't get that pop over. It's incredibly close though. Chrono able to fight off Daps there as well. Clock ticking down. We're back, Q.
We are back. Apparently, the internet outage that we saw earlier today has apparently started affecting my PC all the way across the world. But no, honestly, though, you see, as far as the 4-2, the Goats have been able to shut things down when it's needed the most here. At the end of the game, they will walk away with a dub in game number 2. And the trend continues. You lose game 1, you win game 2, and we're at least guaranteed 4 for our 4th straight series.
Yeah, and you play the game of leapfrog, and it goes back and forth here, Q. And yeah, there it is, 1 apiece now in our series. And yeah, the GOATs, they finally woke up, they picked it up, and I think Lift the Moon, they're a big part of that game too, and pulling things together, right? Whether it's on defense or scoring the 2 goals here from 3 as well. Good showing from the GOATs.
Yeah, the GOATs really able to get a big turnaround. I mean, the bars on that screen that we just saw really told the story, didn't they? I mean, everything in favor of the GOATs. And now you can't help but wonder, what does that conversation start to look like over on the side of Genesis 6? Because at times, it didn't feel like their game plan was very far off from what we saw in game number 1. I don't know if they have to necessarily make any big adjustments, but they do need to make sure that they don't drop the second game.
Yeah, definitely, and almost not, they don't need to change up their gameplay, but obviously the GOATs understanding what that game plan is and maybe looking to cut out more depths and Declan action there as well. And if you can do that and intercept a few of those passes, we saw Cliff the Moon challenging a bit early on those walls as well. Seems to be working out for them, and if you can stop that offensive pressure here from Genesis, you can obviously win games.
Well, you know what? Let's go to the rubber match here. Game number 3. Both of these squads have picked up a dub. So this best of 5 has now essentially turned into a best of 3. Zeros are for the scores have been rolled back. 5 minutes now back on the clock. Let's see how this one shakes out and which team can put themselves on series point.
Yeah, and already a bit of a pressure being applied there onto Genesis, but Lackstar's going to deal with that one as well. Over Chrono, not over Cliff the Moon, though. Cliff the Moon sending a nice long one, and Declan has to play it to the backboard. Nice little touch to himself, though. Sends it long, and that shot just going quite wide there from Unknown Goats as well. And just, so pressure, sometimes it comes from all sorts of odd places. Yeah, and you can also score from odd places as well in Rocket League, and Unknown Goats wouldn't mind a decent one. Cliff the Moon finding that demo onto Declan as well. Long for velocity, cut up by Daps, though.
This Genesis 6 is going to try and move this ball up the field, try and keep the pressure, keep the control of this ball, see if they can be the ones that put themselves on the board first. It's going to be Lackstar looking for a center. I think was expecting Declan to be a little bit further up, but it is Dabs who was able to at least keep things down on this side. And Declan looking to try and get it past Lifty Moon, but a big save to send it to wide.
Oh, Dabs almost on the scoreboard there as well. Just kind of good plays from everyone off these backboards as well. Just the reads have been decent off the wall in the backboard. Yeah, everyone's making sure they're not getting any waterfalls or drop downs happening. Not on their watch. Chrono pushing this one nice along there. Daps wants to try to deal with this one as well. Pop down for Declan. You can see the comms is just so clean between these two players there. But Velocity, Chrono equally as good. Want to find Velocity maybe on the touch. Closely, Cliff the Moon almost bangs that one home though. Kept out of bay. And maybe we see the 0-0 OT come on Q.
There's still plenty of time before that happens to draw. I'm sure one of these two teams is going to find some way to find the back of the net. Declan not able to get a connection there, which makes it a relatively easy fielding for Glifty Moon, especially once they get the big boost, getting it past the midfield line. But it's Declan slowing it down. And Chrono moving upfield, playing downfield with Lackstar on the backboard, able to play this thing and try and see if they can get this out of their zone. But it's been the pressure from the GOATs once more, spending so much time down here on this Genesis 6 half.
Yeah, and good intention there from Glifty Moon. Wants to get that pass out and drop down to Velocity. No one's home when they knock, though. Genesis, again, tight defense, just keeping them out. Unknown Goats, though, they want to try break that defense, as you mentioned. Do they understand? Okay. Do they understand the kind of, the playbook or the script book here of Genesis? But that's Daps with a neat goal.
Woo, with a nice little clear towards the midfield that acts as a pass as well from Lackstar. And Genesis going to be able to get themselves onto the scoreboard right around that halfway point in game number 3. They put themselves in the driver's seat here, and now it's going to be up to them to see if maybe they can even find themselves a second. I'm not going to lie, though. Every time we happen to see Velocity on screen, I've been thrown a little awry with the orange car, I tell you what.
Yeah. But Velocity's been doing well, right? They've just been able to push this ball forward. Yeah, they conceded right now and they're down, but definitely a little bit more oomph and kind of action coming out here. Oof. Close there as well, having to make those goal line saves there. Q. Just Unknown Goats, they're working tremendously hard on that goal line here, keeping out Genesis as well. But one to the good still. So Declan, Daps, Lagstar still managing to hold on to the slight lead here. Daps, you had to hit that one. Oh my goodness. And you spoke about velocity and when he's on screen, but how's that one?
That's a beautiful touch here from Velocity, able to put it out of reach for Declan. And we're all tied up at 1. There is still plenty of time left, 1 minute and 52 seconds. Who knows? Maybe we see 1 goal on either side of the field here still left. Daps looks for the flick there to get it past Glifty Moon, but now it's a counterattack coming across. Velocity with the shot, and Lackstar sends it aside.
And Velocity, he's hitting absolute bangers toward the net. They clipped the moon though. There it is. Makes it 2 here for the Unknown Goats. And Genesix just getting a little bit dismantled here at the back.
Nice touch from Velocity. Basically centers this thing up. There's not much that Glifty Moon has to do from there, but simply slam that thing home off of the backboard. And now they play from the driver's seat here. The Goats up with 94 seconds left on the clock. Declan, though, says, I want to go the opposite way with this thing. Lagstar was looking for the demo. If they would have got it, that would have been a wide open net. But instead, the save comes across.
Yeah, and I almost thought, Lagstar and Declan were going to get caught in their defensive rotations on the corner. Then Dapsity saved the day, cutting out that pass and play there. Velocity? What? Velocity? Okay, gets past 2, though. Solo air dribble the whole way.
Just look at this, fields it off the sidewall, sends it towards the neck, and even though Lagstar gets a nose on it, able to get the second touch. And now for the Goats, up by 2. Their defense just has to put the clamps down because there's only 73 seconds left.
And Velocity, he's doing the cooking here today. Up once again. Can he get another drop-down touch as well? Looks at the double. Okay! There it is. Your boy.
Put it on a highlight reel. Velocity going coast to coast. The double tap, dropping it down low. The way you love to see. And the Goats are now up by 3.
Yeah, and Pyro J, he's looking for that next top 10 clips. I think Q and Velocity, he's going to have to make a feature.
Gonna have to. They're putting on a clinic here in game number 3, really leading from the front. The hat trick off of 6 shots, an assist to go with it as well. So 100% goal participation, and it's gonna be up to Genesix here, maybe to just get a little bit of a glimpse of offense going here. I feel like with 42 seconds left, the math just ain't mathing to me. You've got to find some way to at least build up a little bit of pressure, a little bit of confidence heading into a 4th game.
Yeah, definitely. All the confidence now on the side of the Goats. They seem to be sitting real pretty now in this game here as well. Lagstar, Dabs just hanging out on the wall here to make that save as well. But they need to string a few more things together. How do you turn this defense into pressure that counts? Right, they're just opportunities that aren't really working out for Genesix at the moment. And Glifty, it's such a long shot all the way downfield there. Well, imagine Velocity beat out Dabs. They would have put in a 5th in, but it doesn't seem to matter now at the moment. There we go. They get that 5th in. They get the nail in the coffin. They win game 3. Well, there it is. Unknown Goats. They take down Genesix here in game 3 when it counts, and they want to close out Swiss here as well. And so 6 seconds remaining, and Genesix, they're in a spot of trouble here at the moment. They need to be able to find a way to come back here against Unknown Goats. It was the Velocity game in 3 here. 7 shots, gets the hat trick. That's Velocity for you. So your boy Q, Unknown Goats, they take the dub.
What a big game for them there, man. 5-1, being able to find that big one there towards the end as well, out shooting the opposition. I mean, Velocity by himself matched the shot total from Genesix. So that just tells you the type of pressure that the Goats had across the board as their squad here. So for them, they put themselves on the series point, and Genesix has to take this little minute in between the series games here, try and find some way to turn this thing around.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams are also incredibly close here in Swiss, right? We've got Genesix in 6th and Unknown Goats in 7. So it's just, they're both sitting here round 4. You have to win this, right, to make it count and get in top 8 here, your boy Q. And so, the Goats, they really want that top 8.
They want it. They are now knocking on the doorsteps. One more game secures them into Saturday, and then one more series secures themselves into a championship Sunday. So they're definitely on the verge, but they got to make sure that they can still seal the deal. If there's anything that we do know about this Genesix squad, they're bringing the heat, they're bringing the noise, they're bringing the funk. They do have the ability to score in bunches if you give them the opportunity.
Yeah, and you can't give them that opportunity, right? You can't allow too much space to pull off those fancy tricks, right? Where they're bringing around the bend, or you get the depths passing out to Declan Show, right? Lackstar doing pretty well third, man. He's making those saves here, but just seems that velocity, able to shoot and score from anywhere, right? He gets high up in the air. He runs those solo aerials. He seems to be able to dunk on 2 players as well, which is fantastic. Michael Jordan here of Rocket League. And yeah, serious point. Here we go.
And that last game, I mean, it really was. It was the velocity show, leading from the front, the hat trick as well. And it feels like for the side of the GOATs, the way that the end of that series went, if they are able to put themselves in a lead, I think they just ride that wave all the way into the end.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case now. I want to see Genesis score early. I want to see them try hold the lead. Yeah, I want to see what they can do when they get rid of velocity or Cliff to Moon. Kind of, we see those long passing plays where, there's already a second man that's high up and he's looking for that kind of pass and dunk. We almost sort of think catch our dabs there when Cliff to Moon passed to velocity. And so a lot of, I don't know, long balls, Genesis allowing unknown GOATs just to make such maybe passing plays where you can cover 80% of the field and it's undealt with. And, Genesis need to kind of pull their socks up around that, right?
Yeah, they've definitely been giving them the space, right? Because you give a big boom and clear to the other side, you're essentially giving that possession to the opposite team.
Yeah,
and then what happens is you're moving into their half of the field and they're going the opposite way with it. You have to hope that you still have enough gas in the tank to be able to turn around and close that gap from there as well. I know we probably have a couple of people in chat wondering, why are these 2 dudes still waffling up here on the screen? We do have a player that has disconnected though, so we are waiting for them to get back into the lobby. I promise you, y'all, even though y'all think casters are able to start up the game, as soon as they're ready, we're going to hit the pitch.
Yeah, and everyone kind of wonders, casters love to hear the sound of their own voice cue, and sometimes there's pretty good reasons for that. But maybe we'll just check out a couple other scores here while we're kind of chilling. So we've got Elites, they've won first game against Snakes there. We've got Limitless, 2-1 against 9 Lives there. Drift Queens, WRG 1-0 at the moment. Stress Skibbity 1-0 as well. And Reverse Oreo. Do we expect Trifecta to have lost their queue? They went down 3-0.
Oh, man, imagine for Trifecta to fall 3 straight in a row after having a banger of a series to start your day and walking away with a dub. That would be incredibly tough. But you know what? Sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles, whether it's an Oreo, a Chips Ahoy, or what. Sometimes you just got to deal with what's given to you,
Yeah, and Reverse Oreo, right? That's actually a big win for them, right? I mean, that's Nitro, Zyro, and Strutic taking down Kexi, Friction, and Akaya. And Trifecta, yeah, that's not how you want to go down, especially a big 0-3 loss as well.
And now you wonder, as far as coming down this home stretch, which of these teams is able to kind of turn things around? You mentioned some of these teams kind of already finding themselves in a little bit of a hole. It does look like the Trifecta is officially across here now that one is indeed going to be an 0-3 for them. That's a very unfortunate for them. Reverse Oreo is indeed going to be locking themselves into Saturday. They're our first squad to do so. And potentially, if we happen to see, the GOATs win here, they're going to be another one that's going to get us up to 4 as far as for tomorrow's top 8.
Yeah, and another team, finding themselves in a bit of a hairy position here. Drift Queens taking on WRG, and WRG, they cannot lose your queue, or they're also going to be heading out to Swiss.
Yeah, this is the tough part once you lose those first 2, man. You have yourself your back against the wall, and you don't have like that extra life the way that these 2 teams that we are watching here have, because they won the first 2, right? So for WRG, even though we saw them, they had a heck of a fight in that last series that we saw on stream. They're going to have to find some way to not only turn it around in a similar fashion, but make sure they do indeed walk away with that dub.
Yeah, it's definitely Swiss is not for the timid at heart here. I think Q is, we see some definitely, crazy things happen. Vendetta Esports, I mean, they beat STM 3-0 in that round 3. They've had such a decent time as well. Only 1-0 down to Stress Skibbity at the moment. But yeah, I think Vendetta, there's something's in the water with that team. They've been having a not too shabby Swiss. Yeah, they've had some losses, but definitely close losses at that as well. I mean, what do we have? The 1-3 versus Snakes, 2-3. Who was that versus Reverse Oreo, and then of course I did pick up that W versus STM. So yeah, not too bad. The Vendetta Esports, Technic Eagle, Potato with the Gun, Jeff, not too shabby in Regional 4.
having a little bit of a mixed bag looking at their as far as their results. And I mean, they've had 3 games and they've gone 3, 4, and 5 games. So they've gotten to play a little bit of everything. The other big thing I think for me, I don't think we mentioned it on stream. I did see it as far as in our chat in the background. Limitless technically went down 0-1. They've been able to bounce back against 9 Lives. They are now up 2-1 here. And we're getting to the point as far as for these players, if they can't get back in, we might be need to find ourselves an alternate Muzz. So hopefully they've got something cooking in the background.
Oh, you do hope so. This is not the way you want to go down as well. Nice little bracket look there as well. So we've got our eliminated teams at the bottom. And as we mentioned, WRG fighting for their life here. Trying to make day 2. 9 Lives. Yeah, having a good time here against Limitless at the moment. I think Limitless, maybe, you know, we've always known they're able to bleed Q, but I guess maybe that first loss against Mobula kind of really, you know, drove the stake in a bit. And of course, we see Astronic and them both qualified already for tomorrow. So Limitless, it's just the very first time we've ever seen them finish 3rd, I think.
There's so many like layers to it too, right? Because one, you wonder if it's a little bit of hangover. You know, they've got themselves a big point lead heading into split 2, but then inversely, once Limitless not only bleeds, but then loses in their first series of Swiss, by the way, I think that does give their future opponents in the other rounds of Swiss a little bit of extra encouragement, a little bit of that, hey, you know what? If they can do it, I think we might have the possibility to do it too. And 9 Lives started off by getting themselves that dub. They're in game number 4. They've got to keep the series alive with one here. I would imagine that thing goes to game 5. That's a lot of pressure for both of those two teams.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. And if you're fans at home that are satisfied or dissatisfied with your team's performance tonight, get out on Twitter, X, make some noise. This is SSA. Use the hashtags so we can follow those and see how things go. Oh, we're back, Q. We're in. So hashtag this is SSA. Go shout from the hilltops. But it looks like we're heading back here, Q.
Looks like we've got everybody on in. 3 on the blue, 3 on the orange, and the goats here are not going to be starting off just quite yet. Looks like we got ourselves a little bit of a pause, but do want to kind of reiterate going into game number 4 here for the goats. They're 1 game away and they do secure themselves a spot in the top 8. As far as for Genesis, they've got to find some way to turn things around here. They won game 1. They've surrendered the next 2. That momentum very firmly on the goat side.
And talking about momentum here, Q, I mean, we get technical timeouts, right? And obviously when you go to kind of days 2 and 3, you kind of can call those. But this long break, you know, doesn't just kill a lot of that momentum for both sides.
It could kill the momentum, especially because we know that the teams don't necessarily have themselves access to Discord. We actually saw one of those 2 teams talking about the fact that they're only using Game Chat for now. But I'm sure they were thinking of something, trying to get cooking in the kitchen, find some way that they can inverse this script. Glifty Moon going to be looking for a center. I think was looking for Chrono, who was just a step too far back. And we are now our first 30 seconds into this game. No shots quite recorded. I think we're going to be seeing that, at least on the side of Genesis. They're going to realize that they have to tighten things up. They will not push too far because they don't want to overextend.
All right, so that game 3 was the Velocity Show. Can someone do something about it? Well, his name's Laxstar. Of course he can, off of that Declan pass. Genesis up by 1. It counts a lot for them right now.
They call him Laxstar. I call him Waxstar with a play like that. A big old W, able to come on out here and take the lead for Genesis. And that's what you need to do after the big old timeout, the long break, is prove a point to you, your teammates, and the opposition that you have come to play. But now it's Velocity, able to get the pass on up the Glifty Moon. It doesn't take long, and the goats are galloping off to a tie.
Oh, and just Velocity able to grab that ball, the pop-up. A bit awkward for Declan as Glifty Moon able to take that one and send it home. And so sometimes awkward bounce of the ball, you know, not going the way of Genesis. And Unknown Goats really getting the quick counter and goal.
All tied up here at 1 with our first minute gone by in game number 4. Getting ahead of myself. As Glifty Moon looking for a center, looking for Chrono, but Laxstar able to jump the passing lane, gets the control off the sidewall. No boost in the tank. Unfortunately, able to close the gap with the ball as they do still temporarily have the control. Velocity off the pass from Glifty Moon. The inverse of the first goal as the goats now take the lead.
Oh my goodness, and just that little pop shovel forward of Velocity. Velocity sends absolute banger all the way. 114 kph as well. Oh man, and you know, we were kind of praising that defense of Genesis here, Q, but I don't know, how do you stop those missiles?
It's tough, right? I mean, when it's moving that fast, you have to have a second reaction, and you got to be able to find your way to get right in the right spot. And I think for now, the big thing too is they're going to be feeling a little bit of a lack of confidence, especially now losing that early lead that they were able to give themselves. And it's going to be Velocity slowing down this attack from Glifty Moon, taking this thing going coast to coast with it off the stop from Velocity. But it's only a quick visit into the offensive half.
Yeah, and they're ready. Oh, Declan next up, trying to string a few things together. Daps! There we go! He gets us that equalizer. The 1-2-3 play from Genesis.
You'll love to see it. All three players getting involved, and Daps able to push forward downfield, and the splash to seal the deal. Just about 2 minutes gone. Either side of the pitch has been able to find the lace twice, and it's going to be all about who can really get the control in the mid-game. Daps trying to push the ball up the field, but Chrono jumps forward. A second touch, a pass off the backboard, and it's Velocity for the Goats regaining the lead.
Oh my word. Chrono to Velocity. Just absolute dirty play there. The beat out two of Genesis. Daps and Declan not able to get that save, and just the right place at the right time. Velocity just having so much fun out here in SSA, having so much fun here on Utopia. Oh, Clifty Moon, almost. Velocity, maybe one more. Oh my goodness, the Ghosts not able to make a fourth.
Still got good possession though. They're down here on this half of the field. Glifty Moon sends himself after the ball. Lackstar, no more gas in the tank as Chrono closes that gap, sends it towards the sidewall. Now it's Daps moving the ball up the field. Glifty Moon at least is going to send it to the corner where Velocity gets the control. Now a third player, Chrono, moving it forward, but Daps, the rotation on the defense, locked down as they're able to come in with the save.
Genesis want to be able to string a few passes together and try to get past the unknown Goats as well. That Daps has to stop out Velocity as well. Seems to be just constant defense here and kind of stuck in their own half. Genesis as they're not mounting too much together. Declan wants to try with a long ball there though, but Velocity should be able to shove that one out. But it's a soft shot, and a bit of a fast soft shot as well. And we saw this kind of getting played out in game 3 there from unknown Goats, where they give too much space, or at least Genesis gives them too much space. And I don't know, you can see the double commits there at the back and the bumps and the physicality coming at you from unknown Goats, and just, I'm not sure here if Genesis just kind of have their heads on a swivel at the moment.
Gotta find something here. You talk about that head being on a swivel. You gotta find an opportunity, and now is them having to get back on the defensive side. Declan off the backboard, but it ends up being a perfect pass over to Chrono, but Daps from left to right gonna be able to get the save. Ball still floating in front of the net. Down here on this orange half, Chrono closes the gap, and the Goats now gonna be up by 2.
Oh man, this is unknown Goats just making short work of Genesis at the moment. Chrono and Velocity just finding each other decently as well. 2 assists, 3 shots and 2 goals. Velocity, Chrono as well, 4 shots, 1 assist, that one coming out from the corner. And so Genesis, they want to be able to try get the 2 and force that OT queue, but of course the mountain getting steadily steeper and more difficult for the Genesis team to try climb up to as well. The Velocity almost on that near post, has to be kept up by Lagstar though. Need to try turn these. Oh, so close. So close yet so far.
The woodwork coming into play, the most valuable defender thus far for Genesis, but they've got to find a way to get the clear here right now. They're still down by 2, and with 50 seconds left, time running thin. Declan up in the sky, going to try and get past Velocity, who's going to be able to rise up and at least slow down this attack. More time off the clock. Lackstar with the shot. Velocity with the save, and another great play for Velocity, doing it all. 100% goal participation, and even on the defensive end coming in clutch as well.
Yeah, double demo coming at you as well. Daps getting rid of Velocity. Clifton Moon wants Lagstar as well. Is it going to really matter too much though when you're down by 2 though, and you need to stop looking for demos, push that ball forward, try to get some momentum going here. Daps wanted to do something from that corner though. Declan, is he going to find the double? He won't be able to. Can Daps find the double as well? Can Lagstar find the action as well? Can anyone on Genesis find the action? Doesn't seem to be the case. Your boy Q, that was only going to be a third as well. Declan! Oh, close. They kept out Daps. Oh my goodness. So how much woodwork there at the end? 4, 5
lot.
times.
The most valuable post for real, as the GOATs are going to be able to come out on top of this game number 4, 4-2. When we had talked about how game number 3 was the velocity show because of the goals, this time around doing, well, a little bit of everything and leading the way from the front.
Leading the way from the front there. Unknown GOATs, 3-1. They make short work of Genesis as well. Genesis only winning game number 1 there, everyone. And then unfortunately, they seem to have found just everything that worked out for them, right? Velocity kind of switched on, tapped in, locked in their queue. And then it just, so the rest was history.
And the rest is history. The GOATs have secured themselves a spot into the top 8. For Genesis, though, they do still have one more life, but literally that is it. That's round number 5 where everything comes to a close.
Man, Unknown GOATs just really coming through at the end there. It was a back and forth series, and that's what today seems to just be all about, right? Genesis coming so strong through after their victory over Drift Queens, and then just shining at moments, and then at other times they're just being pushed against the backboard, seeming to having no answers. And Unknown GOATs, the longer that series went on with pauses and everything else, it certainly seemed to just be in their favor. They seemed to figure out their opponents, and the shots became almost relentless there. Muzz, I mean, I know you guys broke it down for a long time there, but this chrono and velocity especially, seemed to be such an impactful part of this new roster.
Yep, jumped onto this Unknown GOATs team here, Ultrism, and did exactly what he needed to do. Impactful from the get-go. Yeah, game number 1, they slipped it up. They said regain in the call, and then 2, 3, 4, just that's all it was, right? Velocity went absolutely ham here. With that 100% goal participation, decent passing out from Clifton and Chrono respectively, and Velocity just made short work there of Genesis. Yeah, Genesis, moments where things clicked together. At least in game 1, we saw those passing plays between Declan and Daps looking good. And then after that, I don't know, sometimes just too much space to Unknown GOATs, and maybe, too many quick challenges also from Unknown GOATs able to beat out Genesis. And yeah, things were slowly falling apart.
I mean, it is really this very interesting story that we've kind of gotten to watch through a whole day with so many import teams here, Cube. It's kind of interesting to see when we get Daps, Declan, Laxar, people who have made a strong name for themselves in SSA. They're now everyone seems to be settling into their rivalries. Unknown GOATs and Genesis is a really good example of that, where they're almost on paper level with each other. And then Genesis they can't just get there yet. But you got to be thinking, I mean, here in SSA, we're very focused on growth being such a young region. This thing can only be good for these players who are a new roster and have gotten that international support from this organization.
Yeah, I think they definitely showed a lot of promise. And even though it's not over for them just quite yet, right? They do still have themselves another round, but even in a game where maybe the results weren't quite in your favor, I think there was enough of a promise and enough of flashes of greatness to let you know, hey, if we let this thing cook, this just might be a recipe for success. The problem, though, is there's this constant battle of Rocket League. Do I let it cook longer, or do I take it off the stove and try and switch up some of the ingredients, right? And that's a very stiff balance that they're going to have to kind of weigh throughout especially once it gets to the end of the season heading into the following split.
Well, I mean, we are now at the end of Swift Stage 4, and almost every one of our games has come to a swift conclusion. Our lower matches there, our elimination ones, all 3-0 sweeps. Drift Queens going up 3-0 versus WRG. Straskibity managing to take out Vendetta Esports, and Reverse Oreo taking down Trifecta, all completely cleanly. On the top there, we obviously saw this game. The last one there, of course, Snake's Den, managing a hard push all the way through to game number 5 against the Elites. And the only one we're still waiting for is probably the one that no one predicted. Limitless and Nine Lives locked in at 2 apiece there. And so that's going to be intriguing to see how the champions of the region are going to fare out against the people who arguably are the ones looking to challenge that title. And so we'll come back just after this very quick break to see what that final result was. But in the meantime, go check out the driver of the day at acgl.gg/vote, or take to Twitter and just give your thoughts and agreements, disagreements, your personal vendettas that you want to bring forward to the fore. Always tag the hashtag #ThisIsSSA to make sure that we can see it, and maybe we might highlight your tweet on the stream here tomorrow. But we'll be back just after this. We promise you a lot of Rocket League action for the day, and we've brought you basically the longest streams for each of the games possible in each of the round. That last one going to game number 4, great showing, and the Unknown Goats proving that they are unknown and no longer managing to get their way through to that day 2 tomorrow. It's going to be a good showing from them, a clean game against Genesis. Genesis trying hard, but just never seem to find the pace, Bromeo.
Yo, that was an absolute clanger. Again, another game 5. This is what we're looking for. This is what we're seeking out of all of this. And look, I backed Unknown Goats from the start. I'm not gonna say that I'm smoking you guys in the predictions, but I'm smoking you guys in the predictions. So that is exactly the game I wanted to see, and it was great from both sides.
You calm down, man. You're not smoking everyone in the prediction. I believe Muzz is a bit of a bone to pick with you. Also, you're just one clear of me. Alt is a bit further behind, but we don't talk about that one, right? So calm down the ego until like the end of the first bit. Then we'll talk, mate. Then we'll talk. But for now, let's talk about how good velocities make this Unknown Goats roster, right? They came in for regional 3 of the last split. Bit of out of nowhere, then bit disappointing finish. Now bringing in velocity, and he's brought like so much offensive power to the Unknown Goats.
Certainly, the shooting percentage was up there. It just seemed that he was always on top of these Genesis players. There was the challenges that came out, whether it was to then transfer to someone else so that they could make a play around it. But it just seemed to be that upper third was dominated by velocity the whole way through there. And certainly someone that I think is going to be a welcome addition to the side. And very excited to see this previously an unknown player to me, certainly. Really proving their worth over the rest of the weekend. Could come up against some difficult people. I'm going to make my predictions even worse. Chat, you and I are kind of walking this road together because you guys have struggled as well, it seems. 2 out of the 4 games you managed to get right. The other prediction, gents, that we very nearly all got wrong was Limitless versus 9 Lives. That game also going to a game number 5 overtime. 2.5 minutes there eventually until To Die For slotted in the final shot. And Bromeo, Limitless looking to be challenged on every front.
This is definitely not the Limitless of old, or maybe this just is simply not the Rlcs of old. And I'd like to prefer that it is the latter, because the quality of the teams we are seeing today is immense. 9 Lives pushing them all the way, and I think it could have gone either way at that point, because it was a game 5 overtime, and it was a pretty hefty game 5 overtime. So I'd like to think that people are catching up to Limitless rather than Limitless simply dropping the ball.
I mean, not just that, right? And with Limitless being, it's the first time they've lost a series in SSA this split, and they nearly lost the second one in the same event in the next split, right? So this is quite not quite historical yet, but this is quite well done from the rest of SSA. We're catching up. We wanted to catch up, and we did. And now this brings on the interesting point that Limitless against Team Mobula, that could be a rematch in the semi-finals, not grands, semi-finals.
Oh, that's actually almost heartbreaking there. And it really does open things up, Mark. You were talking about it earlier, for the path of Limitless to that world stage. So many of those little hypothetical situations revolve around Limitless not making not just top 1, but top 2 or top 3. When you're going out in the semifinals, suddenly that third spot seems to be something you got to push for after a time of basically being uncontested. And I'm very interested in this next game. There's only 3 more teams that can make it through. 3 more teams left out in the cold at the end of our last one. 9 Lives versus Reverse Oreo. And that's the one we're going to be going into in our next game. And this, I think, is going to be a very interesting time, because now we get to see for the first time what this 9 Lives side really starts to shine, why they pushed Limitless so hard. I think it's going to be a tough ask, Mark, for Reverse Oreo to try and take on these Titan threateners.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm quite impressed by Reverse Oreo. I'm quite impressed by what Nitro, Xyro, and Stratic have been able to, to string together. And it's backed up by the stats even, where they're an incredibly offensive team. They've got a lot, they shoot a lot, they score a lot. So 9 Lives, they're going to have their work cut out for them. And looking at today's result, Reverse Oreo only losing to Drift Queens, who we know are very, very capable, and to the Elites, who we also know are a very, very good top 8 contender. They've beaten Trifecta, they've beaten Vendetta. So I don't know. Even though 9 Lives goes into the favorites, I think Reverse Oreo could prove to be a bit of a banana peel.
I'm very interested what you guys think. The chat vote is now open at hashtag 9L for 9 Lives and hashtag REVO for Reverse Oreo. But, Bromeo, this Reverse Oreo side is certainly not unknown. The name that strikes me out of that whole roster is Strutic. We got to see him a lot now in the RSC this week, and I was blown away by the playmaking capabilities of this person.
No, truly a quality player, and obviously getting to see these players week in, week out is a added bonus. So when you see them competing at this level, you sort of know what they're capable of. And I can say the same for the whole Reverse Oreo team, Nitro featuring heavily as well, and Xyro. So this, finding themselves in this situation, round 5 Swiss, they've definitely been in this situation before. Look, it's a roster that hasn't been tried and tested by time, but you'd think that they've got the chops and the quality to take it through.
They certainly do. And now comes the big question. Who goes home? Because it's going to be a hard path home for the rest, for the teams that don't make it. I mean, if we look across that, you're going to have 9 Lives or Reverse Oreo, both contesters. Someone has to go home. Drift Queens versus the Elites. Strong performances throughout the day and then dropping some series that maybe they shouldn't have. And Straskibity versus Genesis Esports. Again, these titans of SSA that are really just not making it. And it kind of comes back to that point that we talked about earlier, that top 8, top 16 is suddenly a benchmark worth fighting for, and even one worth holding your head up as a team that's just joined together. So it's going to be very interesting. We're going to catch up on all that actions at the end. We're going to have to jump into our predictions now first. And I'm wondering, out of the two of you, who do I feel a little bit more vulnerable? Mark, you were very defensive over your predictions and there earlier. So let's start off with you.
No, I wasn't defensive about predictions. I was just defensive about, Bromeo trying to crown himself a prediction god when he in fact isn't. But as for this prediction, I feel like this one is, for me at least, a bit easier, and I do have a few personal ties to it as well. I'm going to put 9 Lives because A, they're just taking liberties to a Game 5 overtime. B, they are going, we're in for a Coach Spooks masterclass, and that's all I can say about it. Coach Spooks, he's going to coach them to victory. Easy.
All right, Mr. Prediction God himself, what are we thinking?
Do you know what? I'm not basing this on historical fact or anything like that. The only thing I'm basing my prediction on is that Game 5 Limitless. And honestly, they have to take it. 9 Lives as well. I'd have to say game, I'd say 3-2.
Oh, you think it's even going to go as far as a game number 5? That's very interesting. But as we started with a little bit of friendly banter between the casts at the beginning, we end off in good harmony. And with you guys in Twitch chat, 92% believe it's 9 Lives. And I got to give it to them as well. These youngsters who have still got somehow so much experience behind them. It's kind of like when they're like, you got to be 21 with 22 years worth of work experience. That's what we're seeing here in Rlcs. Someone like Cam's joining this roster just really invigorates the rest of it together. And so I'm going to go 9 Lives as well. We are going to be going into the game in just a second, but I'm very interested, just very quickly, one word or two. Bromeo, out of the other one, Drift Queens or Elites?
Ooh, I'd say Elites.
Elites, Mark.
Drift
Straskibity,
Queens.
Drift Queens, and then the last one, Straskibity versus Genesis.
Genesis.
Genesis and Bromeo. Genesis. Okay, that was a good showing from them in the previous one. So Straskibity is certainly not getting the favor of our panel right now. And remember, guys, at the end of the day, we are going to show you all our predictions for the weekend. But let's do it for the final time here on our Friday afternoon, late evening. A lot of Rocket League behind us. It's time for game number 5, the final showdown of the Swiss stage. Make or break. It is 9 Lives versus Reverse Oreo.
3 coveted positions remain for the top 8 of our first regional for split number 2 of Rlcs SSA. 9 Lives take Limitless to game 5 overtime, yet can't get that final goal. And Reverse Oreo, plenty of players that have made top 16 since the beginning, the birth of Rlcs SSA, but never a top 8. They contend now against each other in the final round of Swiss. And I am joined by Muzz. Muzz, what do you say we get this one going?
Yeah, 9 Lives, 3 apiece there to Limitless in that OT. Pyro J, 6 goals in that game 5. It went the distance. It truly went the distance, right? 2 or 3 minutes of OT there as well. And then I guess To Die For just doing To Die For things. Gets that golden goal and the winner. Sending 9 lives here to this round 5 game here against Reverse Oreo. And Strutic, Zyro, and Nitro. They want to try to take them down. Can they though? That's the question.
It's the question. We'll be able to answer it right here, right now. And I know there's a lot of talk about this 9 Lives roster, especially as they just took Limitless all the way to the edge, but my eyes are actually on a player named Strutic. I was doing my research, and this player has been making top 16 since the second ever regional of Rlcs SSA, but come one step away from top 8 so many times. Never got there, but he's ready to lead the way.
Yeah, and with this early goal in the opening here as well. Backed up by the duo. They like playing together here as well. Nitro and Zyro. Pyro J. And can this team of Reverse Oreo be able to take down 9 Lives? Well, Strutic thinks they can. So nice little opener here in game 1.
I mean, you've got to consider the wins as well that we've seen from Reverse Oreo. They took down Vendetta, and then they're coming off a sweep off of Trifecta. They've got some momentum working their way. I think they're feeling confident coming into this game, and it's obviously showing, especially with Strutic taking the low 50, setting it up for the team, popping it high, but Zyro would rather play a little more patiently, and I don't mind that effort here as we still are starting out this series.
Yeah, and 9 Lives just getting pressured a bit much there at the back there, and we have to see them try get rid of this Reverse Oreo side as well. They're almost putting in 2 there, and as you said, Zyro just calming down the play a little bit. They know they're up by 1 here. They don't have to really grab 2 right now, but it would be good for them as well. Nitro sending this one forward. Yeah, Snoozy as well, another SSA player here that's accomplished great things, and also, you know, moving around on roster, seeing what fits the best. And Snoozy can do great things as well. Yeah, oh, close though. Pressure again here by Reverse Oreo, sorry. Go ahead and send it the whole way down. So is Cam. Oh, onto the near post as well. And oh my goodness, kept out. Not gonna score.
They've still got an opportunity here. Guns off the ceiling. Cam wants to follow it up here from the ceiling. Snoozy bumped away of Reverse Oreo. Get a little physical on the play and bringing it right back. Nitro. Air dribble. Batted away by Guns. Here's Zyro now. Pass 1. Pass out to Strutic. Just contended against 9 Lives. How's the counterattack looking? Guns wants to double off the corner. There it is. Towards the net. Snoozy cannot barrel it home. And bumped away as the follow-up shot taker. Nobody can find their lane.
And no one seems to be able to find a goal or a shot here on the side of 9 Lives either. Just kept out here by Reverse Oreo. Strutic with a nice play from the corner as well. Wants to run it up. Snoozy though. Does he have anyone to pass to? Catch there by Zyro. Does have Nitro to fight off Guns. Guns though gets the bump for Cam. Maybe Cam able to pull something together here and see what can be done for 9 Lives though. But so far, Reverse Oreo having a damn good game 1 here against 9 Lives. 9 Lives, you took Limitless the distance. Not a great start here against Reverse Oreo.
Zyro ceiling pinch there, set up for Strutic, and no, where's the power? They put a little bubble wrap on their fender there. That's how far that ball went, and gonna look for a little extra heat, a little extra sauce on the next shot. Maybe they'll get it here. Snoozy climbs this ball to the ceiling. Zyro has a follow, but his teammate of Nitro is demoed. Strutic still holding the half-court line, so the possession dies out. So does Cam on the play. Cam, by the way, instrumental in that Game 5 push against the Limitless. Setting up plays for Guns and completing them on counterattacks. Look at the setup here. Flip reset off their own backboard. Got to keep an eye out on that player.
Yeah, and Guns, I think, being that kind of, the go-to player that every roster wanted, and just the person that came off Cosmico Esports, and everyone was like, oh, Guns is definitely someone to look at. And now not stringing too much together here against Reverse Oreo at the moment. Zyro, oh, close there, Reverse Oreo, almost getting in. Snoozy has to keep them out and at bay there, and still clock ticking down. Pyro J and Reverse Oreo holding them to 1 at the moment. Can Cam do something about that though? Cam kept out by Zyro. Again, long ball, downfield. Maybe Stradix there with the touch though. Guns are going to be holding them off.
I'll tell you what, a lot of midfield passing opportunities here for 9 Lives, but Reverse Oreo doing a good job of reading them. No way, Cam!
No.
Oh, there's got to be power behind that one. Trading lackluster efforts are Reverse Oreo and 9 Lives. Somebody's got to have that finishing factor, surely, right? Or will we really drain this clock? All the way down to 0 with just 1 goal set up here for Zyro. Finds it past 1.
Oh, come on.
Where's the follow? Not in time. Cam gets the save, and 9 Lives not done yet.
Oh, and Reverse Oreo almost putting in 2 there as well. The quick counter attack here coming up from 9 Lives as well. Guns, Strodic though, keeping it out. We might just see game 1 here go to Reverse Oreo with that beautiful profile picture. No, that's a little juicy Krispy Kreme donut. Strodic, Cam, Zyro, Nitro waiting patiently there in the box as well. And as you said, shots not being hard though. Bubble wrapped. Clock ticking down, just has to be able to die. And we're going to see 9 Lives lose game 1 here as well. Goes down, there it is. Reverse Oreo, they take the dub.
They take the dub. That is game number 1 in their favor off of, well, just 1 singular goal. I mean, it was an incredible effort from the beginning to the end, but I will say what impressed me the most from Reverse Oreo was the way they killed the transition opportunities from 9 Lives. Remember all those midfield passes you saw between Cam, Guns, and Snoozy? Everyone was trying to find somebody in shooting position, but a demo would come, a bump would come, an interception would be in the way. Reverse Oreo, their vision on the field, especially on the counterattack, is something to be admired.
Now I wonder, Paraja, when we started Swiss today on Friday, day 1, and we said, yeah, Reverse Oreo, they're going to go the distances. Nitro, Strodic, Zyro team, they might be able to do something. A lot of people would probably have said, nah, we don't see it. Typical, we got cams, we got guns, they're going to go through. We're sitting here with a 1-0 and 4 games potentially left. I like how this evening's ending. It's gotten real saucy.
I think one of the most surprising things is seeing 9 Lives have 0 goals in game number 1. Think back to our top 10 feature at the pre-show, right? It was Guns having the best goal out of the regionals, outside of the major, right? And especially Cam, a player you just expect to have that striking prowess.
You do.
Instead, nothing. Big goose egg for game 1. So will we see that turnaround here for game number 2 as we dive in and kick off already in favor of Reverse Oreo?
Oh, and Stradic almost from the heavens there, but Guns ready. As you mentioned, with those prolific shots though, wanted to get in on the action there, kept out, and already Nitro running it up for his own corners. Only has to beat out Snoozy. Can he do so? Maybe. Guns though, underneath, and gets that save so close there for Reverse Oreo. The rebuttal coming from Cam.
I did like that flip reset there from Nitro. Got past 1, but just couldn't extend the play. Reverse Oreo, they may have won game number 1, but advancing that play, crashing the boards, getting a rebound, having people in position for that is going to be so important. I don't think this team can rely on just 1 goal every single game.
Yeah, it's definitely not against a team like 9 Lives where you've got Snoozy, Guns, and Cam that can shoot from anywhere and pull off such mechanical plays. You can't just hold on to 1. Guns. Everyone wants to look for the double. Oh, he gets that double, and you spoke about him and his shot ability, Pyro.
Listen, at this point, you've got to respect Guns. You got to know that's going to go in. And for Zyro, that's just a mistake you don't want to duplicate as the series goes on. That is a backboard read that is fully necessary. 9 Lives taking advantage of the mistakes.
Taking full advantage of those mistakes here. 9 Lives going to lead. Can we see Reverse Oreo be able to do something about that? Nitro, Stradic, Zyro, just waiting patiently, as we saw them in game 1 as well, sometimes being maybe too patient with how they're playing, how they attack, and get into that defensive third of 9 Lives. Snoozy going up for this one. Zyro looking to try cut him out. Stradic waiting patiently there on the board as well. Guns looking for 2 though, almost getting the camp coming in fast though, gets kept out.
Oh, you know what? Zyro got redemption on that play. Saved it across from the shot from Guns. So he's feeling a little bit better about himself. But at this point, you got to remember, if Nine Lives had scored one singular goal, game one would have went to OT. But now they've just about got two. Now that one right off the post. The follow-up from Snoozy off Cam's shot that just missed is going to get deflected as well. And now, Nine Lives in their possession. It's just a memory that's yet to be remembered at this point. They've got to rebirth it here. Guns on the musty flick, couldn't get a pass. Oh, that's Strudek though. Past the last of Nine Lives. If Strudek can get a good pass out here. No, it's airborne. It's to the ceiling. And instead, they'll go for that pop shot from the elbow.
Yeah, nice little low shot there from Zyro. Strudek maybe looking for more action. Oh, close there, Nitro. One more. Close though. Just reverse Oreo, just taking shot after shot. Pressuring Nine Lives there at the back. Nitro again disarming Guns as well. Cam has to go up for this with half a take a boost though. Nice pop down. Strudek almost with that catch. Zyro beats out Cam though. A bit of an awkward ball. Strudek. But it's a long one though, and I think Nine Lives were never going to be able to get a hand onto that ball as well. So reverse Oreo keeping that second goal out for the moment here, Pyro, but also not being able to find their equalizer at the same time.
Oh, Zyro, you're all too patient here. Does climb just to that ball in time. Guns though lets this off, and it's a game of volleyball here. The ball's staying off the ground here in the midfield. Nine Lives is eventually does take it away though. Boost grab from Nitro. I will say between the mid boosts and the boost on the side of Reverse Oreo are doing a good job of keeping those in their lane. Nitro even steals the boost there. And slowly by one play after the other of taking their boosts, they can whittle away the attack and that prowess from Nine Lives. Nevertheless, we're headed towards the net once again. Guns finding Cam. Oh, is it a fake? I can't tell, but Cam wants to find a back pass. Snoozy is up, but Nitro sends away. Reverse Oreo at some point. Got to turn this around, though, because it's wearing thin.
And I wonder here, Parajao, there's just both these teams giving each other a little bit too much respect, right? Just too much respect. They're not taking these opportunities where they can. You know, Nine Lives have had so much times where they could shoot and just drive it deep, you know, into the hearts of Reverse Oreo. And everyone's just kind of saying, hey, you know, come on by, I'll open the door for you, don't stress. There's too much respect being shown from either side here, but that's going to be okay if you are Nine Lives and you're leading by one. But yeah, Reverse Oreo, you need to find a way to try stick it to Nine Lives at the moment.
I like it, Muzz. Yeah, show off the disrespect. There's too much respect on the field. We'll see if we get it, though. Nitro, that is disrespect right there. Just bomb the opposition into orbit. And landing back on the goal line is the defense of Nine Lives. They just has to survive another 30 seconds. Nitro up high with 10 boost. Can't even pick up that pad. Cam, oh, he puts it in a dangerous position. Reverse Oreo got a strike on that. Corner pass out to Nitro off the ceiling. Maybe the follow-up is there from Strudek. It is! Late game equalizer.
Oh, and that's the disrespect we've been looking for here. Pyro J, Zyro to Nitro to Strudek. They make such a perfect shot there. They clear the defense. Reverse Oreo with 16 seconds remaining. It counted right now. You had to score. They did so. Oh man, Pyro J, we just didn't know if Reverse Oreo were going to be able to dig deep and find it within themselves to get that goal, but they got it.
Such a low scoring series, but will we see that extra goal here? Still in regulation time. Guns, midfield pass. Zyro wants to see it away, but Cam has boost to follow up this ball. Will be 52 at the ground. So reverse Oreo, well done to pull it to overtime. But can you take down the overtime goal as well? Oh, they almost did. Nitro couldn't read it off the crossbar.
Nine Lives finding themselves yet again in OT. Will it be as long as what they had against Limiters? We're gonna have to see. Reverse Oreo almost scored there through Nitro though. Snoozy wants to take a grab at this one off the backboard as well. Zyro will be able to clear that out nice and easily. Strudek punting that one forward as well. Almost finds Nitro. Guns, can you do something with this? It's a bit of a loose ball, yeah, for Reverse Oreo. No one from Nine Lives. Snoozy coming in there very late to the party. Doesn't get that shot on Cam though. Maybe can he get the dunk? He can't because Strudek plays it off the back wall.
Guns keeping this possession alive. Nitro following it very carefully. Good work staying behind the ball, ensuring an extra 50-50 that Strudek can work off of. The remnants of boost can't be used. It has to be a recovery from Strutic. Still going around the field. Will they get back in time? Maybe not. Snoozy almost a pancake off of the backboard. Still a setup though. And Guns, instead of keeping the possession alive, has to play some defense. Strutic, no flip reset. Instead, Guns takes control. We continue this back and forth. Zyro wins the 50-50. Reverse Oreo looking to extend this into a shot chance. They do, but Cam sees to the corner.
Opportunities they are here for Reverse Oreo. Strutic maybe looking to get that one. Nice little nifty pass across. Does he have anyone? Guns, Nitro, Zyro! Whoa, almost beat out Cam's. Cam's second time he has to make that goal save there that keeps 9 lives alive. Nitro, though, looking to get that dunk. Strutic can't come to finish it off, though. Zyro, third man, maybe looking for that double as well. So much pressure being applied here by Reverse Oreo onto 9 lives. There it is. Strutic, you mentioned him, Pyro. He is doing good work here for Reverse Oreo.
Strutic, man, he kicks it off. The goal scoring for his team, and he ends it as well. 16 seconds in the game. Goal from Reverse Oreo, pushed to overtime. And they pull out the win as well. At this point, for 9 lives, what's happening in overtime? It took Limitless over to game 5. It didn't go all the way in your favor during OT. And now, this time around, crumble again. The clutch factor not there, but certainly for Reverse Oreo, Strutic has 3 for 3 goals of the team.
Yeah, and no one would have believed you here, Pyroja, if you said that 9 lives were really going to be 2-0 down to Reverse Oreo when it counts the motion in round 5 as well. And just that OT goal coming out there from Strutic, he actually scores the 2 from 200%. And Reverse Oreo. Yeah, I mean, I guess, Rocket League is just so kind of unexpected at the best of times. You have Pyro and maybe Strutic, Zyro, and Nitro. There's just something that's clicking now at the right time, exactly when it's meant to click, and we don't, only fans, they're not here, right? 77 blocks are not here, Knicks are not here. I mean, if we say goodbye to 9 lives tonight, it seems to fit the script of the weekend.
You bring up a great point. If we projected the teams to make top 8, it would look a whole lot differently than it may. Now, Reverse Oreo. All they have to do is fend off the reverse sweep against 9 lives. Here we go. Game number 3. Can they be the ones to sweep it? And again, for Strutic, who scored all the goals here for Reverse Oreo. Get that overlay updated. There we go, as they have 2 games won. Can he find more goals from his way to lead this team?
Yeah, incredibly close there for Nitro to open up the score. And Strutic as well, having a chance at that one. Snoozy having to push the one out. Cam is going to go up for this one. Can he find anyone to pass it out to? Nitro wants to block that advance as best he can. Strutic out to Zyro. Nice little play down there. Pushing this ball forward, and we know that Reverse Oreo is so good at applying that pressure onto 9 lives and their backboard. Strutic for Snoozy. It's going long though. There's always defense at the back here for Reverse Oreo. Zyro is going to push that one out. Double commit from 9 lives. Snoozy and Cam though, they want to try fights in that corner though, but it's going to go all the way back into their own half.
And for 9 lives, I mean, this team, they know they are suitable for this top 8. They've got to reset. They've got to control their attack. This is a great way to do it. Guns trying to whale it off the backboard for a teammate. But how about that backboard presence from Reverse Oreo? They're ready for that kind of attack to be generated. And they're ready to take it away as well. Demolition on the Guns. It's not enough. Snoozy fills the gap and gets the goal.
And there we go, just a little pass out from Cams as well, just fighting there on that backboard. Snoozy beats out everyone, beats out Zyro, beats out Nitro to get that opener. Well, we saw in game 2 though, 9 lives had the opener and they led for a bit, and then we all know how that went on when they're headed to OT. It was only 1 AP. Strutic, Zyro fighting off that kickoff as well. They're looking for a goal. It's a shot, it's Strutic once again. He's carrying Reverse Oreo. He's getting the goals.
All right, it's official. Okay, Strutic's the only one that's allowed to score here for Reverse Oreo. What a wild kickoff as well. Sees the opportunity and seizes the day on that undercarriage shot to tie it up.
So Strutic, just those stats again. Pyroja, the stats again. Strutic did how well? Like top 8 all the time? What was it?
So Strutic has a history of making many top 16s in SSA.
Oh, there it is.
But he also has a history of coming 1 game shy of top 8. Has never made a top 8 in RLCS SSA. This would be his first, and you can tell he's got that energy behind him today.
Okay, don't jinx him. Don't jinx him. Okay, Snoozy there. Nice little pop down from Cam. I think it was Strutic maybe fighting in that mid as well for it. And so 9 Lives up again here by 1. Nice little drop down from Cam, and it was Strutic fighting there. Didn't get a hand onto that ball. But yeah, it seems if this is the story of Reverse Oreo, then they should be able to get the equalizer quickly.
And we said so much about Strutic. I do want to, call on Nitro and Zyro as well. Nitro has been immaculate on the demolitions. I can't wait to look up the stats after the series to see how many he's gotten. And even Zyro has had some very timely bumps as well to clear the lane for Strutic to score. This team does a great job of leaning on their strengths and pushing forward together. Got to do that, though, for another goal to at least tie it up as we work our way to the half-point line. There's a demo from Zyro opening up the lane again for Strutic. Oh, it's off the post, and Zyro! He's called to follow, and they score!
Yeah, Nitro pushing this one forward. Full team participation gets to Strutic as well. Nice little rebound off the woodwork. Finds Zyro there. The good old 1, 2, 3 between everyone on Reverse Oreo. They get that equalizer. As we'll say in Pyro J, you can't leave them out for too long. And here it is. Good kickoff from Zyro as well. Guns goes up quickly for this ball though, but already disarmed by Nitro. And can I tell you, this Reverse Oreo team looks incredibly hungry.
Oh, they do. They're starving for this win, and they might just get it. Gunzo and Cam, can they both be those playmakers to turn the tides back in their favor? They've had 2 leads in this game. Searching for a third. Cam, full boost, cannot read that touch from Zyro. And just to get it out and wayward of the challenge. Guns leading past the ball to get a bump, but recovering around instead and diving at the ball. A Reverse Oreo. They had to call Nitro in to intercept the ball. Nitro gets a second stop and completely bails out the team in front of those shots from 9 Lives.
Yeah, guns down. Doesn't get Snoozy or Cam. Whoa, there it is. My goodness, the pinpoint accuracy from Snoozy for Guns as well. The sharp shooter. Man, This is a nasty pass.
I was giving all the credit to Nitro. 1 stop, 2 stop after the double commit from his teammates, but then out of the corner just misses the ball. And that leads to the wide open look for 9 Lives. So, Reverse Oreo, you've equalized twice. Gotta make it thrice.
Gotta make it thrice. Guns already trying to get in on the action there again. Nitro for Zyro there as well. Punting them out, pushing them out, and trying to put that pressure back onto 9 Lives as well. Bit of a whiff there from Guns. Maybe miscoms with Snoozy from that corner as well, allowing Reverse Oreo just to hold onto the ball here a bit. Guns, he's going all the way as well. Wants to get that action down. Strutic, though, going to cut him out. And Cam, having sometimes quiet games and series and only coming in maybe when needed the most, but it's definitely been the Snoozy and Gun show at the moment. Nitro and Strutic, they look like they're fighting out Snoozy as well. They want to get onto the ball, and as you mentioned, they want to get an equalizer yet again. Can they do so? We're going to have to see.
9 Lives, I mean, we need to see them as well at their best, because if they don't hold on to this lead, I mean, their hopes of making top 8, their hopes of racking up the points, this split, it goes almost to waste. Here's Strutic, though, in search of Nitro. Nitro cannot get to the ball, so plays the goal line instead. Stealing some pads on his way. Guns, how about the liftoff, though? Cross court. But having trouble at the half-court line is 9 Lives. Strutic out and over towards the backboard. Cam finding Guns. Corner tap goes to Snoozy. That's good chemistry out of 9 Lives to turn this back around and reach the 30-second mark, though. Zyro to the corner, searching for the double, and puts it right in front of the net. Strutic leaps for it, and Snoozy able to catch the ball.
And what an amazing pass then from Zyro, almost getting Strutic. They were so incredibly close. They almost find that third as well. Ball infield, nice little bounce there as well. Nitro, a bit of a hard banger. They may be looking to hold on to the ball, get more control as well. Cam over Strutic as well. Oh, they're open at the back. Zyro has to push this one forward as well. Clock ticking down. Reverse Oreo. That's just going to be wide. A couple pixels to the left. Can Strutic do something with it? The ball's going to go down as well. Snoozy. Oh my goodness. He just drives that dagger home. And 9 Lives. They finally get a win.
9 Lives will not die, and this is a team where we already knew this, right? They're persistent as ever. They love the challenge of pulling it to a Game 5, and they still have to win Game 4 to do that, but at least they get a game number 4. 9 Lives takes their Game 3 win to keep their playoff hopes alive.
Well, I suppose, the name just means everything, right? Pyro Jet, they've got 9 lives, and so they, holding on here. barely by the tips of their fingers in this final series. And yeah, 4-2, that is close. Snoozy gets that hat trick. And then very, very important because, yeah, Reverse Oreo able just to pounce kind of when you least expect it.
I mean, I think a lot of people didn't even expect Reverse Oreo to be in this position. And that's actually nothing against the players. It's more so towards Nine Lives and how good this team is and what people expect out of them. Think about who they've lost to in Swiss, arguably the two top teams right now in the region, if you want to think about it that way, Mobula and Limitless. So Nine Lives, you know, they could arguably be in that 3, that 4 spot. But right now, we're just hoping to be top 8 after what Reverse Oreo have done. That said, Nine Lives, we finally saw a rhythm from this team. And I feel like Muzz, we've been praising Cam and Guns a lot to be those sharpshooters, but Snoozy comes out with the hat trick in game number 3. Seems like everybody has to come and stand the test of Reverse Oreo for this Nine Lives team to win.
Oh yeah, full baptism of fire going on in this series right now. And yeah, Snoozy stepped up big time there in game number 3, got that dub as well. And it's all coming down to Nitro, Zyro, and Strutic. They need to close out the series. They're sitting on that series point. Can they just beat Nine Lives? Another 5 minutes here for Nine Lives to try extend that series score. What will they do with this opportunity?
It's already Guns off the backboard. Again, we've noted this earlier, Reverse Oreo. I'm excited to see how they set up this defense because it's crumbled a bit. But what they've done really well are 2 things. That backboard presence to deny the double taps. We've only seen 1 from Guns this series. And then secondly, they intercept passes really well. Again, their vision on the field is pristine. As well, apparently, as their goal line wall there. Zyro, the bicycle save. And they've got to be in a very strict rotation to get this ball away.
Yeah, Zyro with that ice in the veins as well, keeping out Cam. And, you know, usually when Cam shoots a ball down on top of your head, you think this is going to go in. Guns as well, though. Straight onto that back wall. Nitro running it up. Snoozy. Can we see Nine Lives try to open up the scoring as well? Close there, kept out. Oh my goodness, Zyro yet again as well. Oh, so close. I think so close. It was kind of inches for Strutic to be able to push that out.
You would think at this point it had to go in, right? That's 1 full minute of possession coming from Nine Lives. And eventually they do it. But yeah, clearly there's also issues here for the team of Reverse Oreo. Strutic had left the game, so we're going to call for a pause. We're going to try to get that situated. Not sure on our side what exactly is going on. So far, all we know is it is a disconnect, so hopefully we get them back in time. But whether Strutic was having those issues during the first minute, Muzz, or not, what's very apparent is that Nine Lives, man, they're firing on all cylinders. That's 5 shots registered in the first minute to get their first goal.
And at the same time, right, only 1 is stuck. And then you mentioned about the goal line presence of Reverse Oreo as well. Before Strutic exits the game, he almost makes that save there as well. And just, oh my goodness, that defensive presence there from Reverse Oreo, it's way too good.
It's way too good. It's really holding up. Let's see if it continues to hold up. Oh, you got debated. No?
Yep, yeah, wait, maybe.
All right, we're good to go. A little pump fake action here, Muzz, to get things rolling, but we are good to go. 1 minute off the clock. 1 goal in favor of Nine Lives. And they've had about 100% possession. That's going to die out quickly. Strutic, flip, reset towards the net. Almost deadly.
Almost deadly there. Nitro, Strutic is going to push it back, hold the possession game as well. Snoozy, though, quick on the chase as well. Zyro has to pop the one up. Almost a bit awkward there for Reverse Oreo as well. See Cam flying in. Snoozy waiting at the back. Nice, a long banger down the left-hand side. Does find Cam perfectly. Well, they have Guns, though, to finish the move off. He won't be able to. Strutic in defense wants to be able to push that one. So does Zyro as well. Guns! It's a bit wide, though. So Strutic able to clear that one again. And now so much pressure here being put down by the Nine Lives roster as well. Sends now finally into the blue half for the first time. Cam, oh, cut out already by Nitro there as well. And you mentioned those kind of cutting out of the transitional plays. Reverse Oreo doing so well to do so.
So far they are. Cam, what a slow play towards the net. Just looking menacing as he approaches the goal line. Eventually sees that ball to the side. Guns continuing this possession. Cam, slow approach once again. This time Strutic playing out on the 50-50. And I think, you know, again, taking a magnifying glass to these 50-50s against Cam and seeing how many of them he is winning just to beat each defender and keep this possession rolling for 9 Lives has been huge for the team.
Yeah, and just seems like the bubble wrap is on all those shots, right? No one just going ham on the shot as well. Snoozy kept out. Nitro with the save. Nitro again, making sure you get the backflip save. Oh, this defense, you have Reverse Oreo doing so well just to hold out every single shot here that 9 Lives throws at it. But when you're still trailing by 1, it's not going to mean too much, though. You can't turn this into at least an equalizer and maybe a lead, or force that OT. And so Strutic from this left-hand side, maybe trying to find a man in the midfield. Cam, Nitro, it's over them. Zyro's at the back. There's maybe a bit of an awkward touch back there as well. Guns wants to slow down the play. We've seen a lot of the slow play. Can he shoot that one, though? Strutic's going to keep him out.
How long can you keep them out, though? How strong are these gates? Look at the shots. It's 9-0 in favor of 9 Lions right now. Make it 10 and put 2 on the board.
Cam gets that nice shot, makes it. But you know, you see that Guns, right, does exactly what he needs to do. Gets that defensive bump, clears the goal line as well. 2 up, 9 Lives. A long road around for them to qualify for Saturday. But yeah, okay, nice. Guns again. And yeah, that long road for them, Pirate J. Just probably not the way they wanted to go about it, but you know, like you mentioned, 2 big teams they had to face as well.
That long road was becoming like you know, the highway has too much traffic, so you take the back roads, but you get lost. But they're kind of, they got their map out, they know where they're going now, and they're actually enjoying the scenery around them. You know, they're counting the cows on the side of the road. They're moving right through, it's no problem. 3-0's gotta feel comfortable, and especially when you haven't allowed your opposition to register a single shot. This is comfort, this is confidence from 9 Lives. Oh, 2v1, by the way. Oh, what a pass as well. Cam, can he bring it wayward of the net? Oh, it's almost there. Minute remaining, and again, I think that comfort exhibited everywhere you look on the field.
Yeah, confidence exudes out this team. You have 9 Lions as well, just being so comfy, getting their 2 goals coming out from Cam, and then the one from Guns there. And actually, Cam taking the 7 shots as well. Nitro from the back wall, maybe. Oh, someone flying in there as well. Zyro almost getting that first here for Reverse Oreo. I mean, remember, 9 Lives have to win this game. There we go, through Snoozy, to force Game 5 as well. Remember, Reverse Oreo were in the lead. And so this has been a long kind of uphill battle for 9 Lives as well.
I don't think Snoozy minds the uphill battle. In fact, he's taking it to the heights that exceed the cage of this Rocket League stadium, just about to barrel down shots like that. It looks fantastic. And 4-0. I mean, we want to be realistic about this game. It has been a whooping on Reverse Oreo. This is where you look to the coach of Reverse Oreo. This is where you look to the team to really reset after game number 4 and bring about a completely different strategy, because the interceptions and the backboard presence that once highlighted the defense of Reverse Oreo are just figments of our imagination now. It's all been broken to bits by the explosive attack of 9 Lives, and I think they're ready for just as explosive of a finale. We're on to game 5 after that 9 Lives win.
You know, now if anyone asked you, what is the 9 Lives roster that I'm used to, that I'm predicting, that I think is going to be cooking the whole day? Yeah, that one. Game 4, 9 Lives roster of Cam, Snoozy, and Guns. That's the team everyone's here been waiting for, cheering for, voting for. Right, 4 goals to nothing. Pirate Jet did superbly well. Cam, 8 shots. Right, absolutely went ham on them. And we see that all those saves had to be made by Reverse Oreo. The pressure that they were under. Now, you know, reverse sweep territory. You know, do we dare say it?
Of course you do. We're in game 5. We're here. You can't curse the road anymore. But of course, as you said, 9 Lives maybe cursed themselves. They were in game number 5 against Limitless, and that didn't go as well as they had hoped it to go. So they're certainly hoping they can keep this momentum of the reverse sweep rolling, as this is round 5 of Swiss. Game 5 of the best of 5. It doesn't get more nail-biting than this? And your back is pressed up against the wall. How do you respond when the pressure is as tough as it can be? How do you find a way? That's the question for these two teams. There's only one spot remaining between the two squads. One team can make it to top 8. Is it 9 Lives? The team made up of Guns and Cam, who have had multiple top 8s? Or will it be that debut top 8 showing of Reverse Oreo? You take it to Champions Field to find out.
And I just think that game 1 and 2 Stratic action we saw Pirate Jays, maybe that kind of small little thing that needs to come back here for Reverse Oreo as well. When Stratic were cooking, the whole team was doing well. We got those 2 quick victories from them in the series. Can we see something like that come back here in game 5?
Oh, maybe. Oh, Zyro! I tried to get a negative angle on the ball and ended up missing it entirely. And now Nitro called to action on 0 boost. Does make a stop there. Balls off the corner, and Snoozy, yeah, he's gonna wean right off that ball for a moment there. No reason really to climb to it if you can't beat the ball. By the way, Cam reading this backboard touch sets it down for Guns, but I don't think he was expecting that on the ground. Bounces up off the lip between the wall and the ground. Nitro picks up and releases, but Reverse Oreo, not only do they need some time on possession here in game 5 to completely flip the script of game number 4, they need a goal because they haven't had one in too long.
Yeah, they need to be pulling something out the hat right now at the moment. Guns getting that demo onto Nitro as well, just making sure there's not going to be any, attack from them for the quick 3 seconds that it was. Nitro here, Stratic as well, and backup does have a full tank of boost as well. Can you pressurize Guns here? Oh, almost there on that corner. Popping it in field and already. Guns going coast to coast. Can he do something with it? Can he do something with it? Yes, he can.
If you ask Guns, you'll get an answer. Oh, what a 50-50 that he lays it up and lofts it in the net. And that's the type of pressure that Guns exhibits onto his opposition when he climbs through the court, just across it completely with the air dribble from his own backboard. It's wonderful. It's magnificent, as is this touch from Zyro. He was looking for the negative angle earlier. I think this time he found it.
Oh my goodness. And just to be able to read that play from Nitro and get, fingertips to that ball, Zyro, to shoot that one in. That's the ball we like to see coming up from Reverse Oreo, right? Just get those quick equalizers. We know you can do it. Not always have to be through Stratic. Zyro as well. Just beautiful play there from both Nitro and Zyro.
Right there, Reverse Oreo with a great chance off the kickoff, but couldn't read the backboard touch. Off of the clear from 9 Lives. 2 up, but 2 down from Reverse Oreo. Nitro alone with 0 boost near the net. This is a bit scary. Nitro able, though, to pick up that corner boost. That was incredibly useful for them to buy some time to allow the defense to reset.
Oh, just when Zyro thought he would be going all the way up that wall, Snoozy cuts him out. He does have Cam waiting in the wings in case Snoozy bumping out Nitro. Cam going up for this one. Will be able to play to himself as well. Maybe almost gets that drop down. Zyro has to be on D just again now. Guns looking for the action. Snoozy cut up there by Zyro. Stratic should be able to pick this one up. Does infield pass. Will he have a man under the play? Cam wants to try to get rid of this one quickly. Oh my word! Goes the whole way, Pirate J.
Counterattack after counterattack from their own backboard of 9 Lives continues to defeat the last man standing of Reverse Oreo. This team, they don't have a lot to stand on anymore. They're down at the halfway mark in game number 5. They've had match point for 3 games, but just cannot corral the efforts to close the series. Maybe another to go in. No, Nitro, after all 3, dive at the ball, is able to make the save, but they're not out of dodge quite yet. Guns towards the net, off the post and saved.
Snoozy almost extending that lead up to 3 as well, and just defense from Nitro keeping out 9 Lives. Zyro wants to run it up. Huge bump onto Guns. Stratic looking for the play. Can he get past Cam's? Nitro maybe able to get the win. Guns long. Oh my goodness, another one. Another one, Pyro J. Just a long field goal here from 9 Lives.
You gotta think at this point it's a 2v3. I mean, 3 times in a row, the third man defeated against Reverse Oreo. Obviously, they have to go with a different strategy from game number 4, right? They didn't post nearly a single shot. So you've got to send your players up forward, but that's just not the way to do it. When you're burned on the counterattack that easily, there has to be balance to this team.
Yeah, it seems like just a long kind of shot lob over. Oh no! Oh my goodness. When you think 2/3 over the line here, Pyrogen, it's not going to go in. Thank goodness Zyro's there to finish it off.
Oh, the defenses are fragile. I'll give a quick golf clap to Cam because that save on the ball when it was nearly in was magnificent. But Reverse Oreo, if you're not diving at that, I don't know what you are. Good to see the quick rebound turned into a goal. And this team still with a chance.
Still within the chance. Nitro. Double Dimmer coming out. Strutic guns for Nitro for Snoozy as well. Everyone's feeling physical here as well. Zyro.
Oh.
Zyro! There it is. They get the equalizer. And can I tell you, Reverse Oreo, they love a good equalizer.
And you might be scratching your head wondering, how in the world did that shot actually reach the net? Where is the defense? Well, there was a traded demolition before that air dribble play that left it at a 2v2, and then Nitro got another demo, which led to one left standing of 9 lives who can dive at the ball in time. So Reverse Oreo taking full advantage of the demolitions. Maybe that's their bread and butter to go all the way.
Yeah, change things up a bit, right? Dig deep into that toolkit, see what you can pull out. Seems like 2 demos on the chart might just be that answer. Cam. Zyro pushing it out. Nice little pinch to that wall. Snoozy is going to try look for someone here, but of course on that near post cut up by Strutic. It's going all the way downfield. Cam has to make that play. He's waiting here. Strutic though rarely wants to make that top 8 finish. He's been dogged regional after regional and season after season. He wants to try make it through 9 lives. He's almost there.
Almost there, but where's the finish line and who crosses it first? Snoozy does find guns. Cam is trying to get to the ball, but actually has no boost. Finally picks up a mid to be able to play that ball. But Reverse Oreos, this game goes on. They look stronger and stronger. Flip reset shot. Follow from Strutic. Just goes loose. What a save there between Snoozy and Guns to get that ball away. Counterattack looked lethal from Reverse Oreo, but down to the final seconds of regulation we go. Zyro takes it off the ceiling, does find a Strutic. He scored the first 4 goals of this team in this series. Can he score the last? No, not this time at least. Guns takes away. There's Zyro and Nitro teaming up to try to get this ball to the goal. Snoozy puts it on the ground. It's another game 5 overtime for 9 lives. This time they want to take it.
9 lives. They just know how to play tense Rocket League. I can tell you that much. Go into an OT 2 series in a row. Game 5 when it matters the most. Snoozy almost pumping it to pass Nitro. The Nitro over 1. Can he continue? Doesn't have any boost in the tank though. Cam as well burning a lot of gas. They just to run it up that left-hand flank. Snoozy, Strutic, who's going to grab onto this ball first? Yeah, Pyro. It's going to be tense moments. Cam, does he have someone coming in hot? Snoozy finds that demo, which is going to be important. Yeah, maybe Guns is waiting in the wings to try to take a shot there as well. Gets the miss on that ball. Nitro running up the field for Cams. Just a bit of a shifty play-by-play here.
Yeah, it's been the play-by-play between Reverse Oreo to match up the plays like this. 9 lives. They were playing for bumps, they were playing for demos, they got him to go, but not the goal. Instead, it's between Zyro and Nitro to push Reverse Oreo to their first top 8. Congratulations, boys, you earned it.
And, you know, I don't know kind of how much people see on these broadcasts, you know, Pyro J, but when Gun, Snoozy, and Cam all leave the lobby incredibly quickly, right? That tells you the heartbreak and the emotions that you're feeling losing like that, right? Go to OT, 2 OTs in a row, they lose. Yeah, I just, as we said,
altruism, look at his face. He doesn't know what to say, how to react.
What are you saying? How do you react here, Pirate J? It's like no one said Reverse Oreo should win this, right? You're going up against Cam, Snoozy, and Guns, and you just took them down in 5.
What was that?
You dumb it.
Holy cow. Okay, I mean, game 5 wasn't even on the cards. The entire panel, the entire chat, 92% there in favor of 9 lives. We thought this being the second highest points tally team in the region was coming through here. They took Limitless to a game 5, and then they get taken to a game 5, and they lose it versus Reverse Oreo. I mean, first and foremost, credit where credit's due. This is a team. I wouldn't want to bite into this Oreo right now because you are losing teeth here. I mean, Zyro put on a masterclass in the air there, and yet 9 Lives, they couldn't do it. They took it to a game 5 overtime, and we have shaken this. From the moment we walked in here, gents, we said we don't know what today's going to bring, and yet it has astounded us at every step. Cam's not in day number 2. Snoozy, not in day number 2. Guns, not in day number 2. Pyro, where do we even begin to break this down?
I mean, you're just adding to the list. I mean, again, I'm not going to call names again because I feel like I called them out too much for not even making top 16. But yes, the list of expected SSA pros that you would expect to be in top 16, especially even top 8, are not on that list anymore. It's a new age of SSA. That is what we're all saying here during the season, and especially in split number 2. And listen, I know we're hung up on 9 Lives not making top 8, but right now we need to celebrate this team. I don't know who I'm more impressed with right now. Zyro's masterclass in game number 5, finding insane angles for goals. Nitro was on the bump in the demo game all series long, disrupting and keeping 9 Lives out of their rhythm. And then Strudek, the only one to score in the first couple of games, maybe in the first 3 games, to score 4 goals. This team showed up today, and that's what you got to do to make top 8 of SSA.
Yeah, 100%. That's what you got to do. You got to come together as a team. And I mean, you can imagine the mentality going between them. And look at that. Drift Queen's managing a nice 3-0. Skibbity taking down Genesix. And that was both of our casters, or the panel before the match, said that Genesix had a really good shot at that and should be able to take it. So, I mean, let's take a moment to appreciate the carnage right now. Limitless dropping down from the beginning. We see, Astronic and Mobula were the 2 teams that we were going the whole way, going, right, they have done what was expected, but the whole way, the rest of it, just up and down. You can choose any one team from the beginning and follow them through and go, what is this? I mean, 9 Lives has done a fantastic run, managing to hold basically in that upper half the whole way, and then they drop out at the last moment. What? Muzz, bro, what is tomorrow even going to do? Oh, we're going to have to sit and think long and hard tonight.
Yeah, 100% right, Ultrism. So, do we say this is SSA? Do we say this is Swiss? Do we say this is Rlcs, where this is the highest tier of Rocket League you can get anywhere in the world? This is Sub-Saharan Africa. We've stepped up to the plate as well. Steel sharpens steel. We've got Spanish teams coming down, Algerian teams coming down, English teams coming down. And yet, all of the SSA local players and teams, they're rising, the ceiling slowly moving upward, Ultrism. I don't think anyone would have expected Reverse Oreo to take down 9 Lives. No chance, right? We're like, oh, you got Cam, Snoozy, and Guns. Came from Cosmico Esports. We all looked at Guns. We're like, man, this guy's got some potential. He's going to cook. Well, I tell you, Stradic, Zyro, and Nitro, man, oh man, they got the T-bone on the spit, and it's working.
As much as we talk about the teams going down, there are the teams coming up, and there are moments that came up there. Pyro, you are going to have a hard task picking some plays of the day because, I mean, we saw enough of them just today. We got another whole weekend to go for those plays.
Yeah, we really do. And listen, some of them came from Guns as well on 9 Lives. Like, right, the double taps that we saw, Cam was cooking, Snoozy had a hat trick, but yeah, I think when you look at players like Zyro, who had to pop off with insane angles, Strudek, who just had to be so clutch throughout the series, you've got plays of the day everywhere you look. I will say, though, Altruism, there's one player that makes the plays of the day that really opens people's eyes in terms of driver of the day or whatever. So that's kind of where my curiosity is if we get to that.
Yeah, you guys have been casting your votes all day, and the driver of the day is ready. Thanks to ACGL for putting that all together. And a little bit of a drum roll, please, gents. We're gonna. Any thoughts, Muzz, quickly before it comes up?
Maybe someone from Mobula. I don't know,
Yeah.
Mobula.
Fair.
I'm going Zyro. I'm going Zyro.
Zyro, man. Unfortunately, just so late in the day to really show off those skills and to get the votes. Mine was Velocity. That was such an impactful player. But the crowd favorite, Snowy sitting at the top. Even though with a tough day, they still make it through. Snowy coming out there with a 41% shooting percentage there, 64% win rate, and those 13 goals, 12 saves everywhere on the field. We've become so used to seeing Snowy be the core of this limitless roster, both in terms of playstyle and the captaincy. So well done to Snowy. I mean, tomorrow we're going to be getting a couple of interviews along the way, and I'm very excited to see what the thoughts of these players is going to be. But I mean, we're going to take a look at the bracket for tomorrow because, and the predictions, guys, you're going to be very interested to see those tomorrow. Just putting it out there, I am not number one. That's for damn sure. I got 2 out of 5, I think, for the whole day. Maybe 1 out of 5, correct.
Love to see it.
Looking at this, Astronic versus Reverse Oreo. I mean, now Astronic looking at this going, okay, this team is looking to be a little bit more dangerous than we thought. Unknown Goats versus Snake's Den could be a banger of a game. Skibbity up against the Titans that Mobula have proven themselves to be. And then Limitless with a tough ask to start their day off with Drift Queens. Pyro, best game, most worrying game, most interesting game?
I'll say most interesting section just of the bracket. Everyone's eyes has turned into Limitless and Mobula staring at each other between match 4 and match number 3. This whole season is still, everyone's warming up to it. I mean, if you told Snowy to Die For and Sweaty before the season started, yeah, in the quarterfinals of the 4th qualifier, you're going to be playing against Revsy. And then in the semifinals, if you make it there, you're going to be playing against VK Salin. I think they'd be a little confused. So it's a very, very bizarre reality that we're living in. But hashtag this is SSA. Hashtag this is where we are now. So people's eyes are going to definitely look at that. But maybe the Cinderella story to percolate from Reverse Oreo Altruism. I don't know. Maybe I have some recency bias, but that win was awesome. And Astronic, you better be shaking in your boots.
I mean, Astronic certainly will come out of today feeling comfortable, but maybe a little bit of hubris before the fall tomorrow. We'll see how that cookie crumbles at the end of the day. I don't want to milk that joke, but we'll have to see that action for tomorrow. What a day, though, of chaos. I from the beginning, I said that new challenges arise at every stage. And I mean, Muzz, we started the day by saying making main event was an achievement. Making top 8 was no longer a certainty. And it really kind of proves that now, doesn't it? I mean, more than ever.
Yeah, no, listen, we went into that room with Neo, we met the Oracle, we're like, yeah, this pre-show, we're going to cook it up real good. As Mark Fish would say, you cannot Mickey your way into top 8 anymore, Ultrism, and that's definitely true. And yeah, the fact that you're not going to see 9 lives tomorrow, that's definitely hidden at home, right? And we didn't expect kind of how Swiss would have played out today, and it really got incredibly well. I also look tomorrow at something like Snake's Den taking on Velocity. And Velocity did pretty darn good today. And so, you know, Ram Wortini like him, that's a big task then, Unknown Ghost. And I think that's going to be a very interesting series as well, besides what we saw there in matches 3 and 4. And so I think Snake's Den, big game when you look forward at taking on Unknown Ghost.
Well, you know, we went and saw the Oracle. She gave us a bit of wisdom. You don't know what's going to come. You can't see past the choices you don't understand. Right now, we understand a little bit more. We've finally gotten to see as much of this action as we possibly can for a day. It's been a long one of Rocket League, 5 full series, none of them coming out exactly as predicted. So we're going to be looking forward to tomorrow, but that's going to be it from the broadcast side. Myself, Ultrism, alongside Pyro and Muzz here at the end. But a big shout out, of course, has to go to the rest of the crew that was joining throughout the day. Mark Fish, Bromeo, your boy Q, all of them putting in all the effort. I'm sure that tomorrow is going to bring new insight. And a big thanks, of course, goes to ACGL for managing this whole broadcast, and Blast for making us the regional of choice to come and check out. So if you guys have any thoughts, if you want to put in your predictions for tomorrow, we want to hear it. Go and tag hashtag #ThisIsSSA out on Twitter. Very excited to see that as one of our new segments for then. But that brings us to the end of tonight's broadcast. We'll see you. It kicks off tomorrow at 4:30 SAST, South African time. And 10:30, if you are joining us from across the water, as Pyro J is, 10:30 in the morning Eastern time. We'll see you then, guys. It has been an absolute pleasure, and we cannot wait for the rest of this weekend. Until tomorrow, we're out for now.